Hello everyone and welcome back to Kevin Audiobook TV. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together we'll follow Wang Tang as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Complete Martial Arts Attributes. Chapter 51, The Interest of the Two Bosses. While Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxuan were chatting casually, the computer in the office gave off a sound. What's the matter? Fu Tiandao looked at Qin Hanxuan. Let me take a look. Qin Hanxuan got up and walked in front of the computer. He saw a message pop up on his screen. He scanned the message and felt astounded. "Old Fu, come over and take a look," he shouted at Fu Tiandao, who was at the side. Fu Tiandao got up and walked over. This person became a martial warrior at 17 years old. Fu Tiandao was also slightly shocked when he saw the message on the screen. Upon reading Wang Tang's name, he frowned. Wang Tang. This name sounds a little familiar. "Oh, do you know him?" Qin Hanxuan asked in surprise. Fu Tiandao thought for a moment before continuing abruptly. "I remember him. A few days ago, one of my staff handed me a data report. If these two don't share the same surname and name, I think the report I received was about him. Open the surveillance camera to take a look. We will know if it's the same person." Qin Hanxuan operated his computer, and within a second, the scene in Wang Tang's room was projected on the opposite wall. "That's right, it's him. He looks the same as his picture." Fu Tiandao immediately recognized Wang Tang. "Oh, right? What report were you talking about just now?" "The report shows that this fellow rose from a normal person to an advanced stage in less than a month after he joined our martial arts academy," Fu Tiandao replied. "Ha! Wang Tang must have started his cultivation before he joined your martial arts academy. Look at his background. He's the third generation of Donghai's Wang family. His family probably doesn't lack resources and can let him practice martial arts." Qin Hanxuan smiled and said, "I think so too. At first, I wanted to observe him for a while more, but he has already become a martial warrior. It looks like he's really a genius," Fu Tiandao exclaimed. It was rare to see a 17-year-old martial warrior. "Seems like there will be a black horse in the martial arts exam this year." Qin Hanxuan smiled. "Shall we take a look?" Fu Tiandao tried his best to remain calm and indifferent, but he did seem very interested in this young lad. "Sure, let's go together." Wang Tang didn't know that the moment he became a martial warrior, he had received the attention of two bosses. It was really scary. 10 minutes later, the printing of the martial warrior identification was completed. Looking at the black booklet in his hand, he smiled in glee. Wang Tang wore his 3D Ultraman mask and left the Martial Arts Association. When he returned to the school, the last morning lesson hadn't ended yet. Everyone was still in class, so Wang Tang didn't disturb the teacher's lecture. He arrived at the little forest and logged into his Taobao. He entered his martial warrior credential and placed his order. This Master Lu was quite interesting. He didn't allow his customers to place orders if they didn't have a martial warrior credential. You could be stubborn with anything, but when it came to money, one must be flexible. Forget it. Looking at the other party's tone, he probably doesn't lack money. After placing the order, Wang Tang sent a message to hurry the stall owner. "I've already placed my order. Please send the item as soon as possible." "Master Lu, all right, dear. Epsilon o Epsilo." The other party responded with one sentence. After some time, the lesson ended. Wang Tang met Xu Jie and his other friends in the cafeteria for lunch. He also saw Li Rongcheng and Yuan Zhenghua, whom he hadn't seen for a few days. The moment Li Rongcheng saw Wang Tang, his face turned black. After that day, Zhou Baiyun actually came to ask him about Wang Tang. At first, Zhou Baiyun viewed Li Rongcheng with high importance. He felt that he had a chance to win the heart of this third young lady from the Zhou family. He had his whole life ahead planned. He would marry a rich beauty and proceed to the peak of his life. The Zhou family would definitely be a great help to him. At that time, he, Li Rongcheng, would be a famous figure in Donghai City. He wouldn't just be a rich second generation relying on his father. However, Wang Tang, it just had to be Wang Tang again. This fellow had stolen the limelight that was supposed to be his. Even Zhou Baiyun got interested in Wang Tang. Damn it, Li Rongcheng felt annoyed in his heart. "Young Master Li, are you here for lunch too?" Wang Tang casually greeted Li Rongcheng when he saw him. Li Rongcheng scoffed. He walked straight ahead. "What's the matter? How did I provoke him again?" Wang Tang asked Xu Jie, who was beside him, with a confused expression. Who knows? Xu Jie shrugged. During the afternoon rest time, Wang Tang went to practice in the small forest. He only returned to the classroom when the lesson started. It was the last day of the week, so he should give some respect to his teacher. 3 lessons ended quickly. After school, Wang Tang got up and prepared to go home. However, Lin Chuhan stopped him. You wait for me. She bit her lip and seemed a little embarrassed. But in the end, she still plucked up her courage and called Wang Tang out. Wang Tang had already noticed that she was a little absent-minded. Hence, when he saw her calling him, he stopped in his tracks. He wanted to know what she had on her mind. Lin Chuhan finished packing her bag and went out of the classroom with Wang Tang. The two walked to a secluded spot with no one around. Lin Chuhan started hesitating again, and her expression kept changing. One moment she seemed helpless, while the next she looked resolute. If you have any difficulties, you can just tell me, Wang Tang said in a soft voice. Maybe Wang Tang's gentle attitude had caused Lin Chuhan to cement her resolve. She took a deep breath and said, Can you lend me some money? After she said this sentence, Lin Chuhan seemed dejected. A hint of helplessness and bitterness flashed past her eyes. How much do you need? Wang Tang suddenly felt something touching his heart when he saw her expression. This girl had a hard life. He believed that Lin Chuhan must have reached a state of desperation to look for him to borrow money. If not, with her high self-esteem, she wouldn't talk to him about this at all. 150? 150,000. Lin Chuhan found it hard to speak. She hurriedly continued, I know it's a little too much, but I'll definitely return the money to you as soon as possible. After the university entrance exam, I will work part-time. Once I have the money, I will... Wang Tang was a little dumbfounded. He was a bit curious about the reason why Lin Chuhan needed such a huge sum of money. However, Wang Tang didn't probe further. He took out his phone and said, Give me your Alipay account. I will transfer the money to you now. Return the money to you. Lin Chuhan heard what Wang Tang said before she finished her sentence. Her eyes turned red, and she took a deep breath to calm down. Then she forced a smile on her face and said, Thank you. I will return the money to you as soon as possible. She emphasized this once again, as if this was the only way she was able to keep the remnants of self-esteem left in her heart. There's no hurry. Just do what your strength allows. Wang Tang nodded. He scanned her Alipay account and transferred the money over. Many things were different in this world. For instance, Alipay supported transfers of large sums of money. There was no limit to the sum. Lin Chuhan thanked him once again and held her phone tightly. The 150,000 RMB felt extremely heavy in her hand. Their family didn't even have this much savings during their prime. To a family like Wang Tang's, a few $100,000 might just be their pocket money. However, many normal families might not be able to save this amount of money even after many years. I wonder what difficulty she's facing. Wang Tang looked at Lin Chuhan's back view as he wondered to himself. He felt a little worried, so he followed her secretly. Chapter 52, I just came to get rid of a few fleas. Wang Tang followed Lin Chuhan all the way and noticed that she was just going home. He saw her entering her house from afar. Just as he was planning to leave, Wang Tang noticed a bunch of people walking over. The leader of the group was a bald man wearing a black suit. There were a few youngsters following him. They looked like gangsters. Wang Tang stopped in his tracks and lit a cigarette. He stood at the side of the road and started smoking. What are you looking at, you little brat? The bald man wearing a black suit saw Wang Tang staring at them, so he scolded him fiercely. Wang Tang didn't say anything. He turned his head away. The bald man wearing a black suit didn't pester him either. He just walked into Lin Chuhan's house angrily. Lin Chuhan's house was a 3-floor apartment. It looked really old. The first floor was the shop front, where they had opened a small convenience stall. The bald man had barged into Lin Chuhan's family stall. He grabbed a bottle of Coke and took a swig. The middle-aged lady in the shop should be Lin Chuhan's mother. She stood at the side fearfully, not daring to say a single word to stop the man. After burping, the bald man turned and looked at the middle-aged woman. He said, How is it? Have you prepared the money? Boss, my girl is already borrowing money from our relatives. Please spare us a few more days. The middle-aged woman pleaded. Spare a few more days? I've already spared you 3. Is that not enough? Huh? The bald man wearing a black suit glared at the woman and kicked a box filled with candies beside him. The candies instantly flew and scattered everywhere. I think that you don't plan to return the money, right? Boss, we really have no such intentions. We just haven't gathered all the money yet. Please give us 2 or 3 more days, please. The middle-aged woman got frightened and shrank in a corner. Her eyes were red as she spoke. Stop spouting nonsense. If you don't give me the money today, I'll destroy your stall. The bald man didn't show any intention of softening his attitude. You can't do this. Our entire family relies on this convenience stall for a living. My daughter still needs to take her university entrance exam. If you smash our shop, how are we supposed to live? The middle-aged woman was so anxious that she started tearing up. Who cares about your lives? It looks like you can't return the money today. Do you think I'm doing charity? Hey, destroy this place. The bald man wearing a black suit arrogantly sat on the chair and waved his hand. His lackeys were about to smash the shop on his order. Stop, a voice came from upstairs. Lin Chuhan ran down the stairs. Upon returning home, she went to the bathroom. The moment she came out, she heard the commotion below and came down in a flurry. As expected, those people were here to look for them again. Hey, the bald man's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Chuhan. Why did you come down? The middle-aged woman panicked. She hurriedly pulled Lin Chuhan behind her and said to the bald man wearing a black suit, Boss, my daughter is still young. This matter has nothing to do with her. Don't mind what she said. I don't think that she's young anymore. The bald man stood up and his gaze roamed Lin Chuhan's body as if a wolf was looking at its prey. Lin Chuhan didn't back down at all. She stood out from behind the middle-aged woman and said, My family owes you $150,000, right? I can return it to you now. Take the money and get out of my house. Ha ha, you're quite bold. How can you have $150,000? The bald man wearing a black suit gave a contemptuous smile.
You little girl, we don't have so much money. Lin Chuhan's mother frowned. She thought her daughter was fooling around, so she wanted to pull her behind her again. Lin Chuhan's mother understood the bald man's gaze too clearly. They weren't kind people. Her daughter was just a high school student. She couldn't fight with them at all. Lin Chuhan wasn't moved. Give us the receipt for the loan. I will transfer you the money now. Did this young lady really manage to get the money?
She's so pretty, so there might really be someone willing to lend her money. The bald man wearing a black suit muttered to himself softly. He looked at Lin Chuhan's beautiful face that was full of vitality. His heart was burning with desire. He immediately thought of an idea and sneered. All right, as long as you return the money to us, we will leave. However, 150,000 RMB was 3 days ago. 3 days have passed. Let me calculate now. You owe us 200,000. What do you think, little girl? Do you have 200,000? 200,000? It's been only 3 days. How did it increase to 200,000? Lin Chuhan's mother's face turned pale. It was hard to tell if it was because of fear or anger. You're despicable. Lin Chuhan's body trembled in anger. At first they had only borrowed 100,000 from these people. Then they told them that the interest for 3 months was 50,000. Their family couldn't afford to offend these loan sharks. So they bowed down to fate and went around asking for money. But after so many years, they had already borrowed money from most of their relatives. All of them knew the condition of Lin Chuhan's family. Lin Chuhan's father was paralyzed in bed and didn't have the ability to work. Her younger sister was down with a strange illness. Only Mother Lin had opened a convenience stall to support the entire family. Lending money to their family was like throwing it into a bottomless pit. They might be able to return small amounts of money, but no one dared to lend them a huge sum. A while ago, when Lin Chuhan took so much effort to put down her ego and borrow 150,000 from Wang Teng, she thought that she could finally clear this bad debt. She didn't expect the other party to be so despicable. Now they wanted to add another 50,000 RMB because they had delayed payment for 3 days.
Little girl, don't talk nonsense. I'm such a righteous person. How can I be despicable? The bald man said nonchalantly. This is illegal. I can sue you. Lin Chuhan gritted her teeth. Go ahead. I won't stop you. However, it might be hard for you to continue opening your shop in the future. The bald man sneered. You? Lin Chuhan pointed at him. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. It looks like you still can't pay us back. This is difficult. How about this?
I don't have a girlfriend. If you're willing to be my woman, I can forfeit this loan for your family. The bald man sniggered and said, That's impossible. Don't even think about it. Even if I can't open my shop anymore, don't even think about touching my daughter. Mother Lin was like a tigress exploding in anger. She blocked Lin Chuhan behind her and glared at the bald man wearing a black suit. Lin Chuhan's expression had also turned ugly. There was a hint of anxiousness in her eyes. She didn't expect the other party to have this intention. She had underestimated the evilness of a person's heart. In that case, we won't be polite anymore. The bald man gave a sinister smile. However, before he could finish his sentence, a voice sounded behind him. What do you want to be impolite for? The bald man turned his head. Brat, it's you! Wang Tang! Lin Chuhan also saw the newcomer. For some reason, she found a sense of reliance in her heart. You know each other. The bald man wearing a black suit squinted and sized up Wang Teng. "Are you trying to save the beauty?" "Save the beauty? Not really," Wang Teng thought for a moment before replying. "Ha ha ha, look at how timid he is." The bald man burst out laughing. His lackeys started mocking and jeering at Wang Teng too. "I just came to get rid of a few flies," Wang Teng continued calmly. The bald man's face turned black. He was actually looked down upon. Indifferent expression on this brat's face irked him tremendously. "You're courting death," he said, word by word. Chapter 53. Don't talk nonsense when you plan to run away? How do I court death? Wang Teng tilted his head and asked the bald man wearing a black suit, the lackeys. Lin Chuhan kept her face straight and tried her best not to laugh when she saw the confused expression of the gangsters. Mother Lin felt that this child was a little naughty. "I wonder whose child he is?" The bald man wearing a black suit flared up in anger. He pointed at Wang Teng and shouted, "Beat him! Beat him to death!" The lackeys rushed towards Wang Teng at once. A few of them even took out knives from their pockets. Wang Teng retreated out of the convenience stall. Once he moved, the gangsters also followed him out. They surrounded Wang Teng. Unfortunately, they were just normal people, while Wang Teng was a martial warrior. Even if he had been just a martial disciple, dealing with these weaklings would be a piece of cake. He swung his fist and hit two gangsters at once. He knocked them to the floor, and a few teeth fell out of their mouth. Strength, 1 strength, spirit, 0.1. Oh? Normal people will drop attributes too? There's even the spirit attribute. Wang Teng was surprised. "Be careful, behind you." Lin Chuhan rushed out and wanted to help. She was an intermediate stage martial disciple, after all. She could deal with these gangsters, but Wang Teng didn't give her a chance to act as he kicked his leg behind. The three gangsters with knives in their hands who wanted to slash his waist flew 3 meters out. They clutched their chests. Blood seeped out of the corner of their lips. Wang Teng hadn't used his full force. Still, the power of his kick was too much for the gangsters to handle. Strength, 1. Strength, 1. You're a martial disciple. The bald man's expression changed. He didn't expect that his lackeys couldn't even take a single blow from Wang Teng. "Brat, you're forcing me to act." The bald man wearing a black suit took off his coat and walked in front of Wang Teng. "I'm not forcing you to do anything. You don't have to fight," Wang Teng said. The bald man was stunned. He quickly shook his head to clear the unnecessary thoughts before shouting angrily, "Pfft, don't talk glibly." He circled Wang Teng, seemingly looking for Wang Teng's weakness. Wang Teng stood on the spot and waited for him to act first. However, after circling 2 rounds, the bald man suddenly ran off. He was running away. That was right, he ran away. He ditched his lackeys and ran away without turning back. To show his respect for the man's action, Wang Teng was slightly shocked. Lin Chuhan and Mother Lin were stunned too. When the bald man's lackeys saw their boss running away like a happy pig, they suddenly didn't know what expression to give. "Young lad, this matter hasn't ended. Just wait and see." The bald man quickly ran to a corner of the road. Once he felt that he was a safe distance, he stopped, turned around, and shouted. Wang Teng shook his head. He scanned the floor around him and picked up a brick. His actions scared the bald man. He turned around and ran away in fright. On the other side, Wang Teng calmly weighed the brick. He took aim for a second and threw the brick out. Ah! The bald man screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Spirits, 1. Did it really hit his head? Wang Teng looked at the spirit attribute that just dropped and pondered to himself. For some reason, when the lackeys saw this scene, they felt a little elated. Wang Teng slowly walked forward and squatted down to look at the bald man. "This is why you shouldn't talk nonsense when you're running away." The bald man wearing a black suit covered his head. He felt his vision getting blurry. He took some time to get rid of this feeling before he raised his head. He glared at Wang Teng viciously. "You're dead, brat? You're dead. We have martial disciples in our company too. They're advanced stage martial disciples, and there are a few of them. Just wait to die. You're quite fierce," Wang Teng smiled. He raised the brick and smashed it on the bald man's face again. Crack! Splurt! The bald man's nose broke and blood splattered out. It was so painful that he kept screaming shrilly like a pig being slaughtered. Spirit 0.1, Wang Teng's eyes lit up. "I don't know if I'm dead, but I know that you're definitely dead." While speaking, Wang Teng raised the brick again under the other party's horrified gaze and smashed it down. At the start, the bald man was still quite tough. His gaze was fierce, and he glared at Wang Teng like a ruthless wolf. But now, he was scared. This youth in front of him looked like a high school student with a smile on his face. His expression was calm and composed, but when he decided to act, It was really terrifying. "Stop hitting me. I'm wrong. I will not do it again. Please let me go." The bald man's face was severely bruised and swollen. He couldn't speak properly, so he sounded a little tongue-tied. There was only fear left in his mind. This young man was too ruthless. He was really ruthless. Ouch! This is so painful. I didn't want to hit you before, but I feel that you're not very convinced by me, so I had to hit you reluctantly, Wang Tang said after he stopped beating the man. He didn't want to stop hitting the bald man. Instead, he had to stop because after dropping some spirit attributes, the bald man stopped dropping them no matter how much he hit him. What a pity. In total, spirit 0.4. The bald man looked at the sky. Suddenly, he wanted to cry. "Since you're so reluctant, you don't have to hit me. No one is forcing you." "Mom, this person must be a devil. I want to go home." "So, are you convinced or not?" asked Wang Tang. "Yes. Who?" "I'm convinced," the bald man nodded hurriedly. Wang Tang dumped the brick on his head again. "Ah! Why are you hitting me now?" The man screamed in terror. He was confused. "Do you think you're playing mahjong?" "Who's asking you if you who in Chinese? Fu means convinced and who means a win in mahjong or not?" Wang Tang widened his eyes. The bald man was extremely frustrated. He even wanted to vomit blood. He kept quiet for a long time before saying a single word. "Yes, Fu, that's good." Wang Tang nodded. Bang! Unexpectedly, the bald man suffered a knock on his head again. Why? Tears welled up in his eyes. He felt so wronged, but he had nowhere to vent it. For no reason. "I just don't like you," Wang Tang explained calmly. The bald man, "Give me the loan receipt." The bald man obediently took out the loan receipt. Wang Tang called Lin Chuhan over and passed it to her. "Take a look at it and see if this is the correct one." Lin Chuhan went back and confirmed with her mother. She returned and nodded. "That's right. This is the one my dad and mom wrote." Wang Tang took it over and scanned it. He then mocked. "They borrowed 100,000, and you wanted them to return 200,000? This is much easier than being a robber." He squatted down and waved the brick in front of the bald man's face. "In the past, I met 5 people who wanted to rob a bank. They wanted to kill me, but do you know what happened to them in the end?" The bald man suddenly remembered a piece of news he had heard a few days ago. A few robbers who robbed a bank got killed by someone. He heard that the person who killed them was a hostage. Also, the hostage was a high school student. The bald man looked at Wang Tang in fear. He couldn't help but tremble, his heart pounding in his chest. Bang! Wang Tang suddenly exerted force in his fingers and broke the brick in his hand. He said, "Look, this is what happened to them. Brother, I know my mistake. I was really wrong. Please spare me." The bald man really wanted to cry. He had come to get a loan back and tease a young lady along the way. Why did he have to offend this devil? He must have forgotten to look at the almanac when he went out this morning. That's right. This must be the reason. Wang Tang didn't scare him anymore, he said to Lin Chuhan. "Transfer the money to him. 100 RMB. The additional 100 is the interest. Do you have any objections?" The last sentence was directed at the bald man wearing a black suit. "No, no." Other party shook his head in a hurry. At this moment, he didn't dare to have any objection. He still wanted his head to be on his neck. He had heard that those robbers' heads were smashed into meat paste by the hostage. Oh my God, this was so scary. Lin Chuhan hurriedly transferred the money. Wang Tang took out a lighter and lit up the loan receipt right in front of the bald man. He burnt the whole piece of paper. Chapter 54. Family Background. The bald man in a black suit left with a swollen and bruised face. His heart was filled with injustice and fear. He needed to go back to answer his boss. He knew that he wouldn't be able to get the interest for this loan. The other party was a powerful figure, the heartless kind that might shatter your head if he got angry. He couldn't afford to provoke him. His boss probably didn't want to offend this kind of person as well, right? Fortunately, he got back the loan amount. This trip wasn't a waste, but his face got smashed by the brick for nothing. Ouch. Pain. Sigh. After getting rid of the loan sharks. Lin Chuhan heaved a sigh of relief. She said to Wang Tang, "Wang Tang, thank you for helping me just now. It's nothing." Wang Tang shook his head. When he kept his lighter, he took the opportunity to light a cigarette. "Don't smoke anymore," Lin Chuhan suddenly said. "Huh? Smoking is bad for health," Lin Chuhan replied. "That is scary. Let me smoke a bit to calm down," Wang Tang answered. Lin Chuhan, "I'm just teasing you." Wang Tang threw the cigarette on the ground and extinguished it with his feet. It wasn't appropriate for him to smoke in front of a lady. "Oh, right. Why are you here?" Lin Chuhan suddenly asked. She was curious about his perfect timing. Will you believe me if I say that I followed you?" Wang Tang smiled. Lin Chuhan's heart jumped. She turned her head and felt her ears turning warm. She put down her hair to cover it up. "I'm not talking to you anymore. I'll go and take a look at my mum." Lin Chuhan ran back to the convenience store and explained everything to her mother. She told her that the loan sharks were gone and the loan receipt had already been burnt. Mother Lin hugged Lin Chuhan and cried in joy. She almost went crazy from the torment these people had given her the past few days.
"Oh, right, little Han? Who did you borrow the money from? Tell him that even though we don't have so much money now, we will definitely return it to him as quickly as possible."
Mother Lin wiped her tears and said, "I borrowed it from him." Lin Chuhan looked in Wang Tang's direction. "Ah, he's just a young man. Where did he get all the money from?" Mother Lin was surprised. "His family runs a company," Lin Chuhan explained. Mother Lin was enlightened. Then she suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Little Han, Lin Chuhan looked at her mother's expression and immediately knew what she was thinking. She stomped her feet and complained sweetly, "Mom, what are you thinking? He's my table buddy." All right. I'm not thinking about anything." "Mom is not thinking of anything," Mother Lin said quickly. "You little girl, why aren't you inviting him to our house? He did our family a huge favor." "I want to personally thank him." Lin Chuhan wanted to call Wang Tang over, but she noticed that he was already walking towards them. "My mom says that she wants to thank you personally," she told Wang Tang. "That's right, little Tang. I hope you don't mind me calling you this way. I really have to thank you for this time. If not, our family wouldn't have known what to do." Mother Lin was full of gratitude. "I don't mind, Auntie. Chuhan is my table buddy. She has helped me a lot, so I should help her when she has difficulties," Wang Tang replied. Good, little Han is lucky to have a table buddy like you." The more Mother Lin looked at Wang Tang, the more she liked him. This was a good child. He was just a little naughty, but you could tell that he was a responsible person who had a bright future. He was polite, and he took care of little Han. Well, if he could be her son-in-law, that would be great. During the martial arts era, one could get married at 18 years old. Mother Lin felt that she could start considering her daughter's marriage. "Stay here tonight for dinner." Mother Lin suddenly got enthusiastic. "Auntie will go and buy some ingredients immediately. Little Han, take care of little Tang." After she finished speaking, she didn't give Wang Tang and Lin Chuhan any time to react. She directly rushed out of the door. Wang Tang and Lin Chuhan exchanged glances with each other. Atmosphere had become a little strange. "Why don't I leave first?" said Wang Tang. "Leave your head. My mom's already gone out to buy food. If you leave, how will I explain to her when she comes back?" Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes. "Just find a random excuse. For instance, you can tell her that I have some urgent matters to attend to." Wang Tang gave her some suggestions. Lin Chuhan looked at Wang Tang. "Why doesn't this fellow want to stay at my house?" She was a little embarrassed, for sure, but Wang Tang's unwilling expression made her a little uncomfortable and unhappy. "You can explain to her personally if you want to. I'm not explaining." Lin Chuhan glared at Wang Tang. All right, it's just a meal. I, Wang Tang, am not afraid at all." This was what Wang Tang said, but he looked as though he was going to the execution field. Lin Chuhan finally understood his emotions when she saw his reaction. This fellow wasn't actually unwilling, he was just a little scared. Usually he didn't seem afraid of anything. She almost forgot that he was a teenage boy, too. She couldn't help but laugh secretly behind his back. Wang Tang stood in the shop, uncertain of what to do. He looked at the candies scattered on the ground and went over to pick them up. Lin Chuhan regained her senses. Her gaze turned gentle as she looked at Wang Tang's back view. She squatted down and started cleaning the candies with him. "I will transfer you the remaining money later." She remembered the leftover money and said, "Okay," Wang Tang nodded. "As for the 100,000 RMB, I will work part-time during the summer vacation to return it to you." Lin Chuhan continued. "That's not right. It's 100,100 RMB. Wang Tang smiled and replied, Yes, it's 100,100. You're such a miser." Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes. "Ha ha ha ha." Wang Tang laughed casually. He didn't mind her reaction. Lin Chuhan didn't realize that the respect hidden in his words was what allowed them to continue their relationship as normal. They didn't suffer any estrangement because of this matter. After some time, Mother Lin came back with the ingredients. She was carrying many bags in her hands and had bought a lot of fish meat. "Little Tang, you can sit upstairs with Chuhan. I'll go and make food." Mother Lin greeted them before she got busy in the kitchen. "Come on, let's go upstairs." Lin Chuhan led Wang Tang up the stairs. "Isn't Uncle around?" Wang Tang asked. Lin Chuhan bit her lips as she said, "He's here. I'll bring you to see him." Wang Tang saw Lin Chuhan's father. He was a drunk and skinny man, and his legs were gone. "How did your father become like this?" Wang Tang was really shocked. "My father used to be a martial warrior. One day after coming back from the Xingu continent, he became like this. His teammates managed to save him after much difficulty, but his legs were gone. Even his force nucleus was broken. He came a crippled." Lin Chuhan explained in low spirits. This, Wang Tang knew that the martial arts world wasn't as beautiful as the public made it out to be, but he didn't expect it to be so cruel. He even felt a little frightened when he saw the ghastly wounds on Father Lin's body. Also, he didn't think Lin Chuhan's father could be a martial warrior. "Since you know how brutal the martial arts world is, why do you still practice martial arts? Why do you still want to take part in the martial arts exam?" Wang Tang couldn't help but ask her. "I want to take revenge." Lin Chuhan closed the door and gritted her teeth as she said, "It's caused by someone?" Wang Tang was flabbergasted once again. "My dad's teammates say that he became like this because their opponents had set a trap," Lin Chuhan explained.
Chapter 55. Demon Lotus Poison Body. Wang Tang suddenly remembered that in his past life he had heard about Lin Chuhan's paralyzed father. Unexpectedly in this lifetime her situation was still the same. But in this lifetime Lin Chuhan's father was a martial warrior and became paralyzed because of other people's plots. "Oh, right. What about your father's teammates? Don't they know the situation in your family?" asked Wang Tang. "In the past they helped us a lot."
"However, most of their time is spent in Xingu continent. Sometimes they might not be able to come back for a few months. This time, they are already away for half a year. Half a month ago, my younger sister's illness suddenly flared up. My mom had no choice. With other people's recommendation, she could only borrow money from those people to pay for my sister's treatment fees," Lin Chuhan said. "You still have a younger sister? What illness does she have?" Wang Tang realized that he knew nothing about Lin Chuhan's family. "I always had a younger sister. You just don't know about her. Her illness sigh. It will be good if we could know what illness it is. That way we won't be at a loss of what to do." Lin Chuhan sighed as she spoke. She brought Wang Tang to the door of another room and knocked. "Choshia, I brought a friend over. Can I come in?" "Come in," a young lady's faint voice came from the room. The way she spoke was very strange. She spoke a word for word, but there was no break in between the words. She seemed a little feeble and lifeless. If one suddenly heard this voice in the middle of the night in the dark, they would probably pee in their pants. Wang Tang felt goosebumps appearing on his skin. Lin Chuhan gave a dry laugh. "Please don't mind her. My sister has always been like this." She pushed the door open. Creak. The wooden door gave a shrill screech due to the friction on the hinges. The room was dark. Curtain was closed tightly, and no ounce of light was able to enter the room. Wang Tang scanned the room. There was no human in sight at all, but he saw a sea of bubbles. "What is this?" Wang Tang was dumbfounded in an instant. Attribute bubbles filled up the entire room. They were on the ground, the table, the chair, the bed, in front of the cupboard. They were everywhere. The room was densely populated with big and small bubbles. Wang Tang swallowed his saliva. He couldn't wait to enter the room. "Don't!" Lin Chuhan stopped him in a hurry. "Then," she reminded him, "I think you better follow behind me. Remember not to get too close later." "Why?" Wang Tang was puzzled. "I'll tell you later," said Lin Chuhan in a low voice. Then she entered the room first and spoke to a corner between the legs of the bed and the wall. "Chuxia, sis is coming in." Wang Tang followed her gaze and finally saw a young lady hugging her knees in a blind spot at the corner of the bed. Her head was buried between her knees. She had long black hair flowing straight down smoothly. The hair was long, black, and straight. He looked at Lin Chuhan. Yes, they looked the same. Then his focus turned to the attribute bubbles scattered around him. He was already full of anticipation. What kind of attribute bubbles are these? This was the first time he saw a normal person dropping so many attribute bubbles. Even more, these bubbles had dropped naturally. This was very abnormal. Could it be related to Chuhan's younger sister's strange illness? Wang Tang guessed secretly. Then he lightly touched the bubbles beside him. He picked them up. Poison Force 2. Poison Force 1. Demon Lotus Poison Body 1 instantly. Wang Tang felt something changing in his body. He sensed a strange, rare force in this world. Poison Force. This kind of force actually existed? Wang Tang was dumbfounded. After that, the Poison Force entered Wang Tang's body. He had never practiced any Poison Force skill scriptures before, so the Poison Force instantly exploded and started running helter-skelter in his body. Damn it! Wang Tang was astounded. If someone observed the skin on his body and his face, they would notice that there was a layer of purple-red color in them. He looked as though he got poisoned. However, the occult energy immediately pacified the poison force and congregated all of it in the force nucleus. It soon formed an equilibrium with the other three forces in the nucleus. The strange color on his skin subsided within a second like the waves of the sea. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Chuhan turned her head and asked. "Oh, I'm fine." Wang Tang regained his composure and smiled. At the same time, the young lady squatting in the corner seemed to have sensed something. She raised her head and curiously looked at Wang Tang. Wang Tang's heart jumped a little when he saw the young lady's appearance. The frame of her face was very similar to Lin Chuhan's. She should be a pretty lady too, however. There were purple-red poison spots on both sides of her cheeks. They covered more than half of her face. The poison spots were rough and bumpy. They looked extremely disgusting. They destroyed all the beauty on the face and even made it hideous and terrifying. It was hard to look at her face for long. Wang Tang stared into the eyes of the young lady. His heart skipped a beat, but he didn't feel any loathing towards her. He just felt that the young lady was very pitiful. She was at the prime of her life, but she could only hide in the darkness of her room. She couldn't live like a normal person. She didn't even dare to take a single step out of her house. Wang Tang could imagine how much hate and jeers she must have received in the past. This should be the strange illness Lin Chuhan was talking about. Demon Lotus Poison Body. This must be a very rare physique. If it wasn't, Lin Chuhan's father would have found a cure a long time ago, since he was a martial warrior. They wouldn't be at a loss even until now. If the martial warriors couldn't find a solution for this kind of physique, the current medical industry wouldn't be able to find a cure either. The martial arts era and the technology era were two different systems. Before the martial arts era started, this physique had never appeared. Therefore, there were no successful cases of treatment in the medical industry. The solution might only be found in the Xingu continent. "Sister, who is he?" The young lady sized up Wang Tang again. However, the feeling she had just now had disappeared. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. "His name is Wang Tang. He's my friend." Lin Chuhan squatted down in front of the young lady, but she didn't get too close to her. There was at least 1 meter distance between them. Wang Tang kind of understood why Lin Chuhan didn't allow him to get close to her younger sister. Right now, he could feel poison force continuously surging out of the young lady's body. The air around her was saturated with poison force. If an ordinary person got too close, they would definitely get affected. If the interaction was too long, they would be poisoned. In severe cases, they might die immediately. This was how horrifying the Demon Lotus poison body was. "Is he my brother-in-law?" the young lady suddenly asked Lin Chuhan. Brother-in-law. Lin Chuhan was dumbstruck. Her entire face turned red within a split second. "Stupid girl, what are you saying? He's not your brother-in-law." Wang Tang almost burst out laughing. This young lady was such a good assist. "Oh," the young lady tilted her head and gave an ambiguous response. There were no emotional changes on her face. Lin Chuhan felt helpless. She got up and said to Wang Tang, "This is my younger sister, Lin Chuxia. Don't mind what she said. Why are you so nervous?" Wang Tang made fun of her. "I'm not nervous." Lin Chuhan got nervous because of his stare. Wang Tang smiled. Then he stepped past Lin Chuhan and walked towards Lin Chuxia. "Don't go over." Lin Chuhan wanted to stop him quickly. "It's fine." Wang Tang waved his hand. Before Lin Chuhan could block him, he had already squatted down in front of Lin Chuxia. He lifted his hand. "Hello!" Chapter 56. Am I walking in the wrong direction? Lin Chuxia's eyes widened slightly as she looked at Wang Tang's stretched out hand in front of her. Lin Chuhan was also shocked by Wang Tang's sudden action. She was the one who had the best understanding of her younger sister's condition. Anyone who got within 1 meter radius of her would get affected, much less direct body interaction. She wanted to stop Wang Tang, but Lin Chuxia opened her mouth first. "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Afraid of what?" asked Wang Tang. "Afraid of my face. Afraid of the air around me. Look at me. Do you think I seem affected?" Wang Tang smiled and asked. Lin Chuhan, who was standing beside them, was astounded. She stared at Wang Tang in disbelief. Indeed, a normal person would have already felt uncomfortable at such a close distance. Their faces would start turning green too. However, Wang Tang looked unaffected. "Wang Tang you! It's probably because I always drink goji berry tea, so my immunity is better," Wang Tang said in all seriousness. "Lin Chuhan, What do you mean by your immunity is stronger because you drink goji berry tea? Do you think I'm stupid? Why can't you be more serious? This is a serious matter." Lin Chuxia observed him for a long time. At last her eyes lit up and she continued, "You really look all right." She slowly stretched out her hand. She was a little hesitant at first, but she still held Wang Tang's palm. The next second, Lin Chuxia was dumbstruck. She didn't know how to explain this feeling. A cold stream of air seemed to have stirred up in her body. It started flowing around her limbs and bones, rejuvenating her. Just as she was about to inquire about it, she saw Wang Tang winking at her mysteriously. The words at the edge of her lips stopped right there. Wang Tang smiled gently and released Lin Chuxia's hand. He then stood up. At the same time, he didn't forget to collect the attribute bubbles around her. Demon Lotus Poison Body 7, Poison Force 15. Undoubtedly, the number of attribute bubbles around her body was the most. After picking up everything, Wang Tang felt that the Demon Lotus Poison Body within him was becoming more and more complete. The poison force in his body had also increased. On the other hand, Lin Chuxia felt the pressurizing and sticky feeling in the air around her, which made her feel like there was a layer of liquid covering her, disappear suddenly. But she didn't probe further, she just curiously sized up Wang Tang. A bud of hope had bloomed in her heart. Lin Chuhan had been observing Wang Tang from the start. She keenly noticed that he wasn't affected even after the physical interaction. While she heaved a sigh of relief, she felt even more puzzled. "Wang Tang, what on earth is happening? Why aren't you affected by my sister's weird illness?" "I don't know either. Maybe it's really because my immunity is stronger." Wang Tang didn't tell Lin Chuhan the truth. Right now, he didn't know how to solve Lin Chuxia's illness. If he said anything, it would just make Lin Chuhan happy for nothing. He would tell her when he had some direction. It wouldn't be too late then. As for Lin Chuxia, he let her know about it because he wanted her to have some hope. If a young lady like her lived her life hopelessly every day, there would be problems sooner or later. Lin Chuhan curiously sized up Wang Tang. "If you really know something, I hope that you can tell me." "This is extremely important to my family," she said seriously in the end. "Sister, don't make things difficult for brother-in-law," said Lin Chuxia. "I've already said that he's not your brother-in-law." Lin Chuhan was speechless. "Don't worry. If I really have a solution, I will tell you right away," Wang Tang promised. Lin Chuhan nodded. She seemed a little dejected when she saw that Wang Tang didn't have a solution. After some time, she lifted up her spirits and squatted down. She then said to Lin Chuxia in a serious tone, "Chuxia, don't worry. I've already applied for the martial arts exam. I'll definitely become a martial warrior in the future and help you to find a treatment for your strange illness." "Sister, I thought that Mom doesn't allow you to practice martial arts?" Lin Chuxia exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chuhan hurriedly raised her forefinger and placed it beside her lips. "Shh, speak softer. You can't let Mom know about this matter."
Wang Tang was speechless. Why are you asking your younger sister to speak softer? Who was the one speaking so loudly just now?
However, he finally understood why Lin Chuhan didn't tell her mother about her application for the martial arts exam. What happened to Lin Chuhan's father must have stimulated Mother Lin greatly. As a mother, how could she allow her daughter to follow in her husband's footsteps? Even if there was just a slight possibility, she would kill the problem in the cradle. Dinner wasn't ready, so Wang Tang and Lin Chuhan stayed in the room and chatted with her. Lin Chuhan was happy that another person was hanging around with Lin Chuxia. Usually, only Mother Lin and she were able to accompany Lin Chuxia. This young lady was too lonely. Wang Tang used the free time in the middle of the chat to pick up all the attribute bubbles in the room. Demon Lotus, Poison Body 5, Poison Force 12. He pulled out his attributes panel to take a look. Enlightenment 90 Spirit, 26 Talent. Beginner Stage Fire Talent 11 300. Beginner Stage Ice Talent 13 300. Beginner Stage Earth Talent 12 300. Spiritual Sight Beginner Stage 1. 1/10. Demon Lotus Poison Body 15 10,000. Force 64 100 Fire. 1-star Soldier level, Martial Warrior 100 Ice. 1-star Soldier level, Martial Warrior 100 Earth. 1-star Soldier level, Martial Warrior 0 10 Earth. 1-star Soldier level, Martial Warrior. Scripture Red Flame Scripture Foundation 20/20/100. Deep Ice Scripture Foundation 12/100. Earth Lowest Skill Earth Element Shield Foundation 15/20/100. Battle Techniques Basic Battle Techniques Mastery for Fist, Sword, Blade, Footwork. Basic Stick Skill Foundation, Gun Skill, Small Achievement, Fire Kirin Sword Skill, Foundation 43/100, Phantom Ice Fist, Foundation 13/10. Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Marks, 5 years of Martial Arts Exam, 3 years of Mock Papers, 80 points, Overall battle power 2/18, blank attribute 0. He could see the additional Demon Lotus poison body in his talent column. Wang Tang felt that this physique was powerful. He looked at its upper limit, 10,000. How long was he supposed to collect this attribute? But it also reflected how extraordinary and amazing this Demon Lotus poison body was. Then he turned to look at the poison force. It had already reached 30 points higher than the Ice Force and Earth Force. This poison baby Lin Chuxia had plenty of reserves. Wang Tang couldn't help but exclaim to himself. At this moment, he already had a general plan of how to use the poison force. In the future, while fighting with his opponents, he would secretly mix some poison force into his other forces. He would poison his opponents before they could understand what happened. Tisk, this is perfect. He seemed to be walking further and further on the path of becoming a sinister fellow. Am I walking in the wrong direction? Wang Tang examined his conscience and asked himself. After some time, Mother Lin finished cooking dinner and called them to eat. When she saw Wang Tang and Lin Chuxia interacting harmoniously, she was elated. She even asked Wang Tang to visit their house more often in the future on the dinner table. Only Mother Lin, Lin Chuhan, and Wang Tang were present. Father Lin was dead drunk. He was unconscious now. Lin Chuxia wasn't able to join them. Mother Lin had carried the dishes into the room for her. On the dining table, Wang Tang felt really uncomfortable because of Mother Lin's enthusiasm. The rice bowl in front of him was piled high with rice, looking like a small hill. Wang Tang was dumbstruck. Lin Chuhan laughed secretly at the side when she saw Wang Tang's awkward expression. After dinner, Wang Tang almost ran away in a flurry. "Remember to come often to play?" Mother Lin reminded him as she sent him to the door. Lin Chuhan and Wang Tang walked to the main road together. Wang Tang's sports car was parked at the side of the road. He stopped walking and opened the car door. "Hurry up and go home." Lin Chuhan nodded. She said, "Thank you for everything today." Wang Tang waved his hand and drove away in his car. Lin Chuhan stood rooted on her spot. No one knew what she was thinking. She just blankly stared into space for a long while. Chapter 57, Round Face, Fat Chicken, Mission Guarantee. After leaving Lin Chuhan's house, Wang Tang drove his car towards Jixin Martial House. Before this, he had called his family. He found another excuse to throw them off. He didn't dare to tell his parents that he ate at Lin Chuhan's house. If not, based on how gossipy his parents were, he honestly didn't know what they would do. He didn't even dare to think about it. Not long after, he arrived at Jixin Martial House. Wang Tang went straight to the 3rd floor of the training building. He started collecting attribute bubbles after one night, and the accumulation of the previous nights, his basic footwork, basic blade skill, basic sword skill, and basic fist skill had finally reached the presence enlightenment stage. Now, a casual punch of his fist, slash of his sword, and wave of his blade came along with the force of presence. In a battle, he was able to frighten his opponent with his presence first. Even his footwork possessed the ability of illusion. It became even harder to predict his movements. Although they were all basic battle techniques, once they reached the presence enlightenment stage, they were able to unleash extraordinary potential. Wang Tang felt relieved. Now, his basic battle techniques had attained the peak. He was unable to upgrade them anymore. He also realized that the attribute bubbles of these battle techniques never appeared again. He wasn't able to pick them up even if he wanted to. Farewell forever. I will miss you. Besides this, after the past few days of picking up attributes in today's attribute collection, his basic stick skill reached the big achievement stage. Next would be perfected, mastery, and presence enlightenment. At 11 p.m., Wang Tang left Jixin Martial House and returned home. He finished the supper Li Xiaomei had prepared and went upstairs to take a bath. He felt so comfortable that he breathed out and prepared to lie down to rest. Suddenly, a series of knocks came from outside his window. What is it? Wang Tang jumped up and subconsciously used his spiritual sight to look out of the window. There was a ball of blue light. It wasn't strong, but it was indeed the light of force, dull blue. What attribute is this? Wang Tang heaved a sigh of relief. This level of force wasn't a threat to him at the same time. He was confused. He had never seen an attribute in this color before. Knock, knock, knock. The living creature outside the window knocked on the window impatiently. I think it's a bird. But how did it fly here? He went to the window while remaining on full alert. Wang Tang opened the window. It was a Scotland round-faced fat chicken. He was slightly shocked. Wang Tang shifted his gaze downwards and saw a rectangular object placed beside the feet of this round-faced fat chicken. The object was packaged tightly. There was a line on the package. Owl delivery. Mission guarantee? Delivery. And it says mission guarantee. Is this really the martial arts era? This world is not invaded by the magical world? Wang Teng realized that he was really a frog in a well. He took some time to regain his senses before accepting the fact that this was a delivery. Suddenly, he remembered something and hurriedly took out his phone to contact the owner, Master Lu. He took a picture and sent it to the owner, Wang Teng. "Is this your delivery, Master Lu?" "Yes, dear. Are you surprised?"
Are you amazed? Are you happy?
The other party responded within a second. Even though it was almost midnight, he still replied immediately. "Is this shop owner in front of his computer 24 hours a day? Also, what did he mean by surprised, amazed, and happy? Can he not act so naughty to me?" Right now, he finally understood why Master Lu was so secretive. Who would have thought that the delivery would be made by an owl? Was the world of martial warriors so magical? Also, the owner, Master Lu, didn't lie. This delivery was really fast. It was a trans-provincial delivery. It was sent in the afternoon and actually arrived at night. This was amazing. Wang Teng replied, "Can this round-faced fat chicken be eaten? I suddenly want to eat barbecue." Master Lu, round-faced fat chicken, Master Lu, barbecue. The other party was utterly stunned. At a moment like this, shouldn't he feel surprised and elated? Why did he want to eat the round-faced fat chicken? What kind of mentality was this? Pfft, what round-faced fat chicken? It was an owl. "Master Lu, why don't I help you order some food? Omega." Wang Teng. The other party actually believed me. At this moment, the round-faced fat chicken got even more impatient. It started crowing a few times. It would never guess what kind of evil thoughts the person in front of it had. "I'm sorry. Thanks for waiting." After he finished speaking, he remembered that this wasn't a delivery man, it was an owl. However, the owl had a look of disdain on its face. A look of disdain? Who could even imagine an owl giving a look of disdain? Wang Teng took a deep breath and tried his best to gather his broken vision of the world. He then untied the package on the owl's feet. Coo. There was a small bag hung around the owl's body. At this moment, the owl used its claws to take a receipt and a pen out from the bag and place them in front of Wang Teng. This round-faced fat chicken was so smart that it made Wang Teng dumbfounded. He scanned through the receipt before signing his name on it. The owl put the receipt and pen back in the bag and cooed. Then it flew off. It was so swift that it disappeared in the night sky in a blink of an eye. Wang Teng looked at the back view of the round-faced fat chicken. His mind was filled with the owl delivery, mission guarantee. The line kept flashing in his mind. He quickly shook his head. Wang Teng closed the window and went back to his bed. He then excitedly opened the package. A black wooden box was revealed, weapon carrier casket. Wang Teng stroked the silver runes on the weapon carrier casket. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. The owner was very thoughtful and even gave him a black handbag as a gift. He was able to carry it in his hand or on his back as a backpack. If he placed the weapon carrier casket in the bag and zipped it, other people wouldn't be able to tell what was inside. Perfect. The next day, it was Saturday. Wang Teng continued his routine of visiting Jixin Martial House. Along the way, he greeted the students that he was familiar with. "Brother Peng, you're really early. How hard-working." "Hey, young man, exercise is youth. Hurry up and start practicing." Peng Hai had perspiration all over his face. He revealed his bronzed skin and raised his thumb as he gave Wang Teng a wide smile. He was the senior brother who had taught Wang Teng the 9th set of radio exercises. When Wang Teng went to the 3rd floor for the first time, he had met Peng Hai not long after. Upon seeing Wang Teng, the guy was extremely shocked. After all, when he first saw Wang Teng was still a newbie who didn't know how to do the 9th set of radio exercises properly. Well, he still didn't know how to do it, but that wasn't the main point. The most important thing was, Wang Teng became an advanced stage martial disciple. When faced with this question, Wang Teng still used the same reason to slip his way through. He told his senior that he had practiced martial arts before. As for the 9th set of radio exercises, it was all history. Many children from wealthy families didn't like to do this exercise. After all, it was very embarrassing. They had better ways to train their physique. Thus, Peng Hai didn't dwell on this too much. "You little brat came late today. Hurry up and duel with me." When Zhang Xiaoyang saw Wang Teng, his eyes turned into light bulbs. He pulled Wang Teng and wanted to practice his fist skill with him. "Have you forgotten how badly you lost the other time? How could you have the face to fight with me?" Wang Teng teased him. Ever since Wang Teng's basic fist skill entered the mastery realm, Zhang Xiaoyang never beat him anymore. Now, his basic fist skill had reached the presence enlightenment stage. If they had a duel again, my fist skill improved greatly after sparring with you. "It's almost at the mastery stage now. This time I won't lose to you again," Zhang Xiaoyang scoffed and said in a proud tone. "Since you are looking for a beating so wholeheartedly, I'll satisfy you." Wang Teng didn't say anything more. He shook his head and gave him a look of concern as though he was looking at an idiot. It's hard to tell who will lose. Zhang Shaoyang was furious. He clenched his fist and attacked Wang Tang a few minutes later. Zhang Shaoyang covered his eyes. Fuck! Don't you know that you shouldn't hit someone's face? Why are you so vicious? You should feel fortunate that I only hit your face. You attacked the lower part of my body just now. If it was someone I didn't know, I'd have beaten him up until he questioned his life. Wang Tang sneered. Zhang Shaoyang laughed awkwardly. Who asked you to be so perverted? You have actually reached the presence enlightenment stage? There's no way I can retaliate. That's why I use this treacherous method. It's the only thing I could use. Tisk, so it's my fault? Who was the one asking for abuse just now? Wang Tang looked at him with contempt. Fick, Zhang Shaoyang was speechless. He indeed seemed to be asking for it just a few minutes ago. He didn't dare to ask Wang Tang for a duel anymore. He muttered to himself as he walked to the side and started practicing his fist skills on his own. Wang Tang shook his head. The gap between the two of them was getting wider and wider. There was no point in sparring with him. He turned around and saw an attribute bubble that had just disappeared. His heart pained for a second before he started collecting all the other bubbles immediately. I, Wang Tang, have never stopped wanting to become stronger. Strength 2, Speed 1, Spirit 0.3, Basic Stick Skill 3, Blank Attribute 3, Spirit 0.5. H. Wang Tang was shocked. It appeared, the blank attribute appeared again. Blank Attribute 3. Wang Tang thought for a moment and directly added the 3 points of the blank attribute to his spiritual sight. Until now, he had never discovered any attributes that were able to raise his spiritual sight talent. Hence, he could only use his blank attribute. One day ended. Before he slept, Wang Tang pulled out the attributes panel. Enlightenment 93, Spirit 31, Talent, Beginner Stage Fire Talent 11,300, Beginner Stage Arse Talent 13,300, Beginner Stage Earth Talent 12,300, Spiritual Sight, Beginner Stage 1. 4/10, Demon Lotus Poison Body 15,20,000, Force 64,100 Fire, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, 100 Ice, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, 10 Earth, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, 0 Dev 10 Earth, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, Scripture, Red Flame Scripture, Foundation 20,100, Deep Ice Scripture, Foundation 12,100, Earth Lowest Skill, Earth Element Shield, Foundation 15,100, Battle Techniques, Basic Battle Techniques, Presence Enlightenment for Fist, Sword, Blade, Footwork, Basic Stick Skill, Perfected Gun Skill, Small Achievement, Fire Kirin Sword Skill, Foundation 43,100, Phantom Ice Fist, Foundation 13/10th, Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Marks, 5 years of Martial Arts Exam, 3 years of Mock Papers, 80 points overall. Battle Power 22 and 21, Blank Attribute 0. Wang Tang was satisfied as he looked at the changes on top. Recently, both his enlightenment and spirit had increased, and it had a direct effect on him. His mind felt clearer and sharper, and he seemed to have become quicker in his thinking. After adding 3 blank attributes to his spiritual sight talent, it was at 1.4 points now. The number seemed a little sad, but at least it had increased. Also, because Wang Tang only focused on his basic stick skill today, this technique rose really quickly. After 1 day of accumulation, it jumped another level and reached the perfected stage. On the other hand, his gun skill remained the same. Ever since killing the bank robbers, he had never seen another gun skill attribute. Rune guns were popular weapons. Many martial warriors practiced gun skills, and their skills had reached a high degree of technical proficiency. Its power was astonishing. Wang Tang didn't belittle the uses of gun skill. This skill had helped him kill a martial warrior in the past. Thus, if he had a chance, he would increase his gun skill attribute too. Being a sharpshooter was a good persona. Pew, pew, pew. If he couldn't solve something with 1 shot, he'd use 2. It was very tiring to be half dead. Chapter 58. There's one person who has godlike gun skills. Sunday. Owl Marksmanship Club. Wang Tang parked his sports car at the main entrance and threw his car keys to the doorman to park his car. Then he stepped into the lobby of the club. The Owl Marksmanship Club was a high-class place for the wealthy of the society. It was extremely famous in Donghai. This was the first choice of many wealthy young masters and rich young ladies who loved to play with guns. As the club was crowded with gun enthusiasts, there must be many attributes that would drop. Although most of them were here for thrill and excitement and were not professionals, there were bound to be some who possessed real skills. Wang Tang went to the front desk to finish the application process. He paid the money and immediately became a member of the club. The staff treated him with respect. This was how amazing it felt to become a member. Under the guidance of a beauty wearing a black sheath dress, Wang Tang arrived at the target field. He scanned the surroundings and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Many attribute bubbles were floating on the ground. 1, 2, 3. Wang Tang knew that he didn't waste his trip here. He didn't waste his money to apply for the membership either. The beauty wearing a sheath dress explained some details to him. Then Wang Tang asked her to leave. He started wandering around the place himself. Gun skill 2. Gun skill 1. Gun skill 1. Wang Tang almost wanted to laugh out loud when he saw his gun skill attribute increasing continuously. All sorts of marksmanship techniques appeared in his mind. At the same time, his body's familiarity with guns became stronger and stronger. His eyes grew sharper and his accuracy increased a whole lot. He felt that as long as he held a gun, he would be able to apply some tricky maneuvers easily. He could also shoot an object 100 meters away without breaking a sweat. This feeling was exhilarating. As his gun skill attribute increased without pausing, Wang Tang's hands suddenly got itchy when he saw other people having fun. Thus, he ran to the staff and got himself a gun. He found an empty spot and started fulfilling his addiction. Wang Tang first familiarized himself with the gun in his hand. This was a rune gun from the Owl series. The design was rugged and handsome with a wild kind of beauty to it. Only people who loved guns would be able to appreciate it, though. He raised his gun and aimed at the target. His actions were smooth. He did everything right from the start to the end in a single move. It seemed as though he was a professional who had played with guns for many years. Bang! He pulled the trigger. The body of the gun vibrated. A normal person wouldn't be able to withstand the force of the recoil, but Wang Tang's hand was extremely stable. It didn't shake at all. Bang, bang, bang. He didn't stop at just that. Wang Tang fired a few more shots and his posture didn't change the whole time. However, someone with sharp eyes would be able to notice that he adjusted his wrist and elbow slightly every time he fired. He didn't stay in the same position throughout the entire duration. 10 points. Wang Tang put down his gun while feeling a little unsatisfied. The difficulty was too low. He couldn't enjoy himself thoroughly. He continued picking up attributes. Occasionally he would fire a few shots to cover up his actions. If not, he would be too conspicuous, attracting other people's attention. Good! Good gun skill! A shout was suddenly heard. Wang Tang walked over and noticed a bunch of people gathered together. They were watching a middle-aged man firing his gun. The man had a No. 2 haircut. His face was firm and stern, faintly exuding the aura of a soldier. At this moment, he was hitting the moving targets. He fired occasionally and would hit the bull's eye every single time. The other non-professionals at the side couldn't help but cheer for him. Finally, someone who has good skills. Wang Tang's eyes lit up. He squeezed through the crowd and inched closer to the man. He then picked up the attributes on the ground. Gun skill 10, gun skill 7. Gun skill 13. Impressive. The attributes this man dropped were equivalent to the combined attributes Wang Tang picked up from more than 10 non-professionals. Master. This must be a master. This was the difference between a master and an amateur. Wang Tang glanced at his attributes panel. His gun skill had finally jumped from small achievement to the big achievement stage. Its strength had increased greatly. Brother, your gun skill is godlike. After the man finished shooting, someone immediately went forward and started chatting with him. You're speaking too highly of me. My shooting is just slightly more accurate. I don't deserve such praises. I'm not godlike. The man replied humbly. If you're not godlike, who is? A person at the side didn't believe him. You might not believe it, but I've seen someone with godlike gun skills before. That person is a real god. The man was full of exclamations as he recalled some past events. How impressive is that? Someone asked curiously. Have you seen bullets that can change direction in the air? The man with short hair asked mysteriously. Wang Tang was attracted by their conversation. At first he just wanted to pick up attributes, but now he couldn't stop himself from listening in on the chatter. Bullets that can change direction. So incredible. Do you think you're filming a fantasy movie? Wait, this isn't a fantasy movie but a martial arts drama. In the martial arts era, anything is possible. The man's question caused everyone to exchange glances with one another. This bunch of amateurs hadn't even seen many powerful gun players, much less a godlike player. The man with short hair was immersed in his memory. Then he sighed and said, I've seen a person who can do it. That person is the real god of guns. His shooting skills are godlike, but unfortunately he's too arrogant. He fell into other people's trap and used the skill he was most proud of to kill the woman he loved dearly. His words caused everyone to turn flabbergasted. They saw the look of pity on the man's face. Although they might not have witnessed the scene personally, they felt sad too.
Tisk.
Wang Tang clicked his tongue. He didn't know what kind of expression to give. What happened after that? Someone couldn't help but ask. The other people looked at the man in anticipation. They were all burning with curiosity, wanting to know the development of this story. In the end, he couldn't bear the stimulation and turned crazy. He's in the western suburb mental hospital, the man with short hair said with sorrow. Ah, no one had expected this ending. There was a series of agitated sighs. The western suburb mental hospital, Wang Tang muttered the name to himself. There was a glimmer in his eyes. No one knew what plans he had up his sleeve. In the afternoon, after finishing his dinner, Wang Tang went straight to the western suburb mental hospital. The place wasn't hard to find. He drove to the western suburb under the guidance of his GPS and found his destination easily. Wang Tang parked his car and got down. There was an old building in front of him, mostly black and white. The walls were mottled and metal railings surrounded the building. The paint on the railings was coming off, revealing the rust underneath. Weeds filled up the corners of the walls. It looked as though no one had cleaned this place for a long time. Wang Tang was slightly surprised by how dilapidated this mental hospital was. It was almost deserted by. Right, in the current society, shouldn't a mental hospital show more emphasis on its environment? Why was this place like a haunted house in a movie? If someone lived here for a long time, they would get mentally ill, even if they weren't crazy at the start. Wang Tang walked into the mental hospital with his confused thoughts. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that it was cold and chilly inside. As a martial warrior, his sense of hearing was sharper than a normal person. He stood at the entrance and could faintly hear someone running in the empty corridor while wearing slippers. Tap, 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 Siwang. Tang couldn't help but shiver. Oh my God. He wondered if he had made the right decision to come to this mental hospital. Chapter 59, A Mental Disorder Patient Dropping Spirit Attribute. What kind of setting is this? Hello? I want to visit the God of Guns. In the lobby on the first floor of the western suburb mental hospital, Wang Tang told the nurse at the front desk his purpose for visiting. The nurse didn't respond to him. She was looking down and playing with her phone. Hello? Wang Tang remained patient and opened his mouth again. Hello, your head. The nurse suddenly raised her head. Her face was as round as a pie and her eyes were narrow. She was glaring at Wang Tang. Glaring Wang Tang. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. I think you'll look amazing if you slim down a bit. Really? The nurse's eyes brightened. Of course, everyone who knows me calls me Mr. Humble. You can believe my words, Wang Tang replied sincerely. I will definitely slim down and prove to everyone. That's right, prove to everyone. Prove to everyone that I look equally ugly after I slim down. Ha 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 ha. The nurse with a big face suddenly laughed maniacally. Wang Tang? Are all the staff in this mental hospital this abnormal? Wang Tang looked at the nurse, who was laughing like a lunatic. She laughed until she couldn't breathe properly. At the same time, the powder on her face kept dropping. Can I see the God of Gun? He waited until the nurse slowly came to a halt before asking her carefully. God of Guns? Which one are you referring to? We have 9 people who claim that they are the God of Gun here, the nurse said. Wang Tang instantly felt his head hurting. Once again, he suspected whether he had made the right decision to come to this mental hospital or not, the one that accidentally killed the woman he loved. Wang Tang contemplated his words before he spoke. Oh, you're talking about that poor, unlucky fellow. There was no expression on the nurse's face, but she sounded enlightened. Yes, it's him. That's the one, Wang Tang nodded. I'm sorry, we forbid anyone from visiting anyone in this hospital. The nurse with the fat face lowered her head and started playing with her phone again. Wang Tang felt the veins on his forehead bulging up. Forbid anyone from visiting? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Oh, I noticed that you had a strong desire to talk, so I forced myself to talk to you for a while, the nurse replied without raising her head. Amp, even if I die, I won't have any desire to talk to you. Wang Tang almost choked to death from his complaints. I have never thought that I, Wang Tang, will fall in the hands of this round-faced lady. He snorted angrily and flicked his sleeve as he left. Wang Tang went back to the marksmanship club and turned his unutterable grief and indignation into motivation. He picked up attributes: gun skill 1, gun skill 2, gun skill 5. His gun skill, which was at the big achievement stage, was racing towards the perfected stage. Time flew by when you were busy. At night, Wang Tang went home to have dinner. Then, he drove to the house he rented in the university town to pay a visit to his little egg. Well, it hadn't hatched. He didn't go back to the marksmanship club. Instead, he went to Jixin Marshall House. He stayed there all the way until 11 p.m. Next, Wang Tang went back to the western suburb mental hospital. The western suburb had always been deserted, with few people there. At this time, no trace of humans could be seen. The surroundings were eerily quiet, like a ghost town. Wang Tang felt that this was even more frightening than in the day. In the dark, the mental hospital was like a giant beast lying prone on the ground, waiting for ignorant people to come close. Then it would devour the person in one bite. Should I go back home? Is it too late to turn around now? He was a little scared, but for the sake of his attributes, Wang Tang took a deep breath and sneaked into the mental hospital. He was resolute and told himself that there was no turning back. There were guards at the entrance, so Wang Tang could only climb the walls. The nurse at the front desk had changed. It wasn't the lady with a round face anymore. Instead, it was a male nurse now. He was leaning against his chair and watching a drama on the television. From the noise, it seemed to be some anti-Japanese drama. Wang Tang made a sound outside the door. The male nurse instantly lifted his head. "Who is it?" There was no reply for a long time. The nurse stood up and walked towards the door. Wang Tang could hear his footsteps. The instant he stepped out of the door, he knocked the nurse unconscious with the side of his palm. Then, he dragged the person into a corner and pondered for a moment. He took off the nurse's coat and wore it. At the end, he put on a mask. Wang Tang couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up for his wits when he saw his appearance. He lowered his head to evade the cameras and sat down behind the front desk. Wang Tang opened the computer to check the internal records of the mental hospital. He memorized the room number of a few mental patients that seemed like his target. After taking the bunch of keys from the wall, he walked towards the second floor. The corridor was extremely quiet. Wang Tang tried his best to walk softly, but he would still make some slight noises. When the noise entered his ears, he felt a little chilly. The first target, room 203. Wang Tang followed the room numbers and arrived at the entrance of room 203. He glanced through the window. There was a figure lying on the bed, sleeping. He found the keys corresponding to the room and opened the door. A person was lying on the bed and seemed to be in a deep sleep. Beside him, a few attribute bubbles were floating in the air. I didn't expect there to be attribute bubbles that haven't disappeared. Wang Tang's eyes lit up. This was a pleasant and unexpected surprise. These attribute bubbles were probably dropped recently, so they hadn't vanished yet. He came just in time. He picked them up. Spirit, 1. Spirit, 0. 5. He discovered that they were spirit bubbles, and their points were quite high. Wang Tang was elated. These are all spirit attributes? Could it be that mental patients will drop the spirit attribute? Wang Tang felt a little puzzled. If his guess was correct, what kind of weird setting was this? He shook his head and walked over, shaking the person on the bed. "Hey, get up. It's time for medicine," the person muttered in a daze. "I've already taken them. Why am I eating again?" "Oh, you ate one less medicine just now. When I realized my mistake, I quickly came to give it to you." Wang Tang spouted nonsense. The person took over the 6-flavored Dihuang pills from Wang Tang and put them in his mouth. He swallowed them in a single gulp. Wang Tang had especially bought these 6-flavored Dihuang pills for these poor mental patients to nourish their kidneys. Wang Tang watched him as he swallowed the pills. Then he asked casually, "I heard that your shooting is very accurate." The other party got excited the moment he heard this. "You actually know about my ability. Let me tell you, my aim is really accurate. I can shoot an airplane down from the sky." The moment he talked about shooting airplanes, a morbid excitement could be seen on his face. "Really? Can you show me?" asked Wang Tang. "Of course, watch carefully." As he spoke, he started to take off his pants. He was actually taking off his pants. Wang Tang. Just as something disturbing to the eyes was about to happen, Wang Tang hurriedly raised his hand and chopped the person unconscious. Mental patients were indeed frightening. However, at that moment just now, another attribute bubble had dropped from the patient. Spirit 0.5, maybe he should have let the mental patient continue his demonstration a little longer. Chapter 60, God Says. Wang Tang hurriedly shook off the image in his mind. That image was so beautiful that he didn't dare to think about it. He would rather forsake the spirit attribute than see that kind of image. He would grow a sty in his eye. He closed the door and continued to look for the next godlike marksmanship patient. Whether the person earlier is still lying on the ground or not has nothing to do with me. 07, 208. The next room was 209. However, when he went past room 208, the lights inside were on. Wang Tang suddenly saw a familiar person, the nurse with the big face. Why was she in the ward? Wang Tang was puzzled. Could it be that? She was actually a patient who sneaked out in the day and pretended to be a nurse at the front desk. He had chatted with a mental patient for such a long time. Wang Tang suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. The entire mental hospital seemed to be engulfed in an evil aura. It was slowly and silently enshrouding him. How unlucky of me, he cursed silently. Wang Tang didn't have any desire to investigate this matter further, so he came to room 209 and opened the door. He walked in directly. Pew, pew, pew. A man was firing in the air in the room. Who are you? Did my platoon leader ask you to reinforce me? He asked Wang Tang excitedly the moment he saw him. Wang Tang looked at the ground filled with attribute bubbles and picked them up silently. Spirit 1, Spirit 0.8, Spirit 1.5. They were all spirit attributes without a single gun skill attribute anywhere in sight. It looked like this was a fake god of guns. However, his guess seemed to be right. Mental patients indeed dropped spirit attributes. The person who thought of this setting must be a genius. Wang Tang took a glance at the ceiling. He was speechless. Hey, why aren't you replying to me? Could it be that you're a spy? The man's face was filled with suspicion when he noticed Wang Tang's silence. He pretended to raise a gun and aimed it at Wang Tang. It looked as if he would fire and kill Wang Tang if he answered wrongly. That was right. Kill him, this drama king. Looking at the man's expression and the number of spirit attribute bubbles he had dropped, this person must be incurably sick. There was nothing to reply to a patient who was already hopeless. Wang Tang ended the conversation with a karate chop. Sigh, why is it so hard to find a person? Wang Tang closed the door and sighed. Let's continue. He went to the third floor next. The first to the third floor were filled with all kinds of weird patients. Many of them weren't asleep. Most of the lights in the rooms were lit up. There were different dramas in each room. Wang Tang was caught between laughter and tears, but he also felt a chill in the depths of his heart. So many attribute bubbles. Wang Tang was at a loss of what to do when he saw so many attribute bubbles. Once again, he opened a door casually. He saw a patient squatting on the ground. There were many attribute bubbles scattered around him. Time to eat medicine! Time to eat medicine! Wang Tang shouted. Don't disturb me! A faint voice resounded in the room. The person continued squatting in the corner without moving. Wang Tang walked over. He picked up the attributes. Spirit 0.5, Spirit 1, Spirit 1. 2. Why are you squatting here? Wang Tang was extremely curious. He couldn't help but ask the man. Because I'm a pile of cow dung. The faint voice sounded again. Oh, why are you a pile of cow dung? Why can't you be pig dung or sheep dung? Wang Tang continued. Because fresh flowers would only stick on a pile of cow dung, a saying which means a beauty marrying an ugly husband. That makes sense. Wang Tang picked up the attributes and turned around to leave. He had no common topic with this pile of cow dung. Goodbye. I hope to never see you again. Then, he continued looking at the rooms one by one. He finally understood what people meant when they said that there were all sorts of mental patients. The man in front of him was one such example. Do you know who I am? Who are you? I'm the creator of the world. God says there must be light, so the world has light.
God says there must be air and water. Did God tell you that you should eat your medicine?
This was a man who failed at writing online novels. He wanted to become a god. To improve the reading experience of his readers, he decided to immerse himself in the role to write the book. This was a bad move. Then there was no more story after that. Now, he could be his god in this mental hospital. He wasn't a popular writer earning millions every year. Marrying wealthy young ladies had nothing to do with him anymore. Next, a patient with fetishism. He was hugging a pillow with an anime beauty on it. He kept rubbing against the pillow while licking it. He was even chatting crazily with the beautiful anime character. Japan owes you an anime beauty. Amen, I hope that the sun will protect you. Next, my horizons have truly been broadened. Wang Tang lamented to himself. Finally, he arrived outside the door of the last candidate. If this wasn't the real god of guns, he was definitely fooled by the short-hair man in the morning. Although I discovered a place to collect spirit attributes because of this, I was still fooled. I won't bear with it. He opened the door. There was a man sitting at the side of the bed in the room. He had long black hair, a good imitation of the instant noodle hairstyle. His beard was untrimmed and his gaze was melancholy. His expression seemed heavy-hearted, handsome. This was an extremely handsome and charismatic man. As compared to the other mental patients, this man appeared too normal, so normal that he didn't seem to belong here. However, Wang Teng raised his vigilance to an all-time high. The more normal a mental patient seemed, the more dangerous he was. Right? "Hello," Wang Teng asked cautiously. "Hello." The man raised his head. His voice was hoarse, but for some reason one could hear the warmth and gentleness in his tone. He sized up Wang Teng. "You're not a staff here." "I came to. I know. However, don't tell me. I might go crazy. I can't control myself." He seemed to know what Wang Teng wanted to say. Before Wang Teng could finish speaking, he stopped him. "Don't tell you what?" "Brother, can you give some hints? If not, how am I supposed to guess?" Wang Teng was dumbstruck. In the end, he didn't say anything, but he already knew that this was the man he was looking for. The thing that couldn't be mentioned, if it wasn't guns, it should be the woman he loved. This is a little hard to settle. If I can't even say it, what else can I do? This man is no different from a normal person if his illness doesn't flare up. I can't trick him. Wang Teng could sense that this man wasn't an ordinary person. At least when he was facing him, he felt a sense of danger. If he treated this man like how he had treated the other patients, he would probably die a terrible death. "It looks like you made a futile trip today." The man smiled and asked, "Do you have a cigarette?" Wang Teng was slightly stunned. This change of topic was so sudden that he almost sprained his back. He took out his cigarette pack and passed it to the other party. He then let out a long breath. "Sigh, it's been a little disappointing, but not a futile trip." The man lit up a cigarette and passed the packet back to Wang Teng. Wang Teng was feeling frustrated, so he lit one up too. Two of them started smoking in the ward. "Not bad. You become a martial warrior at such a young age," the man suddenly said. Wang Teng was stunned. "How can you tell?" "Feeling as well as force." "Are you a martial warrior too?" The man smiled and didn't say anything. He remained quiet until he finished smoking his cigarette. "It's a pity that there isn't any alcohol. I haven't drunk alcohol in a long time," said the man finally. "If you want, I can bring some for you in the future." Wang Teng got up and prepared to leave. "Wait." Wang Teng turned around and saw the man throwing something at him. He caught it in a hurry. "What is this?" Chapter 61, Gun Kung Fu, USB. Wang Teng looked at the item in his hand in surprise. At the same time, he had doubts in his heart. "This is a gift for you. What you want is inside," the man with curly hair said. "You're embarrassing me, to be honest. This is the first time we met, yet you're giving me a gift." Although his mouth refused, Wang Teng's hand still stuffed the USB into his pants pocket without any hesitation. "You can take it as payment for the cigarette?" "Ha!" The man with curly hair yawned and lay down. He waved his hand at Wang Teng. "You can leave. I want to sleep. Remember to turn off the light for me." Wang Teng threw a last glance at the other party. Then he put on his mask and turned off the lights. He walked out and left. Once Wang Teng stepped out, the man with curly hair suddenly jumped up from the bed and pasted his face on the door's glass. He looked for a long time. "Do you think he has left?" he muttered to himself. He should have left, he confirmed that. Wang Teng was already gone. Suddenly, he laughed like crazy. He laughed until he bent forward and backward. He then fell to the ground and started rolling around in laughter. Tears and mucus dripped down his face. "This is so interesting. This is so interesting. That fellow actually believed me. Ha 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 ha! I'm dying from laughter." Wang Teng lowered his head and headed down the stairs. Suddenly, a sound was heard behind him. "Hey, you wait for a moment." Wang Teng's heart dropped. Was there staff on duty at this time? When he came up, he didn't see anyone. All kinds of ways to tackle the situation appeared in his mind. If he got caught, he could only footsteps sounded behind him. That person was getting closer. Wang Teng turned around and saw a 30-year-old man walking towards him. He was wearing a long white coat. "Aren't you stationed downstairs? Why did you come up?" He looked at Wang Teng sternly. "Oh, I heard a commotion upstairs and thought that something happened. Hence, I came up to take a look." Wang Teng spouted nonsense without batting an eye. The man's expression softened a little when he heard this explanation. But immediately after that, he asked with curiosity, "Why are you wearing a mask in the middle of the night?" "I have bad breath. If I don't wear a mask, it will affect other people." Before Wang Teng could finish speaking, a loud siren suddenly rang throughout the entire mental hospital. A patient ran out, A shout came from downstairs. The man's expression changed. He pushed Wang Teng away and dashed down. As he ran, he took off the white gown he was wearing and laughed loudly.
Come and catch me. Come and catch me. Wang Teng, this mental hospital is too scary. I should hurry up and go home.
Using the commotion as his cover-up, Wang Teng climbed the wall and left the mental hospital. He drove his car home. It was deep into the night when he reached home. Wang Teng took a bath and went back to his bedroom. He took out the USB and plugged it into his computer. When he opened it, he found a single video in the folder. Do they use video tutorials to learn martial arts secret scriptures in this era now? Wang Teng was slightly shocked. He clicked on the video. Instantly, an ambiguous sound came from his speakers. It was enough to make his ears turn red. It was quite loud, too. Wang Teng instantly became frantic. He grabbed his mouse and clicked on the screen. Normally, he was able to stop a video with one click, but now, he couldn't hit the pause button no matter how hard he tried. In his haste, he forcefully shut down his computer. The room finally turned quiet. Wang Teng didn't even dare to breathe loudly. His parents' room was not far away. He was afraid that they would have heard the noise just now. Breathe. That's good. That's good. I don't think I woke them up. Wang Teng heaved a huge sigh of relief. I was fooled. Now he finally had the time to think about this matter properly. He thought of the man with curly hair. He seemed to have been fooled by the man's appearance. I shouldn't have trusted him. I must have been blinded by greed. How can I trust a mental patient? Wang Teng gave a bitter smile. But the video wasn't that bad. When the scene flashed past his eyes just now, he realized that the female lead was quite pretty. Her figure was good and her skin was fair. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Why don't I take a look again? Just one look. Wang Teng comforted himself and looked for his earphones. Then he turned on his computer again and clicked on the video. Hey! Only the computer screen was lit up in the dark room. The entire room was very quiet, and only sinister peals of laughter occasionally sounded. It was a little eerie. Not bad. Not bad at all. The storyline is attractive, and the female lead is pretty. However, her voice is really loud. She's just having a massage. Why does she need to scream so loudly? It gave me a huge fright. Wang Teng finished the video with a critical look. However, just as he was about to turn off his computer and go to sleep, he realized that the progress bar was only at the halfway mark. Wang Teng shifted the mouse away and allowed the video to continue playing. After a few seconds, the scene shifted. Wang Teng's expression underwent a huge change. In an instant, his sleepiness disappeared, and he stared at the computer screen without blinking his eyes. Half an hour later, the video had finished playing. Wang Teng closed his eyes and pondered for some time. When he reopened his eyes, he gave a dry smile. How tricky. I almost missed the information at the back. I'm so lucky. He felt a little fortunate. Speaking of this, he still had to thank the female lead. The whole reason he watched the video was that the female lead was pretty. If not, he would have thrown the USB away, and the information at the back wouldn't have the chance to be seen by him. He opened his attributes panel. Enlightenment, 93. Spirit, 55. Talent, beginner stage fire talent, 11/300. Beginner stage ice talent, 13/300. Beginner stage earth talent, 12/300. Spiritual sight, beginner stage 1. 4/10. Demon lotus poison body, 15 10,000 threat force. 64 100 fire, 1-star soldier level, martial warrior, 100 earth. 1-star soldier level, martial warrior, 10 earth, 1-star soldier level, martial warrior. Scripture, red flame scripture, foundation 2100. Deep ice scripture, foundation 12100. Earth lowest skill, earth element shield, foundation 15/10. Battle techniques. Basic battle techniques, presence, enlightenment for fist, sword, blade, footwork. Basic stick skill, perfected. Gun kung fu, foundation 1/10. Fire Kirin sword skill, foundation 43, 10th 100. Phantom ice fist, foundation 13, 10th knowledge. Basic subjects full marks, 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers, 80 points. Overall battle power, 221, blank attribute, 0. In the battle techniques column, his gun skill had changed to gun kung fu. However, he was still at the foundation stage. Furthermore, the attribute points needed to level up were now displayed behind the skill. Earlier, gun skill didn't have the attribute points displayed behind it, just like the other basic battle techniques. The system had been looking down on that skill. Thus, based on how the system worked, gun kung fu was undoubtedly more advanced than gun skill. Wang Teng had never heard of gun kung fu in the past, but there was information about it in the second half of the video. The theory of gun kung fu came about due to the integration of martial arts and technology. Ever since rune guns were born, the martial warriors on Earth went through many rounds of tests and innovation before creating this gun kung fu. It was powerful enough to make people tremble in fear. Tremble in fear. This phrase wasn't an exaggeration. It had actually happened before. In theory, gun kung fu was an amazing ability that incorporated body strength, gun skill, and sword skill into one whole. Many martial warriors specialized in rune guns. At the same time, they also practiced gun kung fu. The combination of these two skills was extremely formidable. It could be said to be terrifying. Chapter 62, Untitled. Based on the introduction given by the video, the theory behind gun kung fu was a statistical model built and centered around a single person. That was right. Without any mistake, it was a statistical study. If one wanted to learn gun kung fu, they needed to master their statistics first. All the poor students had to move aside voluntarily. Moving on with the main topic, the trajectory of the bullets and the position of the enemy were both included in the statistical model. Thus, if the gun kung fu was used flexibly, it would be possible to add all the blind spots around the user into the calculation. The user could attack and defend at the same time. It sounded a little complicated. Simply put, martial arts plus gun skills and statistical study to calculate the best firing path. Yep, that was right. Wang Tang placed his hand on his chin and went into deep thought. There was nothing wrong with it. He just felt that Newton might want to rise from his grave. Help someone, please press his grave down tightly. Don't let him get out. This is quite a fantastic skill. However, how am I supposed to increase the attribute for my gun kung fu? Wang Tang was confused. He contemplated for a moment and felt that he could only find some opportunities in the future to try it out. Since he had received the gun kung fu, naturally he should use it. Gun kung fu, as the name implied, could only be executed with a gun. Wang Tang did have a rune gun, but he had emptied it on the martial warrior on Mount Baoan in the past. I should go and buy some bullets. But from where?
Master Lu?
Wang Tang suddenly remembered this guy. He took out his phone and wanted to contact the other party right away. However, he realized that it was already very late at night, so he gave up. It was indeed very late. Wang Tang yawned uncontrollably. He shook his head, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. Before shutting his eyes, he glanced at his attributes panel. His spirit had reached 55 points. It was an exponential increase. Western Suburb Mental Hospital was a good place. If the patients inside were any friendlier, he wanted to stay there permanently. The next day. It was Monday, so Wang Tang got up very early. He had hit the bed too late yesterday. When he sat at the table for breakfast, he had dark eye circles around his eyes and kept yawning. Li Xiamei and Wang Shengguo exchanged glances with one another and communicated using their eyes. You do it? Why don't you say it? Are you going to say it or not? If you don't, I'll clean the toilet bowl with your toothbrush. Fine, 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 I'll say it. The eye contact ended with Wang Shengguo as the loser. He put down the spoon in his hand and coughed. Son, yes. Wang Tang raised his head and looked at him curiously. Son, come, eat these 2 eggs. They're good for your body. Li Xiamei passed 2 eggs to him with a caring look. Wang Tang didn't know how he took the eggs over. As he stared at the 2 eggs in his hand, understanding suddenly dawned on him. He was unable to explain this matter any more. That stupid man with curly hair. You ruined my reputation in a single night. When I see you again, I'll bring him some alcohol. I will pee in the alcohol and pour some laxatives inside. Yes, this is what I will do. Wang Tang left the house as though he was running away from something. He was unable to withstand the gazes of his parents anymore. Wherever he went, he could feel the 2 pairs of eyes behind his back looking at him with concern. Donghai, no one high school. The tense atmosphere in school had reached a peak. In only 1 week, the university entrance exam would be here. All the students were frantically revising and doing papers. Because of the Reformation this year, most of the students taking part in the martial arts exam had burned their boats and were fighting with their backs to the river. Good morning, class monitor. Wang Tang sat down on his seat and greeted Lin Chuan. The other party had arrived very early, just like always. Good morning, Lin Chuan raised her head and replied softly. I won't disturb you. Study well. Ever since Wang Tang learned of Lin Chuan's family background, he had started to respect her even more. A little girl like her had endured so much suffering, but she was still able to do the things normal people weren't able to. She deserved to be respected. Although Lin Chuan was surprised, she didn't say anything. She turned her head back and continued revising. Time was really tight. Whenever she was free, she would spare no effort in revising the 5 years of martial arts exam. 3 years of mock papers. At the same time, she needed to practice, too. If not, she wouldn't be able to pass the actual combat assessment. The 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers, was a fixed subject that would be included in the martial arts exam. However, the actual combat assessment was still the most important segment. Since they were practicing martial arts, their skill was naturally the most important. Honestly, Lin Chuhan's battle prowess wasn't strong. It was even a little weak. As compared to other intermediate-stage martial disciples, she was probably below average. When he pushed Lin Chuhan against the wall in the past, Wang Tang was an advanced stage martial disciple. At that time, he had noticed that her strength was weak, but he didn't place much emphasis on it. He thought that this was the standard of a normal person. Now thinking back, one of the reasons he felt this way was because he was too strong. In comparison, Lin Chuhan seemed fragile. Other reason was that he had just started practicing martial arts, so he didn't know the difference between a normal person and a martial disciple. Hence, he only learned that Lin Chuhan was an intermediate stage martial disciple much later. I wonder if she can pass the martial arts exam successfully? Wang Tang glanced at Lin Chuhan worriedly. If she didn't, it would be a huge blow to her. After all, she wasn't taking part in the martial arts exam for herself. It was for her father and younger sister. However, Wang Tang knew that he should keep quiet at a time like this, rather than hurting her confidence. Shouldn't he give her support? There just might be a miracle, right? Wang Tang threw this matter to the side and took out his phone. He sent a message to Master Lu. Wang Tang. Are you there? Master Lu, yes, dear. I'm here, instant reply. Wang Tang. Do you sell bullets in your shop? Master Lu, yes, we do. What kind of caliber, material, and stats do you need for your bullet? Wang Tang was stunned for 2 seconds. Why were there so many different options when buying bullets? Thus, he went online and searched for a picture of a gun that looked similar to his. He sent it over. Wang Tang, I need bullets for this gun. Master Lu, dear, you can use 6.5mm bullets for this gun. What kind of material and attributes do you need? Wang Tang, what kind of material and attributes are there? Other party immediately sent 2 pictures over. They were a table for the materials and the attributes of the gun, respectively. There were all kinds of materials. Wang Tang had never even heard of many of them, such as Ola alloy, sapphire alloy, and many others. The ppm, density, and other attributes were listed down beside the names of the materials. They looked really amazing. As for the price, some cost a few thousand, while others were tagged at tens of thousands. There were some that cost in 6 figures. The other attribute list included the familiar attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The effects of runes were included such that the attacking power of the bullets was stronger and more powerful, but most importantly, it was very expensive. It was extremely expensive. This evil merchant. Chapter 63. The University Entrance Exam is coming, evil merchant. Wang Tang cursed in his heart, but he still bought some rune bullets from the shop. But he didn't buy alloy bullets from overseas brands. Instead, he got the bullets from Zhang Alloy, which was created by their own country. We should support local products. Zhang Alloy was ranked 7th in Master Lu's shop. It wasn't cheap either. Wang Tang chose ice and fire element rune bullets. They were more powerful than regular alloy bullets. In total, he had spent 300,000 on these 2 kinds of bullets. Along with his recent expenses, his fortune was already starting to thin out. He paid the price and initiated the order. Then, he waited for the round-faced fat chicken to deliver his goods to his house. Wang Tang put down his phone and listened to a few lessons. He also picked up 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers attributes. Time flew at night. Wang Tang went back home for dinner. The family sat down and chatted occasionally. Unknowingly, they started to talk about the university entrance exam. The Ministry of Education had a reform this year and is allowing intermediate stage martial disciples to take part in the martial arts exam. What a pity. You started practicing a little too late. Wang Shengguo found it unfortunate. Wang Tang had only practiced for less than a month. Wang Shengguo never thought his son would become an intermediate stage martial disciple in this short period. Hence, he didn't have any hope for the university entrance exam this year. Wang Tang opened his mouth, but he heard his father saying, "However, you don't have to worry. I can help ask your school to allow you to repeat your year. We will still have a chance next year." "That's right, son. Your father and I are mentally prepared. You can take the exam again next year. Don't be stressed," Li Xiumei agreed with her husband and said. Wang Tang opened his mouth again to speak. In the end, though, he just sighed secretly. "Forget it. I will give them a surprise later." He didn't tell his parents about his ability. After all, it was really hard to explain. It was better to show them results and make them happy. After he finished eating, Wang Teng went out to Jixin Martial House. When he came back at night, the round-faced fat chicken had arrived punctually. Wang Teng received the rune alloy bullets and placed them in his weapon carrier casket along with his rune gun. All that was left was to increase the points of his gun kung fu. During the past few days, Wang Teng had asked someone to investigate Zhao Ganghu's small team. The result wasn't very encouraging. The gang was made up of all sorts of people. Most of them had no potential and didn't have a stable life. They bullied the weak and respected the strong. They would collect protection fees from small companies. It wasn't something worthy of mentioning. As for Zhao Ganghu, he was already more than 30 years old. He was an advanced stage martial disciple, but his talent was limited. Wang Teng was already a martial warrior. His leveling up speed in the future wouldn't be slow. He would only get stronger and stronger. Zhao Ganghu would be thrown far behind and wouldn't be able to catch up with him at all. Thus, in the end, Wang Teng gave up the thought of accepting Zhao Ganghu and his gang. Zhao Ganghu was stunned for a long time when he received his rejection. He didn't expect Wang Teng to reject the request of an advanced stage martial disciple to be under him. Was it disdain? He's looking down on me so much. He clenched his fists with an ugly expression. At the side, Zhao Gangbao was secretly elated. That evil person didn't accept them. As long as he stayed far away from Wang Teng in the future, there was nothing to be afraid of. He was still the second in command. Besides his elder brother, all the other subordinates had to listen to him. Brother, if I have to say, that fellow is blind. He's not able to see your ability. Why do we have to follow him? Zhao Gangbao used the opportunity to fan the flames. Don't start acting smart. Zhao Ganghu glared at him. Then he looked at a subordinate behind him and asked, How much money do we have left? Less than 8 million, the subordinate replied. Go and borrow some more. Make it 10 million. I will give it to him personally, Zhao Ganghu said. What, 10 million? Brother, are you crazy? He's not going to bother about us anymore. Why are we still giving him 10 million? Zhao Gangbao jumped up and looked at Zhao Ganghu in disbelief. He wanted to see if his brother had turned crazy from fright. You don't have to give anything. I'm not the one who caused trouble. If you meet him again in the future, you can do whatever you want. Zhao Ganghu sneered and mocked his brother. The moment he thought of Wang Teng, Zhao Gangbao lost his courage. He hesitated and said, Why don't we give him 6 million? That's 1 million more than the previous time. He should be satisfied. That way we won't have to borrow money from others. Do whatever you want. You can solve your own problems. I don't want to care about it anymore. Zhao Ganghu sighed in his heart. He was filled with disappointment. He shook his head and left the room directly, ignoring his brother. He went to train. He trained even harder than before, as if his life depended on it. I will make you regret your decision today. Zhao Ganghu promised himself that one day he must let Wang Teng know that he wasn't a good-for-nothing. Young Master Wang, there are 10 million here. I had to ask many people for help before I managed to borrow all this money. I hope that you can show some mercy and forgive me for what I've done. At Donghai, no. One high school entrance, Zhao Gangbao held a bank card in his hand and passed it to Wang Teng respectfully while bending his back and lowering his head. The stubbornness and reluctance he used to have couldn't be seen now. Hey, it feels good. Interesting. Wang Teng didn't expect Zhao Gangbao to know how to behave properly in a situation like this. However, he also knew that this was probably his older brother, Zhao Ganghu's idea. Based on Zhao Gangbao's personality, he might not be so decisive. At first, Wang Teng didn't plan to take this money. After all, he had already rejected them. There was no point in taking their money, but now that the other party had come to deliver it personally, there was no point in refusing them. Also, his expenses had been really high recently. He didn't have much savings left. Since they came to deliver the money, it would be a waste if he didn't take it. This matter will end here. Don't let me see you causing trouble again, Wang Teng said indifferently as he took the bank card and placed it in his pocket. I won't dare do it again. I won't dare. Zhao Gangbao gave a forced smile and said, after Wang Teng left, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and heaved a long sigh of relief. Martial warriors are really scary. I wonder if it's a psychological effect, but his presence is enough to suffocate me. Forget it. I will take it as I'm buying peace and safety. Zhao Gangbao heaved a breath again as he comforted himself. After solving the Zhao brothers' matter, Wang Teng's life was very peaceful for the next few days. He had almost collected all the attributes for 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. Thus, he didn't want to go to school and waste his time. He had a lot on his plate every day. Besides cultivating force, he needed to go to Jixin Martial House to pick up attributes. In the middle of the night, he would visit the mental hospital since spirit attributes were hard to come by. It took him so much effort to find a place that could give him spirit attributes. He wouldn't want to miss it. Besides all these, he would take some time to go to Lin Chuhan's house to visit the poisoned baby, Lin Chuxia. Along the way, he would collect the Demon Lotus poison body and poison force attributes she had dropped. Not only was he able to alleviate Lin Chuxia's suffering, but he was also able to increase his own Demon Lotus poison body and poison force points. It was a win-win situation. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to visit Lin Chuhan's house too often. He was afraid that Mother Lin would misunderstand his intentions. What a pity, with so many things to do. Wang Tang's life was incredibly fulfilling. Attributes panel. Enlightenment, 97. Spirit, 91. Talent. Beginner stage fire talent, 11 300. Beginner stage ice talent, 13 300. Beginner stage earth talent, 12 300. Spiritual sight, beginner stage 1. 4/10. Demon Lotus poison body, 31 10,000 force. 68 100 fire, 1-star soldier level martial warrior, 5 100 earth, 1-star soldier level martial warrior, 5 100 earth, 1-star soldier level martial warrior, 6 100 poison, 1-star soldier level martial warrior. Scripture red flame scripture foundation 32 100 deep ice scripture foundation 23 100 earth lowest skill earth element shield foundation 26 100 battle techniques basic battle techniques presence enlightenment for fist sword blade footwork stick gun kung fu foundation 1 8/10 fire Kirin sword skill foundation 56 100 phantom ice fist foundation 28 100 knowledge basic subjects full marks 5 years of martial arts exam 3 years of mock papers full marks overall battle power 231 blank attribute 0 Huang Tang studied his attributes panel. Many of his attributes had increased. Especially the spirit attribute, it flew to 91 points. Wang Tang felt as if there was a strange force breeding in his brain. Could it be that once the spirit attribute reached a certain point, there would be a qualitative change? Wang Tang guessed in his heart. He suddenly had a premonition. However, he could only wait for the qualitative change to arrive to know what would happen at that time. He continued looking down. Under Wang Tang's hard work, all his force and the proficiency of his scriptures and battle techniques had risen, his ability had increased. One thing to note was that his basic stick skill had reached the presence enlightenment stage. Thus, there was no way to increase any of his basic battle techniques anymore. He didn't need to waste time collecting the attributes now. Wang Tang also went to the Owl Marksmanship Club and tried picking up gun skill attributes to see if it helped his gun kung fu attribute. In the end, Gun Kung Fu Foundation 1, 8/10. It was not difficult to tell how much effect gun skill attributes had on Gun Kung Fu. After all, it was a part of Gun Kung Fu. However, the effect was minimal. Wang Tang had picked up 2 digits worth of gun skill points, but his Gun Kung Fu only increased by 0.8. If he wanted to increase his Gun Kung Fu points, it would be a long and tedious journey. Friday, after school ended, their head teacher, Fan Weiming, distributed the examination identity card. First, he distributed the normal university entrance exam identity cards. Then, he gave out the martial arts exam ones. The other students watched their classmates participating in the martial arts exam go forward to get their identity cards. They had jealous expressions on their faces. Our class monitor is participating in the martial arts exam, too. When it was Lin Chuhan's turn, everyone was shocked. Lin Chuhan was a well-known top student. Her results beat all the other students by a huge gap. She was the top student in Donghai No. 1 high school. But she was actually going to enter the martial arts exam. Everyone found this hard to believe and even a bit unacceptable. The last person to receive his identity card was Wang Tang, who came late. Wang Tang is participating in the martial arts exam? The students who were packing their bags and preparing to go home got a shock again. Has he learned martial arts before? I've never heard of it. Has he been hiding his ability? Maybe he comes from a wealthy family, so he will have an easier time practicing martial arts compared to a normal person, someone said enviously. Ha ha. Look at how jealous you are, someone said with contempt. After Fan Weiming finished distributing all the examination identity cards, he said to everyone, take a good rest tomorrow, have a routine lifestyle, don't sleep too early or too late. Revise appropriately and adjust your mentality. Arrive at your exam locations earlier on the 5th of July. The exam will start at 8 a.m. sharp. Take things easy and don't be late. Remember to bring all your items, especially your examination identity card. Every year someone forgets to bring theirs. Don't say that I didn't remind you. If this happens to you, you won't even be able to cry. He kept reminding his students earnestly and patiently. The students laughed and said that he was naggy. However, they didn't reveal any hint of impatience. Fan Weiming was a responsible and accountable head teacher. Thus, the students treated him with respect. "Take your exams properly and don't waste these 3 years of your life," Fan Weiming said emotionally as he looked at the young and vibrant faces below. Chapter 64, Shock, 3 years of hard work for a single chance. Fan Weiming's words had touched the hearts of many students. Their resolve was even more cemented as they went home with a firm mentality. The university entrance exam was on the 5th of July. After the students left, the entire school was cordoned off. There were many things different about this world as compared to the previous world. For instance, in the previous world, there would be 3 days of holiday before the university entrance exam. In this world, there was only one off day. But there was a huge amount of human resources sent out to set up the exam venues. One day was good enough. Donghai No 1 High School was a top school, so naturally it was one of the exam venues. The other schools, as well as some famous martial arts academies, were all closed today to prepare for the test. That was right. The martial arts academies were examination venues too, but they were just used for the martial arts exam. All sorts of devices in the martial arts academies would be used to inspect the physique of the students taking part in the martial arts exam. Wang Teng took his examination identity card and bade farewell to Lin Chuhan. Then they went back to their homes. The next day, Saturday, Wang Teng didn't go anywhere. He rested at home. He had increased all the attributes he needed to increase. One day wouldn't make a difference to him. The university entrance exam was just a process. His success was virtually granted, so there was nothing to worry about. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei weren't like the other parents who were like ants on a hot pan, anxious and worried. Other parents wished that they could take the university entrance exam for their child, but the two of them were extremely calm. They continued doing what they were supposed to do. At night, Wang Shengguo drank some tea and watched the news while Li Xiumei practiced yoga at the side. They were really carefree. Wang Teng came down to get a cup of water. When he saw his parents, he immediately felt speechless. Honestly, can you show some respect to the university entrance exam? What will people think of the university entrance exam if they see you being so carefree? Wang Teng complained in his heart. However, he also knew that they could be so calm because they didn't have any hope. After the results came out, he wondered what their expressions would be like. It must be quite interesting. "Son, have you prepared all the things you need for your exam tomorrow? Even if you're just going there for a show, you need to be serious. Don't get a 0. I'll be too embarrassed to tell other people about it if they ask me your results." Li Xiumei stopped for a moment and said. Wang Shengguo took a sip of his tea and closed his eyes to savor it. He then said calmly, "Your mom is right. If you score a 0, I'd rather you don't go for the exam at all." "I can't afford to embarrass myself like this." Wang Teng was speechless. "Why can't you have more confidence in me? We want to have more confidence in you too, but you never gave us an opportunity, son." Wang Shengguo replied, "Wait and see how many 0s I score for you." Wang Teng sniggered. "Little brat," Wang Shengguo rolled his eyes at him. At that moment his phone rang and interrupted their conversation. He took his phone and said to Li Xiumei, "It's elder brother's call." "Hello, brother." Wang Shengguo took the call and started chatting with Wang Teng's uncle, Wang Shengong. Before their conversation ended, Li Xiumei's phone rang too. She picked it up and said, "Hello, Daddy." A few minutes later, both of them hung up their calls. "Son, they were inquiring about your university entrance exam. Are you stressed?" Wang Shengguo teased his son. "Why will I be stressed? I'm going there to get a 0, right? If 1 is not enough, I'll score 2. Ones who will be embarrassed are the two of you anyway," Wang Teng said nonchalantly. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei's faces turned black. What was this little brat saying? Just as the three of them started talking, their phones rang again. Wang Teng's uncles, aunties, cousins, all of them were expressing their concern for his university entrance exam. Towards the end, Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei's gazes became more and more dangerous as they looked at Wang Teng. "Son, if you didn't score a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 in this university entrance exam, you can expect a storm from your highness here in the house," Li Xiumei threatened him, "as well as your emperor's violent rage. Are you prepared?" Wang Shengguo glared at Wang Teng. Wang Teng instantly felt a chill rising up to his head. "Emperor, Empress, I can't do it." If you can't do it, you're dead." The phone rang again. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei remained silent for a few seconds. Then they said simultaneously, "You can answer it. You can answer it." The corners of Wang Teng's lips twitched. He felt that his parents were almost going crazy because of the tormenting calls. "Let's solve a math question now. What's the size of the psychological trauma Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei are experiencing at the moment? If you're right, there's a reward." Li Xiumei glanced at the caller ID on the phone. She urged her husband, "Hurry up, it's father. Hello, Dad." Wang Shengguo hurriedly picked up the call. "Why did you answer the call so late?" A loud voice of an old man came from the other end of the call. He sounded a little stern. "Oh, I was in the washroom." Wang Shengguo had the ability to bullshit in front of his father without any hesitation. "All right, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Is my grandson beside you? Ask him to receive the call," Grandpa Wang said impatiently. "Here, your grandfather." Wang Shengguo passed his phone to Wang Teng obediently. He seemed a little jealous. Wang Teng placed the phone beside his ear and greeted, "Grandpa, my dear grandson." Grandpa Wang's voice came over immediately. It was still the same person, but he sounded really amiable now. Wang Shengguo's expression turned even more bitter when he heard the kind tone. Li Shumei snickered at the side. Wang Teng and Grandpa Wang chatted casually for some time. He mostly asked Wang Teng about his university entrance exam. At the end, Grandpa Wang said, "Take the exam properly. After your exam, I will host a celebration banquet." Wang Teng had always been obedient in front of Grandpa Wang. That was why Grandpa Wang always considered him an obedient and good child. He never suspected that Wang Teng was hopeless in his studies. Wang Teng still remembered that Grandpa Wang had hosted quite a big banquet for him in his past life. In the end, he wasn't able to hide his results from the prying people, so the banquet turned into a joke in the elite circle. Grandpa Wang almost died from anger. When he thought about this, Wang Teng felt guilty and regretful. Fortunately, in this lifetime, he was a bug in this world. The university entrance exam? Wang Teng silently decided that he must give everyone a surprise this time. He would prove himself to those people who had looked down on him in the past. He would show them what surpassing them meant. No one called them again after Grandpa Wang hung up. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiamei heaved sighs of relief. At first, they were very calm. Now, though, they had distressed expressions on their faces and felt bitter in their hearts. "What should we do?" asked Li Xiamei. "Why don't we break our son's leg so that he doesn't have to take the university entrance exam tomorrow? That way he won't have any results." Wang Shengguo thought up a nasty idea. Li Xiamei's eyes lit up. "Why don't we give it a try? They say that people who practice martial arts heal faster, so he should be able to recover in a few days. Breaking a leg shouldn't affect him. Are you devils? I am your biological son." Wang Teng trembled in fear at the side. Tomorrow, the headlines would be, "Shocking news! A student's parents broke his leg to prevent him from taking the university entrance exam because he was too poor in his studies." Is this the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? Chapter 65, Heading to the Martial Arts Exam. Who knew what kind of fear Wang Teng went through the night before the university entrance exam? There was a lesson for everyone in this incident. Don't anger your parents. When they get angry, they're not human. The next day, Wang Teng woke up very early. He wanted to sneak out of the house before his parents awoke to prevent them from breaking his leg. Unfortunately, he could never be earlier than his mom. Li Xiamei was wearing an apron as she came out of the kitchen with breakfast in her hands. She was shocked when she saw Wang Teng. "Son, why are there eye bags under your eyes? You didn't have a good rest yesterday?" Wang Teng expressed his unwillingness to respond. "Did you really think your father and I would break your leg?" Li Xiamei asked in astonishment. How can your father and I be so cruel?" Li Xiamei shamelessly ignored the words she had said last night. "Hurry up and eat your breakfast, little brat," Li Xiamei said helplessly. After finishing breakfast, Wang Shengguo planned to send Wang Teng to the examination venue personally. He didn't have any hope, but Mr. Wang still viewed the examination with high importance. "Son, did you bring your identification card and your exam identity card?" Before they left, Li Xiamei asked again worriedly.
Yes.
Wang Teng replied. "Let me check for you." Li Xiamei inspected Wang Teng's identification cards personally before she felt at ease. She then sent the father and son off. Donghai. No, one high school. Wang Teng's standard exam was held at Donghai No, one high school. At this moment, there were many small cars parked outside the high school gates. Beyond the blockade line set up by the school, students were gathered in small groups, and discussions could be heard everywhere. The scene seemed exceptionally noisy. A few buses were parked on the other side. Many students gathered below the buses, too. They were whispering to one another and seemed more reserved as compared to the others. These students had come from the nearby regions to take part in the university entrance exam. Wang Teng got down from his car and scanned his surroundings. He wanted to see if there was anyone familiar. A voice came from behind him. "Young Master Wang, over here." Wang Teng turned his head and saw Yang Jian waving at him while shouting. Lin Chuhan and a few other students from his class were also beside him. "Dad, my classmates are calling me. I'll go over first." Wang Tang said to Wang Shengguo. Go ahead, I'll come and fetch you after your exam. Wang Shengguo nodded. There's no need for that. I can go home by myself in the afternoon. You can focus on your work, replied Wang Tang. It's all right, one day won't hurt. It's decided then. I'll come and fetch you later. Wang Shengguo drove his car away after he finished speaking. Wang Tang went over and joined Lin Chuhan and his classmates. How's your preparation? Wang Tang asked Lin Chuhan and Yang Jian casually. Not bad. The normal exam shouldn't be a problem for me, Yang Jian said. We're taking the language, math, and English test today. There's nothing much to worry about. The real headache is the martial arts exam later on, said Lin Chuhan. Martial arts paper examinations and the actual combat assessment. All the students would take the language, math, and English papers first. Then the ordinary students would continue with their science papers, while those participating in the martial arts exam would start their martial arts papers. This was the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers that they normally studied. Wang Tang nodded. He noticed that Lin Chuhan was alone, so he asked in surprise, Didn't Auntie send you to school? I didn't want her to come, said Lin Chuhan. Wang Tang didn't say anything in reply. Lin Chuhan's family condition was quite special. Her mother was taking care of the entire family, so she was busy as a bee. It was normal that she didn't come. Will your language, math, and English papers be all right? Lin Chuhan changed the topic and asked. Wang Tang had never taken a single lesson properly in the past, and his test results were always a single digit. With his score, how was he supposed to pass the exam? But Lin Chuhan had her doubts when she saw Wang Tang's confidence. He looked as though getting results wasn't a difficult thing for him. Don't worry. As expected, Wang Tang acted the same way. All right, as long as you're confident, said Lin Chuhan. Little Jian, are they your classmates? A middle-aged man beside Yang Jian jumped into the conversation. Yes, Dad, they sit behind me. They are participating in the martial arts exam, too. Yang Jian nodded and replied. Class monitor, young Master Wang, this is my father. Yang Jian introduced his father to Wang Tang and Lin Chuhan. Uncle Yang, nice to meet you. Wang Tang and Lin Chuhan quickly greeted the man. Yang Jian's father smiled and said, Nice to meet you too. All of you are taking the martial arts exam, so you might end up going to the same university. You can interact with each other more in the future. All right, Dad, we're going into the exam venue soon. You can go back now, said Yang Jian. Okay, I will come and pick you up in the afternoon. Have a good exam. Yang Jian's father bade farewell to Wang Tang and Lin Chuhan and drove his car away. The 3 students stood there and chatted with one another. Other students slowly arrived at the venue. More and more people were standing outside the school gates. Oh no, I forgot to bring my examination identity card. Suddenly, a wail was heard among the crowd. All the students and their parents shifted their gaze over. It was a slightly plump female student. She was so agitated that she was like an ant on a hot pan. Tears fell down her eyes and she kept rummaging in her school bag. All the things inside were in a mess. However, the more she panicked, the more anxious she got. Her parents started feeling uneasy too. At the same time, they kept complaining and scolding her. Before we left, I reminded you over and over again to check your items to ensure that you've prepared everything. Why didn't you listen to me? What should we do now? The student's mother was a middle-aged lady. At this time, she didn't know what to do either. All the students present looked at the female student with pity. The exam was about to start. She wouldn't be able to make it if she went back to take her identity card now. At the same time, they also started inspecting their possessions. They were afraid that they might have forgotten to bring something and would become a part of this tragedy. Wang Tang couldn't help but inspect his belongings, too. The atmosphere would affect a person. Atmosphere at the scene was nervous and fearful, so even though Wang Tang appeared calm and composed, he was also afraid. Fortunately, this kind of thing rarely happened. He wasn't that unlucky. Speaking of being unlucky, a person not far away from him suddenly sneezed. Damn it, I accidentally caught a cold yesterday night and got sick today. This was quite tragic, too. This student got sick during the university entrance exam. It might affect his performance. If he accidentally scored a few points less, he might not be able to enter his desired university. Similar things always happen during the university entrance exam. It wasn't anything special. All these scenes were the different sides of the university entrance exam. The time was almost here. The blockade line was removed, and the students immediately flooded into the exam venue. Wang Tang split up with Lin Chuhan and Yang Jian. They went to their individual exam venue. He was very familiar with Donghai No. 1 High School. Wang Tang quickly navigated his way around and found the classroom where his exam would be held. He handed over his cell phone and other electronics. Then he verified his identification card and exam identity card. After that, Wang Tang could finally enter the room. He found his seat and sat down, patiently waiting for the exam to start. After some time, a voice appeared on the school's broadcasting system. It explained the rules of the exam venue as well as the things to take note of. The students listened to the announcement carefully, afraid of missing a single point. A difference of 1 point might be enough to rise above an entire classroom of students during the university entrance exam. No mistakes were allowed. When the broadcast ended, the university entrance exam officially started. First up was the language exam. The teacher distributed the papers one by one. Wang Tang smiled when he saw the questions on the paper. The language paper lasted for 2.5 hours. Wang Tang only used 1.5 hours to finish it. For the remaining 1 hour he did nothing. However, he didn't choose to leave the exam venue. Instead, he waited for the bell to ring before leaving the room with the other students. A crowd of agitated parents was anxiously waiting outside the gates of the high school. The second the students came out and saw their parents before they could say anything, all the parents asked them directly in the face, "How was your exam?" Some were happy, while others were sad. After all, this was the university entrance exam. It was the scene of, "If you are unhappy, I'm naturally happy." Wang Shengguo was much calmer as compared to them. He didn't even ask Wang Tang. He just drove him home. When they returned, Li Shumei acted in a similar manner. She was so composed that it felt as if she didn't have a child taking part in a university entrance exam. Wang Tang felt helpless. Weren't they thinking of breaking his leg yesterday? Why were they acting like nothing had happened now? What could he do when he had such strange parents? The math exam was in the afternoon, and he would be taking his English exam the following day. Wang Tang aced everything without any hiccups. Next, it was the martial arts exam. Wang Tang didn't need to take part in the exam in the afternoon on the second day, hence he went back home early. The martial arts exam was on the third day at another venue. Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei were shocked. "You applied for the martial arts exam?" Wang Tang hadn't told them about this. Thus, when they heard that Wang Tang was going to participate in the martial arts exam, they were caught off guard. "That's right. If not, why am I practicing martial arts?" Wang Tang said righteously. "But you've just started learning martial arts and haven't reached the requirements for an intermediate stage martial disciple. Won't it be a waste of time if you take the exam now? Also, I've heard that the actual combat assessment of the martial arts exam is very dangerous. You will be asking for a beating if you go tomorrow." Wang Shengguo said with a stern expression. "Son, you mustn't fool around with your life." Li Shumei got nervous when she heard this. "Don't worry, if I can't even pass the intermediate stage martial disciple examination tomorrow, I won't have to take part in the actual combat assessment." Wang Tang waved his hand. "Oh, that's right." Wang Shengguo regained his senses. He asked curiously, "In that case, why did you apply for the exam when you have no hope?" "I want to experience it," Wang Tang spouted nonsense, just like his father. "Okay, experiencing it beforehand is good. You will know what to do next year." Wang Shengguo nodded and replied, "July the third day of the university entrance exam. In the morning, Wang Tang arrived at Donghai No. 1 High School. The school gates were filled with people as usual. This was the first round of the martial disciple exam, the martial disciple level inspection. This phase wouldn't be held at the high school. Instead, the various famous martial arts academies would hold the event. At this moment, not far away from the high school entrance, a few buses were parked there. Lin Chuhan and the other students taking part in the martial arts exam were already gathered together. The other ordinary students would occasionally look in that direction and whisper among themselves. There were looks of envy in their eyes. They're the high school students who are taking part in the martial arts exam. There's a reform this year, so intermediate stage martial disciples had the chance to apply for the exam too. There are obviously more people compared to last year. Unfortunately, we still don't have the chance. Sigh. Martial warriors had already become an icon of the upper-class society. Society and times were changing. In the current era, many high-ranking positions could only be held by martial warriors. They were indispensable and important people in society. Normal people didn't understand the reason behind this, but it didn't stop them from wanting to climb to the top. Upon becoming a martial warrior, it meant that they had extricated themselves from the average working class who wanted to live in the lower class forever. Wang Tang got out of his car and bid farewell to Wang Shengguo. He was holding his luggage in one hand and carrying a black rectangular item that looked like the case of a cello on his back. He walked towards the buses. If a student passed the martial disciple level inspection, he would head to the military district afterward to continue the rest of the examination. Thus, all the students must bring along a change of clothes and their daily necessities. Wang Shengguo found it a little funny when he saw Wang Tang, who was just going for the experience, bringing along his luggage and looking as though he was all serious about the exam. but he didn't say anything. He allowed his son to do whatever he wanted. However, he was a little curious about the long black box that looked like a cello case. What did he put inside? But since Wang Tang didn't want to tell him, he couldn't do anything either. He looked at Wang Tang's back view as he walked towards the buses. Suddenly, Wang Shengguo realized that his son had become different from the person in the past. His back was straight and firm. He looked like a treasured blade waiting to be pulled out of its sheath. He even had the illusion that his son would cause a tempestuous storm during his trip. Wang Shengguo chuckled and shook his head on the other side. Wang Tang joined Lin Chuhan and his friends. They stood under the bus and chatted casually. "Young Master Wang, what's that behind your back?" Yang Jin sized up the weapon carrier casket on his back curiously. Lin Chuhan looked over too. She scanned the weapon carrier casket with her gaze, but unfortunately Wang Tang had covered it with a bag. They couldn't see what was inside. They were itching with curiosity. "Secret weapon." Wang Tang smiled and replied, "Tisk, don't tell us if you don't want to," Yang Jian complained. Chapter 66. A Wolf Among a Pack of Huskies. When the time was up, the blockade line was removed. The students taking part in the normal university entrance exam entered the high school for their exam. Before they left, they glanced longingly at the students going for the martial arts exam. Their expressions were complex. The university entrance exam was a turning point in life. Right at this moment, it felt as though they had reached a crossroads in life. Some people headed to an ordinary path. They might become outstanding in their respective fields, but if they didn't become a martial warrior, they would just be ordinary people. On the other hand, some people were about to embark on an extraordinary path. Great strength, long lifespan, all these weren't dreams anymore. Even though the martial arts path wasn't easy, even though many people collapsed halfway through and died earlier than an ordinary person, even though the peak was hard to climb, and most martial warriors remained at the bottom of the mountain, there were still waves and waves of people advancing in this direction after the ordinary students entered their exam venues. The plaza finally wasn't so squeezy. However, vehicles from other schools arrived continuously and gathered in front of Donghai No. 1 High School. There weren't many martial arts examinees. Still, gathering all the examinees from the various schools in this region, there were around 800 of them. The number was high since the requirements for the martial arts exam were lowered this year. Intermediate stage martial disciples could take part now, so it was understandable that the numbers were higher compared to last year. Leaders of the school and the head teachers of the Year 3 classes were all present too. The head teachers were taking attendance for the martial arts examinees. The school leaders, on the other hand, were conversing with the leaders of the other schools, as well as a few officials from the Ministry of Education. Fan Weiming finished taking attendance for Class 8. Everyone was present. He noticed that there was still time, so he spoke to his students. "Since all of you have decided to apply for the martial arts exam, do your best. Don't leave any regrets. I hope that you can win glory for the school and gain honor for our class 8-1 last time. But no matter what, please remember that the safety of your life is still the number one thing." The students were touched by Fan Weiming's words. Many of them couldn't control themselves and opened their mouths. "Teacher, don't worry. Although there are no advanced stage martial disciples in our class, we have many classmates taking part in the exam. We will try our best to become the class that has the most number of passes for the martial arts exam." That's right. That's right. We will win by numbers and beat those classes that have advanced stage martial disciples. What the students didn't know was that they didn't have an advanced stage martial disciple, but a martial warrior in their class. At this moment, Wang Tang's expression suddenly turned strange. He looked at his classmates talking in front of him and felt that they seemed like a bunch of huskies barking. On the other hand, he was hiding among them like a wolf, pretending to know nothing. He felt that he was a little despicable. "What's wrong?" Lin Chuhan noticed his weird expression and asked with a puzzled tone. Nothing." Wang Tang shook his head hurriedly. Lin Chuhan gave him a weirder and even more puzzled gaze as her reply. Fan Weiming felt comforted when he saw his students in high spirits and full of vigor. He couldn't help but open the water bottle he had brought along with him and took a gulp of goji berry tea. "This feels good." The other head teachers had also finished taking the attendance of their classes. At that moment, the principal walked over and clapped to attract everyone's attention. "Has everyone finished taking attendance? Are all the students here?" A middle-aged lady took a step forward and said, "One of our students didn't come. It's the head teacher of Class 13. Someone from their class didn't come? Who's so daring to apply for the exam and not turn up?" The students immediately started discussing among themselves in hushed voices. "What happened?" The principal frowned and asked. The head teacher of Class 13, had a strange expression on her face. She hesitated before replying. He trained too hard yesterday night and broke the bone on his arm. His mother called me this morning and told me that he won't be participating in the martial arts exam this year. Pfft. The students burst out laughing when they heard the excuse. This is really amazing. How hard must he have trained to break his arm? Impressive. Impressive. He's the role model for our generation. If I was as hardworking as him, I'd have become an advanced stage martial disciple already. I feel that same way too. This person is amazing. At first, the principal put on a stern face, but now he almost couldn't control his expression. He really wanted to cover his face. This was the Donghai No-1 High School. Yet there was such a brainless student who did something stupid at such an important moment. He felt so embarrassed. Do you see the unbearable looks on the faces of the officials from the Ministry of Education? Even the leaders from the other schools were laughing secretly. They were laughing at his school. The principal was furious. In the future, we must work on the psychological education of our students. What on earth is this? The principal reprimanded with a black face. All right, we don't have much time left. Since everyone is here, we will make a move. I will be the one leading all of you for the martial arts exam this time. My name is Liu Wenshi. You can call me Mr. Liu. Let's stop wasting time and get into the buses. An official from the Ministry of Education stepped forward and addressed the students. All the students started boarding the buses. Wang Teng shamelessly sat beside Lin Chuhan, while Yang Jian sat on the seat to his left. Yang Jian turned his head and said, "That person just now is my uncle who works at the Ministry of Education." "So that's your uncle." Wang Teng was surprised that was such a coincidence. Yang Jian's uncle was actually in charge of leading the examinees from their region. The male student sitting beside Yang Jian was from Class 8 too. When he heard that the middle-aged man, whom the principal had to treat with respect, was actually Yang Jian's uncle, he said excitedly, "Yang Jian, your uncle is actually a leader in the Ministry of Education. With you around, he will definitely take care of all of us." A few other classmates around them agreed with his words. Yang Jian's face was glowing when he heard them flattering him. He said proudly, "Of course, however, don't display it too obviously and create trouble for my uncle. This is an unspoken mutual understanding, an unspoken mutual understanding." Shh. The students hurriedly lowered their voices as though they were sharing a common secret. The bus drove towards the sea. When he saw the familiar road, Wang Teng couldn't help but exclaim at how lucky he was. He was familiar with the exam venue. Jixin Martial House had cleared away all their martial disciples. The entire martial arts academy was quiet. When the examinees arrived, the guards let them in without asking any questions. The bus stopped at the parking lot of the martial arts academy. The students alighted the buses. Many of them had never come to Jixin Martial House before, so they looked at the surroundings curiously. "So this is Jixin Martial House, one of the top 3 martial arts academies of China. As expected, it's extraordinary. Hey, those 3 buildings look strange." "They look a little like." Refer to Chapter 2 for the exact description. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by the buildings. The male students laughed ambiguously while the ladies turned red in embarrassment. The principal has a poor sense of humor. Liu Wenshi came down from his car and saw this scene. He couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Chapter 67. What are you looking at? After the buses led by Liu Wenshi arrived at Jixin Martial House, another 2 groups of buses came in one after another. Approximately 1/3 of the martial arts examinees from Donghai were gathered here. The examinees alighted the buses and gathered in small groups. They were extremely noisy. "I didn't expect us to get assigned to Jixin Martial House for our level inspection. There must be many examinees at Lading Martial House and Bailian Martial House too." These top 3 martial arts academies place much emphasis on the martial arts exam. Every year, they will fight for the right to become the exam venue so that they can look out for potential examinees to draw over to their side. Not only that, but I heard this is a way for the martial arts academies to display their strength. The examinees will be able to witness the ability of the martial arts academies when they take their exams. Thus, when they make their choice in the future, they will naturally lean towards the martial arts academy they took their exam in. The students discussed the topic seriously. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 bus fleets met each other. They were all from the Ministry of Education and knew each other. They just had different missions today. Line up properly and follow me. After they finished speaking, the examinees quickly queued up in 3 different lines. Each of the 3 main groups was then split into 8 or 9 small teams based on the number of students. Each team was led by a teacher. The 3 leaders led their groups towards the Martial Disciple Training Building. The exam hadn't started, so no one was allowed to enter the Martial Disciple Training Building. They could only wait outside. Those are the students from Huiying Private High School, right? It should be them. Look at their uniform. Although it's a private high school, their school is famous for being strict with their students. I've seen it for myself today. They even need to wear school uniforms for their university entrance exam. I heard that Huiying is very impressive. They had as many as 8 advanced stage martial disciples. Tisk, what's so impressive about that? They snatched at least 5 of them from the other schools using money. The conversations between the other students floated into Wang Tang's ears. He followed their gazes and looked at the group of students on the side. A bunch of examinees wearing blue and white uniforms were standing in a straight line. There seemed to be quite a few of them. The examinees stood there with their chests raised and chins out. All of them were trying their best to display an arrogant expression. 8 students at the front of the line caught most people's attention, though. Even the other students from Huiying were murmuring about them. Of course, since Donghai No 1 High School was a top high school, they also became the topic of discussion for the examinees from other schools. The examinees from Donghai No. 1 High School don't seem weaker than those from Huiying High. I heard that they have 5 advanced stage martial disciples, and all of them entered Donghai No. 1 using their results. This is different from Huiying, who bought their students. Also, the number of examinees from Donghai No. 1 High School is around the same as Huiying, Donghai No. 1 High School and Huiying High School. One was a top public high school, while the other was a strong private high school. It was understandable that people would compare the two. The examinees from Donghai No. 1 High School immediately felt proud. Go ahead and compare. Who's afraid of you? In an instant, the students from Donghai No. 1 and Huiying couldn't see eye to eye with one another. As they exchanged gazes, sparks flew everywhere. What are you looking at? Why can't I look at you? How dare you look at me again? I will kill you if you continue looking at me. The students from the other schools became their background. They weren't very happy and were all holding their anger in their hearts. They would astound the crowd during the inspection. If they were able to surpass Donghai No. 1 and Huiying, that would be even better. Time passed quickly. Soon the main entrance of the Martial Disciple Training Building opened slowly. A few staff stood at the entrance. They are from the Office of Inspector General. Someone recognized the identity of the staff at the door and exclaimed in surprise. Wang Tang's expression changed as his gaze landed on the staff. He had long heard of the Office of Inspector General. In the past, when he was researching online, he chanced upon the Office of Inspector General. Just like the City Protection Bureau, the Office of Inspector General was a department ruled by martial warriors. They were in charge of inspections. Any criminal that fell in their hands would suffer terribly, even if they didn't die. Many officials who were martial warriors trembled in fear when they met the people from the Office of Inspector General. They were like mice in front of a cat. This powerful department actually appeared at the exam venue of the martial arts exam. Wang Tang was dumbfounded. I've heard that in the early days there were many cases of cheating. The situation only got better after the Office of Inspector General interfered in the exam. Yang Jian whispered beside him. Wang Tang nodded in understanding. They followed the group and entered the exam venue. Office of Inspector General staff verified the identification card and the examination identity card one by one. They also scanned the examinees' bodies. The entire process was rigorous. When it was Wang Tang's turn, he successfully passed the scanning without any accidents and entered the exam venue. I'll be going in first. See you again after the exam. All right, Lin Chuhan and Yang Jian nodded. Wang Tang had come multiple times to this martial disciple training building. He was very familiar with the environment here. However, when he entered the building this time, he realized that the interior had undergone an enormous change. All the different pieces of equipment had been moved. Only the strength inspection devices, speed indicator devices, and physique inspection devices were left. Also, it wasn't just 1 or 2 devices. There were rolls and rolls of them. They filled up the entire training hall. Each group consisted of 1 strength inspection device, 1 speed indicator device, and 1 physique inspection device. There were 2 staff standing at the side to help with the inspection. There was a number above each set of 3 devices. The examinees needed to find the corresponding set of devices based on the number on their examination identity card. Wang Tang looked at his examination identity card, number 8. There was already a long queue in front of the number 8 inspection device. He walked over and queued up behind the crowd. There were many examinees. However, since this was an important event, everyone was conscientious. No one dared to create trouble. Within a short time, they finished forming a queue. The announcement signaling the start of the level inspection sounded on the broadcast system. Every group of staff had a name list in their hands. They started calling out the names of the examinees one by one: Wang Junming, Qian Zhengxiang. The examinees whose name got called went forward and started the inspection. For intermediate stage martial disciples, their strength needed to be between 300 to 700 kilograms. Their 100-meter sprint must be between 5 to 7 seconds, and their physique had to be between 50 to 80. After the examinee finished his inspection, the staff would announce the result on the spot. The other staff would enter the details into the laptop in his hand. Wang Jiming, strength 362, speed 6. 8 seconds, physique 56, pass. Qian Hanxuan, strength 411, speed 6.2 seconds, physique 61, pass. Strength 298, speed 6.9 seconds, physique 51, fail. When he heard this announcement, the examinee's face turned pale. He was grief-stricken as if bereaved of his parents. He kept muttering unconsciously, "How is this possible? How is this possible? I inspected my strength a few days ago. It had exceeded 300 kilograms. Why is it 2 kilograms less now?" The other examinees looked at him with pity. It was normal to have some fluctuations in one's strength and speed. It all depended on the person's performance. It was even more so for people who were hovering at the passing mark. A slight dip in performance would cause them to fail. No way I want to do my inspection again. I didn't release all my potential. I'm already an intermediate stage martial disciple. I want to do the test again. The examinee went a little crazy. He rushed to the inspector and pleaded with him to give him a second chance. "Drag him out," the inspector said calmly. Every examinee only had one chance for their martial arts exam. Their performance was a test of their mentality, too. If they couldn't perform well, they had no one to blame. Also, the criteria this year were already lowered tremendously. If this examinee couldn't even hit the requirements, he wouldn't have any hope of passing the actual combat assessment later on. It would be a waste of time for him to continue. After the inspector finished speaking, a few security guards with stern and cold expressions appeared out of nowhere. They lifted the examinee and dragged him out of the exam venue. "No, I won't want to leave. Please give me another chance, please. Give me another chance." The examinee was unwilling to accept his fate. He struggled furiously and refused to leave. "If you continue kicking up a fuss, your martial arts exam right will be removed." An indifferent voice sounded from the broadcast system. The examinee froze on the spot. He instantly gave up hope and didn't dare to make any more sounds. The other examinees felt their hearts stopping momentarily. The strictness and inhumane nature of this martial arts exam caused them to tense up. They didn't dare to slack, treating the inspection even more seriously. Chapter 68, a potential general stage talent. This candidate acted as a warning for the other students. No examinees dared to create trouble anymore. If they couldn't pass, they accepted the results wholeheartedly. No one yelled or shouted, just walking out of the exam venue dejectedly. The requirements for the exam this time were lowered. So many students had applied with the idea of leaving things to chance. Thus it was inevitable that there were many weaklings. But this was also the reason why the inspection requirements were stringent. In the control room of the Martial Arts Academy. At this time, many people were gathered in the control room. There were staff from the Office of Inspector General and officials from the Ministry of Education. The principal of Jixin Martial House, Fu Tiandao, as well as the president of the Martial Arts Association, Qin Hanxuan, were present too. "President Qin, I didn't expect you to come for the level inspection today," a slightly plump, middle-aged man spoke to Qin Hanxuan. "Director He, the martial arts talents of Donghai, will all be at this martial arts exam." "How can I not come?" Qin Hanxuan smiled and replied, "This level inspection is just a filtering process. The actual combat assessment is the key," the man called Director He said. "There are many weak people this year," Fu Tiandao frowned. He didn't seem to like this situation. "We don't have a choice. You must have heard about the situation on the other side. We need to try our best to replenish our fresh troops. If not, something bad will happen one day, Director," he said helplessly as he forced a smile on his face. "Old Fu, Director, he is right. This is imperative." Qin Hanxuan agreed. Even so, what help can these intermediate stage martial disciples give? If you place them in the actual combat assessment, it will only increase the death rate." Fu Tiandao scoffed. "Sigh, how can I not know about this?" "Director," he sighed. "However, we are putting in 5 times more security for this year's actual combat assessment. We will try our very best to ensure the safety of our students. We will not neglect this portion." Fu Tiandao's expression finally softened when he heard this. He didn't say anything else. "How many potential talents do you think will appear this year?" "Director?" He changed the topic with a smile. Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxuan exchanged glances with each other. "We don't know about the rest, but we know that there's a potential general stage talent." "What?" Director, he thought that he had heard wrong. General stage? If there was really a general stage talent in this batch of students, it would be a great achievement for him. In the future, he might be able to get financial allocations from the state treasury and a rise in his position. It felt good just thinking about it. Are you teasing me? Director, his hands were trembling as he swallowed a mouth of saliva. The thought was indeed beautiful, but he was afraid that these two bosses in front of him were just teasing him. If you don't believe me, just continue watching. Qin Hanxuan smiled. Don't leave me hanging. Hurry up and tell me, Director. He was on tenterhooks. This would affect his career progress, so it would be odd not to panic. If not, with his many years of experience in the political world, how could he lose his composure and appear so agitated? The 8th section. Fu Tiandao couldn't bear to see him like this and shook his head. Director, he was elated. He quickly looked at the 8th section. Once the scope was narrowed to a single section, it was much easier. The most outstanding person in the group would be the general stage talent they had mentioned. However, Qin Hanxuan added, "But we just have the level inspection today. That brat might not display his full potential." Director, his expression froze at once. He was a little stunned as he asked, "Why is that so?" He was puzzled. "Shouldn't you try your best in the martial arts exam?" "You will only get accepted by better universities if your results are better." "Why does he need to hide his ability?" "That's because he will be able to get into a good university even if he didn't release his full potential," Qin Hanxuan explained. Director, he was dumbfounded. Then he thought of something. His face was filled with astonishment. "Is he a martial warrior already?" Only martial warriors were able to get into a good university without releasing their full potential. That was because the martial arts exam was intended for martial disciples. Thus, one would only need to perform like a top-class martial disciple to earn the top university's attention. Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxuan just smiled and kept quiet. They didn't reply to Director. He even so. Director, he felt even more certain that he had hit the mark. He was wild with joy. Martial warrior. Martial warrior? There was actually a martial warrior among this batch of examinees. Ha 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 ha. Director, he really wanted to laugh 3 times to show his respect. 17-year-old martial warrior. This was a student who became a martial warrior before he entered the martial arts course. What did this mean? No wonder Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxuan both believed that this examinee possessed the potential of becoming a general stage martial warrior despite having high standards. It was extremely rare to find someone who was able to become a martial warrior at this age. There might be some talented people who became martial warriors soon after they entered the university and enjoyed the resources. But if they were compared with this young man, it was 2 entirely different concepts. He remembered that 2 years ago when a martial warrior examinee appeared during the martial arts exam in Jinlan, even the governor of Jinlan was alerted. The minister of the Ministry of Education of Jinlan had received huge benefits because of this. Governor was proud of the success, and many people were envious of him. No way. I must find this examinee. Director, he secretly thought to himself. Many influential people would be paying attention to the actual combat assessment later on. If he was able to allow the examinee to amaze the crowd and shine during the actual combat assessment, he would feel proud too. Those big shots would definitely remember him. The moment he thought of this, Director, he stared at the screen displaying the inspection of the 8th section. He didn't even blink. He was afraid that he would accidentally miss this potential general stage talent, the 8th section. Wang Teng. When the inspector called Wang Teng's name, it was finally his turn to take the test. He stood in front of the strength inspection device and casually released a punch. 0,000 kilograms before this. Wang Teng had already tried a few times and knew how much force he had to use to reach the borderline requirement. Hence, he was able to hit the borderline value of 1,000 kilograms with a simple punch. The inspector's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the screen of the strength inspection device. He looked at Wang Teng in shock. The limiting value of a martial disciple. The examinee in front of him actually reached the limiting value. He took a deep breath and then recorded the number silently. After that, Wang Teng walked to the speed inspection device and started showcasing his speed. Pant 00 meters in 3 seconds. The inspector didn't know what to say. Another limiting value. Where did this monster come from? How could he be so powerful? The last step was the physique inspection. Wang Teng entered the physique inspection device. After some time, the results came out. Physique 100. When he saw this result, even Wang Teng was stunned. He was able to control his strength and speed, but he couldn't control his physique. The device would give whatever value it detected before this. He was still worried that his physique would exceed that of a martial disciple by a huge gap, and it would cause unnecessary trouble for him. Now, it seemed that his worry was non-existent. Oh, right. The upper limit of the martial disciple physique inspection device is 100. It's not able to detect any value above that. Wang Teng suddenly remembered this point. While he was thinking about this, the two inspectors at the side exchanged glances with each other when they saw his physique value. Physique 100, a third limiting value. The two of them were used to it now. They were also a little hesitant. They didn't know if they should announce this result. The examiners conversed using their gazes and then looked at the three devices. Were the devices malfunctioning? That was impossible. Even if one was spoiled, it was impossible for all three to break down. The examinees behind Wang Teng saw that he had already finished his inspection. However, the examiners hadn't revealed the results even after some time. They started to feel suspicious and whispered among themselves. What is happening? Is the machine defective? Did he cheat? Don't be stupid. If he cheated, will they still remain so peaceful? Have you forgotten about the examinee who got dragged out? More and more people were starting to notice the situation here. The two inspectors got a little anxious. Fortunately, a voice came from the earpieces they were wearing. Report the result as it is, yes. The two inspectors looked at each other. There was astonishment in their gazes. Even the higher authorities had confirmed this result. It looked like there was nothing wrong with this examinee. He was seriously powerful. Wang Teng, strength 1,000 kilograms, speed 3 seconds, physique 100. Pass. Wow. The moment the inspector finished, the entire hall went into an uproar. Are you kidding? He reached the upper limit for martial disciples for all three inspections, not one less. How is that possible? Who is this Wang Teng? I've never heard of him before. Did he cheat? I don't think so. The inspectors didn't announce the result immediately. They must be confirming it. Since they announced it in the end, it should be accurate. Also, there must be surveillance cameras here. How can he cheat under the eyes of the Office of Inspector General? Do you think they are stupid? There's only one possibility. This is a hidden boss. In an instant, everyone's gaze congregated on Wang Teng's body. The sounds of discussions rang around the hall. All the advanced stage martial disciples from the different schools started paying extra attention to Wang Teng. At first, all these advanced stage martial disciples were secretly competing with one another. Now, though, an extreme case had appeared and stepped on all of them. This feeling, tisk. It felt as though someone broke their jar of emotions. All kinds of feelings surged into their hearts. Sour, bitter, sweet, spicy, especially the advanced stage martial disciples from Donghai No One High School. All of them stared at Wang Teng, wanting to see which corner or alley this fellow had jumped out from. They had naturally heard of the playful and cocky young Master Wang before. But this was the reason why they found it hard to believe the results. Was this really the same person? Li Rongcheng already knew about Wang Teng's capability, but he also kept his anger and unwillingness bottled in his heart. He wanted to compete with Wang Teng during the university entrance exam to prove to someone that he, Li Rongcheng, was better than this person. In the end, right at the beginning of this competition, he was already a huge distance behind Wang Teng. This was a distance he couldn't catch up at all. At this moment, Li Rongcheng's expression was a sight to behold. On the other side, Lin Chuhan's eyes were wide open as she stared at Wang Teng, who was quite far away in disbelief. Was this fellow really so strong? Everyone who knew or didn't know Wang Teng had a flabbergasted expression on their faces. They were in all disbelief and denial. This result was like a nuclear bomb. Everyone was stunned by the explosion. Wang Teng stood on the spot and felt extremely awkward. He glared at the two staff furiously. You are from the Office of Inspector General. Can't you act calmly? Can't you be a little more normal? At first, only the people around him should have known his results. Now, the entire hall of people knew it. He felt like a husky surrounded by people looking at him. Do you think it's easy for me? Chapter 69. I'll walk towards you on my knees and shoot the ground with my head. In the control room, director he couldn't help but beam with delight. He said to Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxuan, "This is the examinee that you're talking about, right?" However, Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxuan just gave him an ambiguous smile. The expression on their faces was expressing a single word. Guess? We're not going to tell you, sob. Director he felt depressed. To hell with guessing. He was so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't provoke these two bosses, he really wanted to curse them. Thinking about it, he was someone with real power in Donghai. In Donghai, everyone treated him with respect. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything to Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxuan. Our director he felt highly frustrated and wronged. But even though he was frustrated, he was still 90% confident that the person these two bosses were watching was this examinee called Wang Teng, an extreme martial disciple. He must be a martial warrior. Extreme martial disciples could be considered prospective martial warriors. However, he keenly observed just now that Wang Tang seemed too relaxed. It felt as though he was just putting on a casual performance. He was able to reach the extreme values in such a relaxed manner. This meant that his ability wasn't limited to what he displayed. In the exam venue, the uproar finally started settling down. The rest of the examinees went back to what they were doing and focused on performing during their level inspection. This was a crucial segment of the martial arts exam. Even if Wang Tang's inspection results gave everyone a considerable stimulation and pressure, they needed to adjust their mentality and continue the exam. Also, while Wang Tang's result gave the students much stress and pressure, it spurred them to work harder, especially the advanced stage martial disciple from the various top high schools. They were already reining in their emotions, obviously. They had an excellent mentality. Thus, their performance was good too. Their results were all slightly higher than their typical inspection results. As for people with a slightly weaker mentality, they couldn't handle the stress and cracked under pressure, but they couldn't blame anyone. No one would take the blame for them either. If they couldn't even cope with this small amount of stress, how were they supposed to continue on the martial arts path? It would just get more difficult in the future. The exam continued. Suddenly, an inspection result caught many people's attention. He, Manrong, strength 834, speed 4. 2 seconds, physique 86 pass. He, Manrong, was one of the 5 advanced stage martial disciples from Donghai No. High School. Many examinees from Donghai No. 1 High School and the other high schools had heard of her before. Everyone's gaze landed on her figure. Their first impression was that she was pretty and her legs were long. But now most of their focus was on her results. The standard of an advanced stage martial disciple, her ability must not be underestimated. Level inspection hadn't ended, so the examinees weren't allowed to leave the exam venue. Wang Tang was standing in the waiting area when he heard the lady's result. He couldn't help but look towards the girl standing among the crowd. He still remembered that when he had first arrived in this world, the first advanced stage martial disciple he met was He Manrong. Back then, he had just looked at her from afar, so the other party didn't know who he was. At that time, Wang Tang was just a normal person. He even felt that He Manrong was very powerful. Now, he was already a martial warrior. If he met He Manrong during the exam, he would only use one hand. Time flew by. Batches and batches of examinees went forward to undergo their inspection. At the same time, more and more people got eliminated. At first, Wang Tang wasn't paying attention to the inspection. They were all martial disciples. Wouldn't possess any threat to him. So knowing their results wouldn't make much of a difference. However, an announcement caused him to raise his eyebrows unconsciously. A naughty smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Li Rongcheng, strength 812, speed 4.8 meters, physique 83, pass. Li Rongcheng's results were out. From the data, he had managed to pass the inspection with the standard of an advanced stage martial disciple. However, he knew clearly that the guy hadn't performed well. The pressure that Wang Tang gave him was too great. There was already a grudge between the two, so the better Wang Tang performed, the more he wanted to overtake him. In the end, not only was he unable to overtake him, he couldn't even release his full potential. Damn it. Li Rongcheng glared in Wang Tang's direction. Ever since he met this fellow, he had never been lucky. Wang Tang chuckled uncontrollably when he heard this result. He had fought with Li Rongcheng before, so he knew that his true capability was stronger than this. It was obvious that he didn't perform well this time. You can't blame me for that, right? Wang Tang muttered to himself, speaking of him, whether in his past life or this lifetime. Before the Wang family went downhill, there were no huge grudges between Li Rongcheng and him. They were just rich second generations who didn't see eye to eye with each other. But after the Wang family collapsed in his past life, Li Rongcheng didn't let go of that good opportunity to jeer at him. Not only did he hit him when he was down, he even humiliated him frequently. At that time, Wang Tang was having a hard time. He had to work to support himself. One time, Li Rongcheng bumped into him at work and humiliated him right there. He even framed him for being sticky-fingered and caused him to lose his job. This was how the hatred between them was formed. In this lifetime, Li Rongcheng was quite innocent. He took the blame for something he didn't do and got beaten up terribly because of it. After that, he kept getting suppressed by Wang Tang wherever he went. This caused him to gnash his teeth with hatred. Every time Wang Tang saw how much Li Rongcheng hated him but was unable to do anything about it, he would recall his past life. This was exactly how he felt back then. This allowed him to understand things at a deeper level. He didn't care if his past life had any relation to this life. He also didn't care whether Li Rongcheng had bullied him in this lifetime or not. He just didn't like Li Rongcheng. Hence he must be unlucky. I, Wang Tang, am a narrow-minded person. As he recalled his painful past, The inspection slowly drew to a close. Lin Chuhan's name was closer to the bottom of the name list, but she had ended her inspection too. She managed to pass, even though it was a narrow escape. Her data was quite dangerous. Strength 323, speed 6.8 seconds, physique 55. Wang Teng didn't know what to say about her results. He never imagined the godlike student Lin Chuhan would have a moment like this. Poor, her results were too poor.
Ha ha ha! Every dog has its day.
Lin Chuhan looked at Wang Teng. He wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to do it. She rolled her eyes uncontrollably. Laugh if you want to. My martial arts results aren't as crazy as yours. I'm not laughing. I'm very serious. Wang Teng hurriedly denied it. Are you kidding? How can I laugh when a lady asks me to laugh? That's so insensitive. After some time, Yang Jian finished his inspection. He passed too. This fellow had an uncle working in the Ministry of Education, so he had received insider news long before the rest of the students. He had ample time to prepare. It wouldn't make sense if he didn't pass. He walked over from afar. When he saw Wang Teng, he rushed over and started shouting, "Young Master Wang, I'll walk towards you on my knees and shoot the ground with my head." Wang Teng was dumbstruck. What does he mean? He turned to look at Lin Chuhan. He wanted to let this star student translate for him. He feels like kneeling in front of you. Lin Chuhan felt speechless as she replied. Yang Jian nodded furiously at the side. Young Master Wang, you have my respect. I'm willing to bow down to you. I didn't know that you're so impressive. Boss, please accept my knees. Go away. Wang Teng was speechless. This fellow must be crazy. Chapter 70, Principal, do you have any sacred kung fu to teach me? Inspection in the morning lasted until 12 noon. Wang Teng and his friends followed the crowd and left the martial disciple training hall of Jixin Martial House. Many of the students were discussing the results of the inspection just now. That Wang Teng from Donghai No. 1, where did he pop out from? He's so amazing. You're right. He's an extreme martial disciple. He's just one step away from becoming a martial warrior. He must have purposely hidden his true power. He was probably waiting to make his mark during the university entrance exam and attract everyone's attention. That's so scheming of him. What a sinister fellow. As Wang Teng listened to the conversation, he suddenly felt that it sounded wrong. His face turned black. Do you know how to speak properly? Damn it, how am I a sinister fellow? Don't leave. Explain what you just said. If Lin Chuhan and Yang Jian hadn't pulled him back, Wang Teng really wanted to dash forward and pull the examinees into a corner to have a good chat about life. This bunch of little brats hadn't experienced the brutality of society. They dared to say anything. I, Wang Teng, am an upright and forthright person. How can I be a sinister fellow? What a joke. All right, they were just complaining about you. It's not a huge matter. Why are you so narrow-minded? Lin Chuhan said while suppressing her laughter. Easy for you to say. They are not complaining about you, Wang Teng scoffed. Yang Jian chuckled secretly. He quickly changed the topic and said, have you heard the results of the advanced stage martial disciples from Huiying High School just now? I heard the announcement of one of them. He was closer to me. His name is Qin Tao, strength 901, speed 3.6 seconds, and physique 90, Lin Chuhan said with a stern expression.
Wow, he's really strong.
Yang Jian exclaimed in surprise. I heard one of their results too. Lin Qing, strength 866, speed 4.1 seconds, physique 87. It looks like the martial disciples from Huiying are all quite strong, Lin Chuhan lamented. What are you afraid of? We have a boss with us. We can definitely beat them. They should be the ones getting worried now. Yang Jian looked at Wang Teng and smiled. How's the result of the other 3 advanced stage martial disciples from our school? Wang Teng ignored Yang Jian's words and asked, I'm not sure. I don't think they were able to take the morning inspection. They probably had to wait until the afternoon. Lin Chuhan shook her head. Zhou Wu finished his inspection. Strength 915, speed 3.9 seconds, physique 93. Yang Jian suddenly said, Zhou Wu was one of the 5 advanced stage martial disciples from Donghai No. 1 High School. Oh, his result is probably the highest, right? Wang Teng said in surprise. Brother, how can you say that so shamelessly? Yang Jian looked at him from the corner of his eyes. There's no point in comparing with me. Wang Teng pretended to be proud like an old master. Seriously, Tisk, Lin Chuhan, and Yang Jian expressed their disdain. We know you're powerful, so can you keep your arrogance and self-indulgence to yourself? Oh, right, I need to call my mom. Lin Chuhan suddenly remembered this. She hurriedly took out her phone and called her house. Oh my God, I forgot that I need to tell my parents this piece of good news quickly. Yang Jian slapped his forehead. The moment they passed the level inspection, they would head to the next exam venue. The examinees would stay there for 2 to 3 days. The examinees that didn't pass would be sent home directly. Ones that passed could only contact their families using their phones to tell them the good news. Wang Tang took out his phone and hesitated for a moment before dialing Li Xiumei's number. Ring? Ring? Ring! After a few seconds, the call was picked up. Hey, son, have you finished your exam? What time are you coming back? I'm cooking now. It's all right if you didn't pass. We are mentally prepared. You can come home and prepare to repeat your year obediently. Before Wang Tang could open his mouth, Li Xiumei started blabbering nonstop. Mom, I passed the level inspection. Wang Tang took the chance when Li Xiumei paused between her words and said hurriedly, You passed? I knew it. I knew that you won't be able to pass. Isn't that very normal? Li Xiumei suddenly stopped midway. Then her pitch rose by an octave. What? You passed? Yes, I accidentally passed, Wang Tang replied. At this moment, Lin Chuhan and Yang Jian had already finished their calls. When they heard this sentence, they had a new understanding of Wang Tang's shamelessness. Accidentally. Where did his face go? Wang Tang spent much effort before he finally managed to convince Li Xiumei that he had really passed the martial disciple level inspection. Li Xiumei was thrilled and worried at the same time. Although passing the inspection was something to be happy about, she had to worry about the actual combat assessment later on. She stopped cooking and wanted to call Wang Shengguo, but she remembered that he had gone overseas to discuss an important project with a business partner. It was better not to increase his psychological burden at this moment. When Wang Tang went for his martial arts exam, Wang Shengguo left on a business trip. He never expected Wang Tang to pass the inspection. Li Xiumei put down her phone. She was anxious and all alone at home, unable to do anything. She could only silently pray that Wang Tang would return home safe and sound. As for whether he could get into the martial arts course, she didn't really care. In the afternoon, the examinees had their lunch in the Jixin Martial House cafeteria. To display the generosity of Jixin Martial House, their lunch was buffet style, and it was free. They allowed the examinees to eat until they were full. Wang Tang, Lin Chuhan, and Yang Jian sat together at a table and ate their lunch. The other martial arts examinees from Class 8 also gathered around them and greeted Wang Tang as though they were buddies. Before knowing Wang Tang's ability, all of them had kept their distance from him. Now, when they learned that he had actually reached the stage of an extreme martial disciple, their attitudes changed. They came over to get familiar with him. Even the examinees from other classes walked over to witness our young master Wang's unmatched demeanor. Actually, they just wanted to see how amazing he was. Unfortunately, young Master Wang put on a cold face throughout the entire time. He seemed even more cold and distant than he was normally. In the past, you gave me the cold shoulder. Today, I'll make sure I'm above your station. Also, that person is so ugly. Is that a man or a woman? Oh my God, this person has a body odor. Don't come close to me. I reject everyone ugly. After lunch, there was an hour of rest. The leaders of Donghai Noan High School took this opportunity to walk over together with wide smiles on their faces. You must be Wang Tang, right? Indeed, you are a fine-looking man, and you're extraordinary. Principal, do you have any sacred kung fu to teach me? Will you ask me to save the world after that? Wang Tang suddenly asked. Principal, Lin Chuhan, Yang Jian, the students around them. Ha, you're really humorous. The principal laughed awkwardly. You don't? What a pity. Wang Tang gave a regretful expression. He looked as though he really wanted to save the world. The principal was speechless. He felt that the professionalism he had accumulated for so many years was about to collapse. Stupid brat, can you be serious? I'm talking about proper business with you. Who's telling you to save the world? Is that something we need to be concerned about? Wang Tang noticed the bulging veins on the principal's forehead. He said hurriedly, Principal, what did you want to say just now? Please continue. The principal took a deep breath and resumed his amiable and pleasant expression. He said, I came over to thank you for earning glory for the school. At the same time, I hope that you will continue to work hard in the future segments of the exam and strive to be the top student in the actual combat assessment. We hope that you will win honor for our Donghai No One High School. Principal, winning honor for the school is what we should do. However, my capability is limited. My results have been a mess in the past, and I've always been a hopeless student in the eyes of the teachers. I have the heart, but I lack the ability. Wang Tang gave a sad face. The principal looked at the student in front of him and realized that he wasn't like an ordinary high school student. If it was other students, they would have patted their chest and promised to work hard after hearing his compliments. However, Wang Tang wasn't moved at all. He even dared to act dumb in front of the principal. "You're a martial arts examinee? What do your normal results have to do with this?" At the very least, even if Wang Teng wasn't able to pass the papers for the martial arts exam, he just needed to perform better during the actual combat assessment. He was an extreme martial disciple. The top universities would still fight to give him special admission. It looks like this fellow wouldn't commit himself until he was certain of success. "Wang Teng, you don't know that our school has a reward system for martial arts examinees, right? If you're able to get into the top 50 of the martial arts exam, you will be rewarded with a yellow rank low-class energy stone. If you get into the top 40, you will get 3 yellow rank low-class energy stones. Enter the top 30 and you will get 5 energy stones. If it's the top 20, you will get 7. The top 10 will be rewarded with 10 energy stones. If you're the top 3 of the cohort, you will not only receive energy stones, but you will also have a bottle of spiritual Dan." The principal looked at Wang Teng and gave him a mysterious smile. He said slowly, "If you are the first, you will not only get all the rewards I just mentioned, but there will be another mystery reward on top that will definitely not disappoint you. Energy stone, spiritual Dan, mystery reward." Wang Teng was immediately hooked. These rewards were getting more and more attractive. Energy stones, spiritual Dan. He didn't expect Donghai, no one, to be so rich. Chapter 71, You're the Boss, You Can Do What You Want. Wang Teng had done his homework. Energy stones were formed by congregating the force within the heaven and earth into the minerals. These minerals were buried deep beneath the earth due to the special terrains. After a long period of development, these minerals slowly turned into stones with force crystals. They were mostly found in the Xingu continent. The earth was only invaded by force 30 years ago. It hadn't been long enough to form energy stones. As for spiritual Dan, they were formed by alchemists who fused all kinds of spiritual herbs and medicines using special methods. These spiritual Dans had many different uses. Only martial warriors were able to use these 2 resources, though, of course, they also played a vital role for advanced stage martial disciples seeking to break through into martial warriors. To some people, if they weren't able to absorb enough force during the process of breaking through to become a martial warrior, all their previous efforts would be wasted. At moments like this, possessing multiple energy stones that contained force or a piece of spiritual Dan was the best guarantee. However, energy stones and spiritual Dan were important resources that were only given to the various powerful factions in large quantities. For instance, schools, the military, or top-class martial arts academies. Only martial warriors who belonged to these factions would get to enjoy these resources. As for other smaller factions, the resources they enjoyed were pretty limited. Even in the market, only large brands officially recognized by the government were able to sell these items. After all, if these resources landed in the hands of some conspirators and they groomed a bunch of evil martial warriors, it would be huge trouble. These resources were available in the black market, but in minimal quantities. One couldn't get it even if they had the money. It was undoubtedly extravagant for the principal of Donghai No 1 High School to give these 2 items as rewards to his students. As for the mystery reward he mentioned, Wang Teng didn't know what to say. Was this how these people played the last time Zhou Baiyun had acted in a similar manner? Now, even his principal was playing the same game. This was so boring.
How old were they?
"Principal, I think that the reward system is really good. It's able to stimulate the examinees to do better. I believe that for the university entrance exam this year, our school will definitely achieve good results. You can just prepare the rewards with a calm heart," Wang Teng said righteously. He didn't mention a word about himself in his reply, but the principal's eyes lit up. He exchanged a glance with Wang Teng and gave a meaningful smile. There was an unspoken mutual understanding. "I can feel at ease now that you've given your word. All right, I will not disturb your rest anymore. Examinees like you who have completed your inspection can rest in the afternoon. You will head to the next exam venue at night." The principal finished speaking and placed his hand behind his back. Then he left with the other leaders of the school. "Why haven't I heard that there are rewards for the martial arts exam before?" Wang Teng asked Lin Chuhan, who was beside him. "There have always been rewards, but you just didn't take notice of it. You should be ashamed. In the past, you either skipped classes or didn't pay attention in class. It will be strange if you know about it." Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes. All right, it's my fault." Wang Teng laughed awkwardly. "What do you plan to do in the afternoon?" Yang Jian interrupted them at this moment. "Cafeteria will be having a live broadcast of the level inspection in the afternoon." "I'll pass my time there," Lin Chuhan suggested. "This is a good idea. We do have to take note of the level inspection in the afternoon. Who knows? A few black horses might emerge among the remaining examinees." Yang Jian nodded. He looked at Wang Tang and asked, "Young Master Wang, what about you? What plans do you have?" "I will find a place to sleep," Wang Tang yawned. "Fine, you're the boss. You can do whatever you want." Yang Jian gave in. In the end, Wang Tang didn't go anywhere. They were still in the middle of their exam, so even though he had completed his assessment, he couldn't leave. He could only stay in the cafeteria obediently with the rest of the students. 1 hour of resting time passed quickly. Those that hadn't taken their level inspection entered the exam venue one after another. A new round of assessment officially kicked off. The students from Class 8 were all gathered together. They were watching the live broadcast of the inspection. Occasionally, they would give some comments. Lin Chuhan and Yang Jian found the live broadcast very engaging. They soon started discussions with the other classmates. Wang Tang sat at the side and swiped his phone in the midst of his boredom. Actually, most of the examinees were intermediate stage martial disciples. There were comparatively lesser advanced stage martial disciples. Almost half an hour passed before advanced stage martial disciples started appearing. "Look, it's Yan Peng from Huiying High School, strength 924, speed 3.6 seconds, physique 93. Yang Jian suddenly exclaimed. He attracted everyone's attention with his shout. Instantly, everyone started discussing the guy. His results are on par with our school's Zhou Wu. His strength and speed are even better than Zhou Wu. Their physique is actually the same. If they have a duel, Zhou Wu will be at a disadvantage." That's hard to say. Although Zhou Wu's strength and speed are weaker, you mustn't forget that a person's ability consists of their basic battle techniques too. That's right. If Zhou Wu has a better grasp of his basic battle techniques than Yan Peng, it will be tough to say who will win. Everyone couldn't help but compare the ability of these two youngsters. When the students from Huiying High School heard the discussions of the students from Donghai No. 1 High School, they revealed a proud expression on their faces. "Look, our Huiying has powerful advanced stage martial disciples too. We are as strong as you. Why are you being so arrogant?" However, when they saw Wang Tang scrolling through his phone in boredom at the side, they immediately felt depressed. Even when an advanced stage martial disciple like Yan Peng appeared, he didn't show any hint of concern. The distance between Yan Peng and Wang Tang was still a little wide. With this big boss leading the Donghai No. 1 High School, it would be difficult for Huiying High School to surpass them this year. Infuriating. How did this monster appear in Donghai No. 1 High School? The students from Huiying High School were unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. Their hands were tied, unless a hidden black horse appeared in their school. And this horse had to be as black as Wang Tang. The level inspection finally came to a close. There were many advanced stage martial disciples toward the end, but none of their abilities exceeded that of Zhou Wu and Yan Peng. Most of these students' strengths didn't exceed 900. Their speed was between 5 to 4 seconds, and their physique was 80 plus. Only 1 or 2 went past the 90 mark. There was still a difference between them and Zhou Wu and Yan Peng. The level inspection was all completed. All the examinees were split into 2 large groups. One group were the failures, who would be sent home immediately. The other group consisted of the people who would be heading to the next exam venue right away. Liu Wenshi stood in front of all the examinees in the plaza of Jixin Martial House. His voice spread throughout the square. "It's a pity that some of you didn't manage to pass. However, all of you are still young. You will have another chance next year. As long as the martial arts exam is your ambition and you never give up, I believe that you will pass the martial arts exam and enter a university one day. Our country is placing more and more importance on martial arts. I'm sure all of you can see this. Thus, don't give up easily. There are still opportunities for you. I hope that I will see you again next year." Unsuccessful students were feeling dejected, and some were even having second thoughts. However, when they heard his words, their thoughts became firm again. If they couldn't pass this year, they could retake the exam next year or the year after. Martial arts was already the trend of this era. If they couldn't become martial warriors, they would be lagging. No one wanted to be in the lowest class of society. Chapter 72. Come and sing. No need to feel shy. Examinees who passed the level inspection were currently sitting in the buses. A long line of buses was formed as they headed towards a certain direction. At the start of the day, there were close to 3,000 martial arts examinees. Now, after the level inspection, less than half remained. There were only around 1,000 people left. The rejection rate was quite high. The buses drove for approximately an hour before slowing down gradually. During the entire trip, the curtains on the buses were closed, so the examinees didn't know where they were. "Get down the bus." After the bus stopped, Liu Wenshi's voice was heard outside. The examinees got down the bus. They soon realized that there was actually a heavily guarded military camp in front of them, with a sentry placed at the entrance. Soldiers stood there with rune rifles in their hands as they scanned the people who came. A solemn atmosphere filled up the air. Instantly, all the examinees became reserved. No one dared to speak loudly. The martial arts exam is in a military camp. However, there were still people discussing in hushed voices. This is the martial arts exam. It's much stricter than the normal university entrance exam. Even the exam venue is in the military camp. This is extremely frightening. No noise is allowed in the military camp. Be quiet. Liu Wenshi frowned and scolded the examinees. Instantly, the soft discussions that sounded like flies buzzing disappeared entirely. All the examinees looked at him intently. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a military uniform walked over. "You finally arrived." "Sorry to make you wait so long," said Liu Wenshi politely. "Follow me in. However, you have to park your cars outside." The man wearing a military uniform didn't say much. He led the examinees straight into the military camp. The examinees queued up in a long line. Under the lead of Liu Wenshi and the man wearing a military uniform, they walked through the gates. There was a round of checking and scanning before they entered the military camp. The entire military camp seemed exceptionally spacious. It was very quiet, and the atmosphere was solemn. Occasionally, soldiers on duty would walk past them. 3 steps a post and 5 steps a sentry. Straight backs, the stern and resolute faces, and the neat and uniform steps were all exuding the aura soldiers should possess. The examinees finally experienced what was meant by the soldiers' strength of character. So handsome, the eyes of the ladies lit up when they saw the soldiers, each exuding a unique aura. They almost wanted to rush forward and get their signature. When the man wearing a military uniform in front saw this scene, he burst out laughing.
Ladies, if you lay your eyes on any of the soldiers, go ahead and chase them. I guarantee with my conscience that our soldiers are the best and most outstanding men. The ladies couldn't help but feel shy when they heard this. But who knew what they were thinking deep down? Wang Tang couldn't help but glance at Lin Chuhan. Fortunately, she didn't get enchanted by the soldiers. The male students were already unhappy when they saw the ladies get infatuated with the soldiers.
They got even more furious when they heard the man's words. "You are outstanding, but you're not the most outstanding or the best. There will always be people better than you. If not, where do you place us?" These martial arts examinees were naturally all proud and arrogant. How could they admit defeat easily, especially in front of the ladies? "Ha ha ha, you little fellows. If you're not convinced, we can have a competition tonight." The man wearing a military uniform laughed loudly. The students instantly got excited. They seemed eager to give it a try. Second Lieutenant Luo. "They still have an exam tomorrow. Please don't cause trouble for me," Liu Wenshi said helplessly. "What's the problem? They just have their papers tomorrow. It won't affect them much," the man wearing a military uniform replied nonchalantly. "Don't say this to me. Tell this to your boss. Go and say this to Governor Zhang." Liu Wenshi rolled his eyes. "Boring." The man wearing a military uniform pouted. A few moments later, he led everyone in front of a row of wooden houses. "This is where you will be living. There will be 4 people in one room. Please find your own roommates. I will give you half an hour to tidy up. Half an hour later, we will start dinner on schedule. If anyone misses it, you will have to sleep hungry tonight. Also, I have to remind you that you must obey the military rules since you are in the military camp. All the rooms must be neat and tidy. You must place your luggage properly and not throw them everywhere. You have to fold your blankets and your pillows into squares when you're not sleeping. We will have people checking on you. If anyone can't do this, they will be disqualified from the exam." After the man in a military uniform finished speaking, the students' expressions changed. They would get disqualified if they didn't fold their blankets properly. What kind of stupid rule is this? Second Lieutenant Luo is right. Since you've entered the military camp, you need to obey the military rules. You will be punished if you make a mistake. There will be no exception. Thus, don't think that you can act fearlessly just because you're talented. I have already reminded you. You can decide what you want to do. Liu Wenshi nodded and said, "We have already started counting down. You only have half an hour. Hurry up and move." Second Lieutenant Luo suddenly shouted. His expression was stern and cold. The amiable feeling a moment ago had vanished into thin air. "Go ahead," Liu Wenshi instructed the students. The examinees quickly started moving. Half an hour wasn't too much or too little. Some ladies were extremely slow in tidying up their belongings, so they didn't dare to waste any more time. The examinees were all in a flurry. The arrogant and proud appearance they put up a while ago were all thrown to the back of their minds now. The man wearing a military uniform smiled and said to Liu Wenshi, "These fellows lack a beating. Give them to me for a week. I'll make sure that they become docile and obedient. Ha ha, you're really not afraid of trouble. Some of them possess the potential to become martial warriors. We don't know how high they will climb in the future. Aren't you scared that they will take revenge on you when the time comes? Liu Wenqi teased him. Ha ha, I've groomed many martial warriors. If there weren't 100, there should be 50. Why will I be afraid of these little babies? Second Lieutenant Luo replied in disdain. Fine, 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 you're impressive. Wang Teng and Yang Jian were in the same room. The other two roommates were also from Class 8. Everyone knew each other, so it would save much trouble when they lived together. As for Lin Chuhan, she lived with another 3 female students. She was quite popular in class. Many people looked for her to ask her questions about their studies. Although she was a little quiet and cold, she always helped her classmates whenever they had any problems. Half an hour passed very quickly. Soon, Second Lieutenant Luo's voice was heard from outside. Come out and gather. The examinees didn't dare to dawdle around. They quickly ran out. Fortunately, half an hour was enough for them. The ladies didn't dare to waste any time either and quickly tidied their luggage. Then they waited to gather, from the front to the back, number off. The examinees lined up neatly. When they heard what he said, they immediately started numbering off from the first person. 1, 2, 3. It didn't take long to complete the attendance. There were a total of 1352 examinees. Very good. Everyone is present. It looks like you remembered what I said. Second Lieutenant Luo nodded his head in satisfaction. He continued, Now, follow me to the cafeteria for your dinner. The examinees followed Second Lieutenant Luo and arrived at the cafeteria. There were already many soldiers having their meals inside. Only one area was empty. It was obvious that this space was prepared for the examinees. When the soldiers dining there saw this bunch of examinees, they raised their heads and sized them up. However, soon after, they lowered their heads back and continued eating. The entire process was extremely quiet. Half an hour, gather outside when you finish eating. Once the order was given, the examinees charged into the cafeteria. They found their seats and sat down to have their dinner. They had only been in the military for a short time, but they had already started executing every order without fail. To hell with executing every order without fail. They were mainly afraid of getting disqualified from the exam. The examinees had no one to complain to. They had already cursed Second Lieutenant Luo hundreds of times in their hearts. They silently swore that they would never apply for military academies in the future. This was too disgusting. After everyone finished eating, it was already 7:30 p.m. The lights in the camp were lit up, and military songs were playing loudly in the field. The solemn military camp appeared a little more lively because of the song. Young ladies, young men, are you interested in singing a few songs? Second Lieutenant Luo smiled and asked, Are there any beautiful sister soldiers? There's nothing we can't sing. Someone was exceptionally bold and shouted this sentence. Instantly there was an uproar among the crowd. Oh, that's right. Are there pretty sister soldiers? We can't have a duel, but we can compete in singing. Good riddance, Second Lieutenant Luo laughed in anger. He had never seen such an unbridled bunch of people before. Come, let's go over and have a competition. If you win, we will let you take a look at our military bell. You can't go back on your words. The examinees got bolder when they noticed that he didn't mention getting them disqualified from their martial arts exam. They even dared to challenge Second Lieutenant Luo. Liu Wenqi shook his head when he saw this. This Second Lieutenant Luo wasn't an easy person to deal with. They still had an exam tomorrow. Would it be all right for them to play so hard at night? But as he looked at how excited the examinees were, he felt that he should just let them be. Forget it. They can use this chance to relax. I wonder how the examinees that went to Balian Martial House and Lading Martial House are. What's the situation in their military camps? A leader from the Ministry of Education standing beside Liu Wenqi suddenly asked. They don't have an unreliable leader like Second Lieutenant Luo, so they should be fine. Another leader from the Ministry of Education smiled and replied, Ha ha ha, that's true. Second Lieutenant Luo brought the examinees to the field and shouted at the soldiers who were singing. Brothers, this bunch of brats heard you singing and felt unconvinced. They want to compete with you. What do you think? Let's compete. No one is backing down. A soldier that looked like the platoon leader walked over and said, Let's compete. Let's compete. The other soldiers got excited too. They didn't back down and started cheering. Let's compete. We're not afraid of you. The competitiveness of the male students was aroused. They wanted to perform well in front of the ladies. Who knew they might pass the martial arts exam and even return home with a girlfriend? They felt happy just thinking about it. Immediately singing voices were heard on the field. The sounds of clapping, accompaniments, and cheering merged to become a beautiful symphony. Tonight was a restless night. Chapter 73, Starbone, the next day. The exam paper was at 9 a.m. However, at 7 a.m., the examinees were woken up by Second Lieutenant Luo's whistle. Yesterday they had a really good time, but in the end, this bunch of examinees couldn't win against the soldiers. All the soldiers had really loud voices. Their singing skills were not bad either, and their voices didn't go hoarse even after 2 hours of singing. They couldn't afford to provoke them. Time to leave, time to leave. The male students didn't manage to see the military bell and had even embarrassed themselves. The examinees woke up with a start when they heard the whistle. They were in a daze. But when they remembered what Second Lieutenant Luo had said yesterday night, they sprung up immediately. Disqualified from the exam? They were awake. They were entirely awake. Everyone used their fastest speed to tidy themselves up and rushed out of the barracks. They gathered in front of Second Lieutenant Luo. When they looked at Second Lieutenant Luo, everyone had one single expression on their faces, hidden bitterness. But Second Lieutenant Luo just ignored them. He chatted happily with Lu Wenxi and the other leaders from the Ministry of Education. Occasionally he would look at this watch. Everyone gritted their teeth in hatred. All right, it's time. Gather and number off. The examinees finished numbering off, just like last night. Naturally, no one would fumble the ball at a critical moment like this. Even if they were slower, the student beside them would help. Second Lieutenant Luo brought everyone to the cafeteria for breakfast. Then he led them to a building. The examinees waited for an entire hour before the exam started. 2 hours later, the bell rang. Examinees left the exam venue. The paper exam went smoothly, at least. This was how Wang Tang felt. But looking at the faces of some examinees, they didn't seem to have done well. They sighed and moaned the moment they came out. Sigh. I didn't study some of the exam topics. I'm dead. Yes, we only had 2 weeks to prepare. There's not enough time at all. I do have some impressions of some questions, but I just can't remember the answer. What did you choose for the third multiple choice? Is it A? Isn't it B? I chose C. Feck, I chose D. Wang Tang almost burst out laughing when he heard the students discussing beside him. There were only 4 choices for a single question. They chose all of them. This was hilarious. It looks like you scored quite well. Wang Tang saw a relaxed smile on Lin Chuhan's face. Not bad. It's not difficult. Lin Chuhan didn't deny it. As expected for a top student like her, exam papers were a piece of cake. I did say that the paper exam this year wouldn't be difficult. Yang Jian ran over and asked for compliments before this. He had already told them that the paper wouldn't be difficult due to the exceptional circumstances this year. Unexpectedly, he was right. There was nothing to do in the afternoon, so the examinees took a tour around the military camp with Second Lieutenant Luo leading the way. Also looked at the soldiers having their training. Of course, they were not allowed to visit certain confidential areas. While watching the soldiers' training, Wang Tang picked up some strength and speed attributes, but he couldn't get too close, so he couldn't collect those that were further from him. Also, pure strength and speed attributes didn't affect him much. To a martial warrior, force was the foundation. The stronger your force, the stronger your physique. Your strength and speed would increase along with it. This was the difference between martial warriors and martial disciples. After that, Second Lieutenant Luo brought the examinees to the shooting range to play with guns. He allowed the examinees to have fun. Wang Tang was delighted. He didn't expect this benefit. Gun skill 1. Gun skill 1. After a round of collection, Wang Tang's gun kung fu finally changed digits. Gun kung fu 2/10 foundation. It rose from 1.8 to 2 points. It's still better than nothing? Wang Tang congratulated and consoled himself at the same time. Unfortunately, even in the military shooting range, he didn't see any gun kung fu attributes. Back Mang, Wang Tang was just preparing to rest when Lu Wenxi came to look for him. Uncle, why are you here? Yang Jian, who was lying on the bed and about to sleep, sprung up when he saw Lu Wenxi entering the room. I came to speak to Wang Tang, said Lu Wenxi. Speak to me? Wang Tang was surprised. He had no interaction with Lu Wenxi. Why was he looking for him? That's right, Wang Tang. Can we go outside to speak? Liu Wenxi nodded. The two of them walked out of the barracks and found a secluded corner. Uncle Liu, why are you looking for me? Wang Tang asked. Liu Wenxi was delighted when he heard the way Wang Tang addressed him. This young man had tremendous potential, but he still respected him greatly. He smiled and said, I'm not the one looking for you. Someone wants to meet you. Someone wants to see me. Who is it? Wang Tang felt even more puzzled. Lu Wenxi tilted his body. A slightly plump, middle-aged man walked out from behind the barracks. It's me, student Wang Tang. It's not so easy to see you. The middle-aged man smiled and said, This is our director. He, Lu Wenxi introduced in a respectful tone. Director He Wang Tang was shocked. He thought of Lu Wenqi's identity. This director, he must be the highest-ranking official in the Ministry of Education. May I know why you're looking for me? Asked Wang Tang director. He noticed that Wang Tang had already guessed his identity. So he smiled and replied, Wang Tang, you must have already become a martial warrior. Wang Tang was dumbfounded. Have I exposed myself? How did he notice it? That's impossible. I've never revealed any loopholes. Is he trying to fool me? At first. Liu Wenqi was extremely curious. Director He had painstakingly pulled some strings to enter the military camp in the middle of the night just to see Wang Tang. He couldn't understand why he did this. Although Wang Tang had displayed the abilities of an extreme martial disciple, this was a little overboard. Now he finally understood Director He's motive. Wang Tang was actually a martial warrior. Liu Wenqi started to doubt his hearing. However, Director He wasn't shooting at random. He was highly likely to have evidence. Director He, you must be kidding. I'm just an extreme martial disciple. How can I be a martial warrior? There was no change in the expression on Wang Tang's face as he smiled and replied, It's all right if you don't want to admit it. Director He smiled nonchalantly. He continued, But I hope that you can become the first in the actual combat assessment tomorrow. I hope that you can perform better and let everyone notice you. Don't worry about it. University entrance exam is very important to me. I will definitely do my best. Wang Tang was blowing smoke. Try my best. But how can you? What's my best? Ha ha ha. Director, he didn't say anything. He just took a box out of his pocket. One could tell that he was a little unwilling from his expression, but he still opened it in front of Wang Tang. What is this? There was a bone the size of a palm inside the box. It was entirely blackish green and was glittering and translucent, giving off a metallic luster. It looked extremely beautiful. Star bone, Liu Wenqi exclaimed. That's right, it's a star bone. Director, he nodded. The flesh on his face was trembling slightly. Heart pain, Jabichi, what do you think? If you show the power of a martial warrior during the actual combat assessment, this star bone will be yours. Director, he said to Wang Tang. Wang Tang took a deep breath. He had heard of the star bone before. It was the part of a star beast's body that contained the most essence. The chances of it appearing was extremely low. Only those exceptionally talented and powerful star beasts living in special environments would give birth to star bones in their bodies. Also, every star beast would only give birth to one star bone normally. These star bones were not huge. They were only the size of a palm, and some were even as small as a crystal bead. Most important thing was every single star bone contained special abilities. There were many uses of star bones. They could be used to create weapons. In this case, their additional abilities would be attached to the weapons. These weapons were treasures hard to come by. Thus, one could see how rare and precious star bones were. Why was Director He willing to take it out? Why? Wang Tang didn't lose his mind. He stared directly at Director He and asked him. For promotion. Director He smiled slightly. He didn't hide his intention and said straightforwardly, I have been in this position for many years. If I don't find any opportunity, I'll probably stay in this position until I retire. However, heaven treats me quite well. You are my opportunity. I have been in the political world for many years and am not young anymore. I've already lost the determination to progress further in the martial arts path. If this star bone contained defense abilities, I might have used it for myself. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Hence, I plan to use it as a reward to draw people over to my side. I've never found someone worthy of this reward, so it's still with me. But you're different. You're young and have great potential. You can also help me progress further in my career. The star bone is precious, but in my heart there are things more important than it. Director He was very direct. He even blatantly exposed his ambition. Wang Tang stared at him for a long time, but he didn't sense anything worth suspecting. That fat face even seemed extremely sincere. This is strange. However, Wang Tang knew that people like them were all sly old foxes. He was still a little hesitant. The star bone was good, but if he exposed his martial warrior ability during such an important occasion, he didn't know what big trouble it might cause. I know what you're worried about. Director, he seemed to be able to read his thoughts. He continued calmly, Let me advise you as an experienced hand. A martial warrior must fight. A martial warrior is different from a martial disciple. The competition between martial warriors is much more intense than the martial disciples. If one martial warrior wants to climb to the peak, he needs to consume an endless amount of resources, more than you can imagine. There will only be more and more martial warriors, but the resources are limited. Where do these resources come from? Naturally, they are earned and snatched from other people. Even if you don't fight with others, others will fight with you. It's all right if you're ordinary. However, you are outstanding enough and have amazing potential. You will only have even more competitors and stronger opponents. Many geniuses will be fighting with you for resources. Hence, even if you choose to remain low profile and hide your abilities now, not long after, your true capabilities will still be exposed. Others will force you to display your true power, unless you're willing to be a coward and give up the resources in your hands without fighting. You will not be able to hide it forever. Director He's words enlightened Wang Tang's ignorance and left him reeling in shock. A martial warrior must fight. Wang Tang remembered the two martial warriors who had fought each other to death over an egg. He also remembered the other martial warrior who came to find him to snatch his companion's items from him. In the end, he also died. They were all fighting. They were all forcing him to act. Director He's words seemed to make sense. However, he still felt that something was weird. Wang Tang, you disappoint me. You have great potential, but if you don't have the right mentality to complement it, you might not be able to walk far in the future. Director, he sighed and revealed a disappointed and regretful expression. Forget it. I won't make it difficult for you. Pretend that I didn't come today. He turned and left. It seemed as though he didn't plan to speak to Wang Tang anymore. Wang Tang looked at him as he walked further and further away. He just continued staring at his back.
Cough, Wang Tang. Why don't you reconsider?
When Wang Tang refused to call him back, Director He cursed in his heart. He had no choice but to turn around and ask in a flattering tone. Pinhead. Chapter 74. Island Exam Venue. Director He, you don't have to play tricks with me. I agree that what you say makes sense. However, there's a difference between exposing my true abilities earlier and later. Also, the situation doesn't permit me to do so. All the different factions are present during the university entrance exam. If I reveal my martial warrior identity at a time like this, too many people will know about it. I'll definitely land myself in endless trouble, Wang Tang continued. Director, he was disappointed. This fellow was difficult to satisfy. He couldn't convince him at all. Never mind, it looked like he had no affinity with a promotion. Although he could announce this piece of news without his consent, it would definitely cause resentment in Wang Tang's heart. At that time, if Wang Tang turned against him, things would get ugly. He would not only lose his promotion, but he would also leave a bad impression in the hearts of the higher authorities. The loss outweighed the gain, but at this moment, Wang Tang's attitude took a turn. I accept this deal. Director He's eyes turned wide open. He almost choked on his own saliva. Little brat, were you playing with me just now? You're really bold. He squinted and glared at Wang Tang. Ha, don't mind me. Let's continue with the deal just now. Wang Tang got a fright and laughed awkwardly. Director He took a deep breath and snorted. Then he said, I mean what I say. As long as you display the strength of a martial warrior and perform glamorously during the actual combat assessment, this starbone will be yours. No problem. Deal. Wang Tang stretched out his hand and wanted to take the starbone away from Director He. However, the latter pulled his hand back and kept the starbone again. You want to take the reward before the result is out? You must be dreaming. Director He pouted. If you don't give it to me now, how will I know whether you will keep your word or not? Wang Tang asked. I'm not someone who will eat my words. Director He glared at him and replied. Who knows? Wang Tang scorned. Director He felt frustrated, but he couldn't vent it anywhere. He took another deep breath and said, Why don't we sign an agreement then? Wang Tang was naturally happy to do it. The two signed an agreement and wrote their names on the paper. Then they left, each having their own thoughts. Liu Wenqi couldn't say anything throughout the entire process. In his heart, he was lamenting how outstanding the youngsters were nowadays. He was not only able to bargain with Director He, but he even made Director He suffer a little loss. Not everyone was able to do that. Also, Wang Tang was actually a martial warrior. When he went back, he must ask Yang Jian to hug this Buddha's leg tightly. Wang Tang returned to the barracks. Yang Jian couldn't control his curiosity and asked, Young Master Wang, why did my uncle look for you? What else can it be? He wants me to perform well and win glory for them, Wang Tang said casually. Oh, all right, hurry up and sleep. We still have to wake up early tomorrow. Tomorrow was the actual combat assessment. Many examinees didn't sleep well that night as they were extremely agitated and worried. The death index seemed to be hanging above everyone's head like the sword of Damocles. A silent night. Next day, in the early morning, the examinees woke up in the wee hours and finished their breakfast. They gathered in an empty field. A huge unidentified flying object stopped in front of everyone. What is this? It's huge. It looks like an airship. What do you mean it looks like an airship? It is an airship. But look, there are runes on it. The examinees started discussing among themselves. Liu Wenqi scolded them. All right, keep quiet. Second Lieutenant Luo placed his hand behind his back as he stood in front of the crowd. He waited for them to quieten down before speaking. Not bad. We have only interacted for a short time, but I'm very happy to know all of you. I hope that all of you will be able to pass your actual combat assessment and hope that everyone will come back alive after he finished. He saluted at the crowd. The examinees couldn't help but straighten their backs and salute back. Let's end it here. Everyone board the airship. We will be leaving immediately and heading to the venue of the actual combat assessment. Second Lieutenant Luo continued. He turned and walked up the airship first. The student also lined up and followed after him. When they entered the airship, the examinees looked around curiously. This was their first time in this kind of vehicle, so everyone found it exciting. Tisk, tisk, this should be a force floating airship. Yang Jian gasped in admiration. Force floating airship? Wang Teng was puzzled. He had never heard of this before. It's a huge airship with runes drawn in its carrier to activate force as its driving force, Yang Jian explained. Is this different from the force cars and force airplanes? Wang Teng felt even more confused. They're different. I heard that the force airship manufacturing technology is from the Xingwu continent. The internal structure of this airship is vastly different from the current technology we have. I'm not very sure about the details, Yang Jian replied. You spoke for so long, but you're just a dabbler. Wang Teng was speechless. Speaking of this, are there technology products in Xingwu continent? Lin Chuhan joined their conversation. Who knows? Sometimes pictures from Xingwu continent will circulate around, but there's nothing important. There seem to be restrictions in place. Ordinary people like us won't know what the other world looks like. However, once we become martial warriors, we will have the opportunity to go to Xingwu continent. Yang Jian seemed to be looking forward to it. Why don't you know about this? Wang Teng looked at Lin Chuhan in surprise. Lin Chuhan's father was a martial warrior. She should have some understanding of the other continent. Lin Chuhan understood Wang Teng's meaning, she replied. He never told us anything. Also, at that time, I was very young. After that incident, he wouldn't mention it anymore. Wang Teng nodded. Yang Jian was confused. Fine. What secret do the two of you have? Why didn't you tell me? The floating airship rose into the air. If one looked out from the window, they could see the white clouds floating around the airship. The buildings below were as small as ants now. Despite carrying more than 1,000 examinees, the airship was very stable. There was no turbulence at all. Around half an hour later, the airship trembled a little and started to descend. We have arrived. The examinees hurriedly looked outside. There was actually an island below them. They were in the middle of the sea. The venue for the actual combat assessment is on an island. That's unimaginable. No wonder I've never heard of the location for the actual combat assessment in the past. Look, 2 other airships are descending over there. A sudden voice attracted everyone's attention. Indeed, in the direction the examinee was pointing, 2 airships were flying over from different directions. They were landing on the island, too. They must be the students from the other regions in Donghai. Someone guessed. The airship landed on the island slowly. The island was quite big, and a wide expanse of land was cleared out for the airship's landing. There was a huge camping ground in front. The examinees got off the airship and sized up their surroundings. The camp ahead took up a large area. The borders were filled with a large number of heavy rune machine guns, an intimidating sight for the youngsters. Their muzzles were facing the forest on the island and the coastline. The primary island was surrounded by rune metal fencing, and sentries manned all the entrances. At the same time, the other 2 airships had landed too. A huge number of examinees surged out. Within a few seconds, the empty area in front of the camping ground was filled with people. Look inside the forest. The moment the shout was heard, the roar of a beast echoed in the forest. Roar. In the primary forest, a giant beast roared and charged towards the metal fence. The large number of preys outside had obviously aroused its appetite. Boom! Unfortunately, before it could get close, a loud explosion shook the area. Guards had aimed the cannons at the giant beast and shot it down. The menacing beast was reduced to small pieces of meat. A piece of flesh landed in front of an examinee with a splat. The poor guy was so frightened his face turned pale. I've heard that there are many mutated beasts in the wild. I finally got to see one today. However, these should be ordinary mutated beasts that haven't absorbed force. Their skins are thicker and they are bulkier, but they aren't 4-star beasts. But these mutated beasts are scary too. Are we going to face them during our actual combat assessment? Someone spoke in fear. The scene just now frightened many people. Everyone, welcome to the 3rd exam venue for the Donghai region. This time, your actual combat assessment will be held here. We have prepared the protective battle uniform and weapons for you. When your name is called later, you can come forward to collect your equipment. Of course, some people are more comfortable with using their own weapons and have brought them along. You can use your weapons if you pass the inspection and your weapons meet the requirements. You have 2 hours now. Hurry up and get your equipment. Then you can start your exam. A man stood on the platform in the camping ground. His voice wasn't loud, but it entered everyone's ears clearly. Chen Xiaoming, Lin Dawei, Zheng Dong. Below the platform, rows and rows of huge cases were lined up. More than 10 staff were distributing the weapons at the side. The students whose names got called went forward quickly to collect their items. There was an area beside it for inspecting the examinees' weapons to see if they met the criteria. Wang Tang walked over and took out his rune weapon carrier casket. He pulled out his weapons one by one. Of course, he didn't bring his rune gun. It went without thinking that weapons like guns were definitely not allowed to be used during the exam. The inspector was slightly shocked when he saw the weapon carrier casket. "Young boy, your equipment is not bad. Where did you buy it?" "Custom made on Taobao, the only one of its kind," Wang Tang replied, a bit proudly. The inspector smiled and didn't probe further. He started inspecting Wang Tang's weapons, which were boxing gloves and battle swords. "They are both 1-star rune weapons. No wonder you don't want to use the weapons we're distributing." The inspector glanced at Wang Tang in astonishment. "Do they fulfill the requirements?" Wang Tang asked. "Of course, why won't they? Only martial warriors can unleash the full potential of 1-star rune weapons. In the hands of martial disciples, they are just a bit sharper." "Could you be a martial warrior?" asked the inspector. "Even if you're a martial warrior and are able to unleash the full power of these 1-star rune weapons, that's your own ability. It's not breaking the rules," another inspector at the side added. Wang Tang nodded. After the inspector confirmed that there was nothing wrong, Wang Tang kept the weapons. He carried his weapon carrier casket and went back to the examinee's queue. "So this thing is your weapon?" It suddenly occurred to Lin Chuhan. "I've already said that this is my secret weapon." Wang Tang smiled and replied, "Tisk." "How is this a secret?" Lin Chuhan said with disdain. "Lin Chuhan, Wang Tang." At this moment their names were finally called. They hurriedly went forward to collect their equipment. Wang Tang said to the staff, "You can just give me a lighter and more convenient protective battle uniform. I don't need weapons. This set of battle uniforms is lighter and more convenient, but its defensibility is a little weak." The staff found a lighter set of black battle uniforms and passed it to Wang Tang. Wang Tang tried the size and nodded. "I'll take this." An hour later, all the examinees had collected their protective battle uniform, battle boots, and the weapons they needed. The battle uniform and battle boots were all military items. They were made from special materials and were very durable. Battle uniform consisted of long pants and a singlet. The defensibility was good. It was able to withstand the sharp claws of a mutated beast and protect the vital organs in the body. As for the weapons, they were military-grade weapons too. There was a wide array of weapons in all forms of sizes. Although they weren't rune weapons, they were made from high-density, high-strength alloys. Tearing the hard skin of a mutated beast wouldn't be a problem. It was worth mentioning that the weapons used by the examinees were all cold weapons. No guns were allowed. At this moment, all the examinees had changed into their battle uniforms and battle boots. They were getting used to the weapons in their hands. The exam hadn't started yet. Everyone was waiting patiently at the waiting area. Chapter 75, Withdraw and Start. Wang Tang and Lin Chuhan prepared themselves at the waiting area. It was easy to tell that Lin Chuhan and Yang Jian were a little absent-minded. They kept fiddling with the weapons in their hands, but there was no pattern to it. When the time came, the two of them had started to get nervous like the rest of the students. Well, they couldn't be blamed either. The angry roar of the mutated beast and the gruesome scene afterward had caused a massive stimulation to the hearts of the examinees, especially when the mutated beast wanted to charge out from the metal fence. The evil intention in its eyes was obvious. It treated the examinees as its food. There was actually a day when humans were reduced to food. These examinees were like little flowers and young grasses in the ivory towers. They had never experienced any beating from society, nor the brutality of the law of the jungle. Although they had long heard of the ruthlessness and scariness of the mutated beast through various channels, they had never felt it so directly. One could only understand how terrifying it was if they experienced it personally. "Are you all right?" Wang Tang couldn't help but ask when he looked at Lin Chuhan's expression. Honestly, it would be a little tough for her to fight with the mutated beast based on her ability. "It's all right." Lin Chuhan gritted her teeth and forced herself to remain calm. "I thought that I could face this actual combat assessment without fear, but now I feel a little frightened," Yang Jian said with a bitter smile. "It's all right to be scared. Look, who isn't?" Wang Tang pointed to the other people around them. "Even Zhou Wu and He Men Rong are nervous. I feel much better now." Yang Jian heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw the expression on the faces of the advanced stage martial disciples.
Sigh?
"But why do you seem not worried at all? I can wipe out these mutated beasts with one punch. What is there to worry about?" Wang Tang said calmly. "Are you kidding? Those mutated beasts have such thick skins, although your strength is at 1,000 kilograms, you might not be able to kill one of them in a single punch." Yang Jian obviously didn't believe him. "Do you think that your punch is a cannon?" Lin Chuhan expressed her disdain too. "Why does no one believe me when I'm speaking the truth?" Wang Tang felt speechless. Just like that, the trio chatted casually. After a series of quips and jokes, Lin Chuhan and Yang Jian didn't seem as nervous as before. Everyone, the youngsters' gazes shifted to the high platform when they heard the loud voice. The officer who guided the distribution of the battle uniforms was speaking to the examinees. The actual combat assessment is about to start. I will be announcing the exam rules now. First, the actual combat assessment will start at 10 a.m. and end at 6 a.m. tomorrow. That means that you will be staying in this primary forest for 1 day and 1 night. When they heard this, the examinees' expressions changed, a day and a night. The primary forest was filled with danger. Yet, they were telling them that they had to stay inside for so long. How were they supposed to stay alive? Officer disregarded the uproar from the examinees below and continued speaking. "During this period, you will have to find your own food, water, and your lodging for the night. At the same time, if you want to pass the exam, you need to kill at least 5 mutated beasts. This is the minimum number. The more mutated beasts you kill, and the higher the level of beasts, the higher the number of points you will receive. That way, in the future, you will have better choices. We will be watching over the whole forest using satellite cameras for the entire exam duration. All of you have a communication device on your battle uniform. It is able to track your location to ensure that everyone is under surveillance. The level of the mutated beast you kill, as well as the number of mutated beasts you kill, will all be recorded. It will be changed into points and updated in your data. However, you must kill the beasts personally. Other people can't help you. If not, it will be considered cheating. You will be disqualified from the exam. Also, remember that students are not allowed to cut one another's throats during the actual combat assessment. However, there is still competition between all of you. Not only do you have to guard against mutated beasts, but you also need to be vigilant of other examinees. There's an emergency button on the communication device. We have arranged many experienced martial disciples in the forest. There are even 3 martial warriors. When you press the emergency button, the staff nearest to you will immediately rush to your location based on your GPS. The martial arts exam is important, but your life is even more important. Remember not to act rashly and overexert yourself. That is all I have to say. The examinees didn't look good when they heard the rules. There was a huge commotion. This actual combat assessment was so difficult. It was even more challenging than everyone thought. It was also much more dangerous than they imagined. Many people wanted to throw the towel right away. If you want to give up, you can step forward now. The officers seemed to have seen through their thoughts and said calmly. The examinees exchanged glances with one another. In the end, a lady really took the initiative and stood up first. I want to leave." When she said this sentence, she was already sobbing. It was easy to guess how painful it was for her to make this decision. A martial arts examinee must have worked very hard for the martial arts exam, especially the students from ordinary families. Their families had probably scrimped and saved to provide them with the resources to practice martial arts. But now she was giving up. Some of the students were shocked, while others felt complicated and understood her feelings. They felt as if they were relieved from a huge burden. Since someone had taken the lead, they felt justified and contented. After some disappointment, pain, and struggle, some students made the same decision and gave up. There was too little hope at first. They wanted to fight for an ounce of hope. But if they needed to risk their lives for it, their timid hearts didn't allow them to do it. After a while, the examinees that chose to give up stood sparsely in a corner. There were more than a few hundred people. "Does anyone else want to give up?" the officer asked. When he noticed that no other examinees came forward, he continued. "In that case, the rest of the examinees will be split at random into 10 teams. You will enter the forest from different entrances. Some staff came forward to organize them. The examinees that were familiar with one another were split up into 10 teams. Under the lead of the staff, they headed towards different entrances. Wang Tang stood in the middle of a team. There were unfamiliar faces all around him. Lin Chuhan and Yang Jian were in the other team, so he couldn't see them anymore. He hoped that they were able to pass the assessment safely. Not long after, Wang Tang's team reached an entrance. After waiting for some time, the person leading their team looked at his watch and said, It's almost time. You can enter now. Good luck to all of you." He signaled to the guard to open the metal gates. Then they allowed the examinees to enter. All the students remembered what the officer had said before this. There was competition between the examinees, and they needed to be aware of fellow students. Humans are unpredictable. No one dared to underestimate this sentence. Hence, the second they entered the forest, they parted ways with one another and headed in different directions. Wang Teng chose to enter the depths of the rainforest in a certain direction. He was already wearing his boxing gloves and holding his battle sword in his hand. He did say that this exam was simple for him, but he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't let down his guard. There were tall and lush green trees all around him, and the ground was covered with dried, fallen leaves. The stench of decaying leaves, along with the refreshing fragrance of grass and leaves, wafted into his nose. Roar! The roars of beasts rose one after another in the distance. Actual combat assessment. Start. Chapter 76, Hunt for High-Level Mutated Beasts. The actual combat assessment had been going on for an hour. On the island, in the sealed-off forest, all the examinees were scattered and were hunting and fighting with different mutated beasts. The levels of the mutated beasts corresponded to the martial disciples' levels. They were split into low-level, middle-level, and high-level. Candidates were all intermediate stage and advanced stage martial disciples. The best choice was to kill the weakest, low-level mutated beasts. Many people knew that this actual combat assessment wasn't just an exam. In fact, it was a training for the examinee's mentality and outdoor survival ability. After all, if they became martial warriors in the future and headed to Xingwu continent, the environment there was much worse than this forest. In the future, they might not have such a good chance to find a mutated beast to train themselves. At that time, they would be facing terrifying star beasts. Currently, Wang Teng was squatting on a huge tree and staring at a giant forest lizard below him. This was the first mutated beast he had met, and it was a high-level mutated beast. He didn't know if he was lucky or not. He had hung around for an hour but didn't meet any mutated beast. The moment he met one, it was a high-level mutated beast. This beast had mutated from a forest giant lizard. Its body was covered with thick and heavy scales, giving off a metallic glimmer. Its claws were as sharp as knives, and its fangs looked like spikes. They were able to pierce through a person in an instant. At first, Wang Teng thought that it hadn't noticed him yet. He was planning to sneak an attack on it nonetheless. This was the first time he met a mutated beast. Hence, he didn't act rashly. Out of his expectations, the forest giant lizard swung its tail at him. The huge force cut the tree he was using to hide into two. Boom! The tree cracked and fell. It's so strong? Wang Teng hurriedly stepped on the ground and leaped into the air. Then he waved his battle sword and exerted strength all over his body. He struck his sword down at the giant forest lizard. Roar! The giant lizard opened its mouth and let out a growl. It swung its tail again and swept it towards him. This tail sweep was extremely powerful. Even the air around it gave off short exploding sounds. Wang Teng's eyebrows jumped slightly. Naturally, he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't receive the attack forcefully. He executed his presence enlightenment stage basic footwork and actually managed to turn his body in the air. The maneuver allowed him to evade the attack easily. Wang Teng instantly lowered his center of gravity and landed on the ground. He punched the side of the giant lizard with his fist. Bang! His strength was terrifying. This punch caused the scale armor of the giant lizard to crack open, even hurting the bones underneath. Howl! The giant lizard howled in pain. It opened its mouth and wanted to pounce on Wang Teng. The stinging stench of blood flowed right into Wang Teng's face. Wang Teng snorted, his speed accelerated, and he evaded the giant lizard's attack. Next, he raised the battle sword in his hand and charged forward. Crack! Fresh blood spurted out. His sword slashed right through the giant lizard's mouth. It cut off a huge portion of the lizard's head. The next moment, the giant lizard fell to the ground with a thud. It was dead. Sigh. Wang Teng let out a breath. High-level mutated beasts were harder to deal with than he had imagined. However, it was still a piece of cake for him. He walked towards the giant lizard to take a look. Strength 20, blank attribute 5. Wang Teng instantly felt thrilled. Blank attribute. He saw blank attributes again. After Wang Teng picked them up, he didn't use them in a hurry. Instead, he kept them first. Wang Teng looked at the corpse of the giant lizard and went into deep thought. Is there a higher probability of dropping blank attributes if I kill mutated beasts and star beasts? He couldn't help but remember the giant crow star beast that was killed the other time. That star beast had dropped 60 blank attributes. In contrast, this giant lizard had dropped only 5 points. He had picked up blank attributes from martial disciples in the past before. but the probability was really low. Also, it wasn't a lot. Sigh, can't the system explain the settings all at once? Why do I have to figure it out myself? Wang Teng sighed helplessly. He decided to try it on a few more mutated beasts. If his guess was correct, this exam venue for their actual combat assessment would become an excellent place to collect blank attributes. An evil smile immediately appeared on his face. Almost simultaneously, all the mutated beasts in the entire forest felt an evil intention engulfing them. Report: an examinee has already killed a high-level mutated beast. At the same time, in a huge central control room situated in the island camping ground, computer screens filled up the entire place. All the screens were showing the images of the examinees in the forest. A few hundred staff stared at the screens without blinking. Suddenly, a staff member shouted loudly. The leaders from the Ministry of Education, including Director He, as well as the higher authorities from the top 3 martial arts academies and the president of the Martial Arts Association, Qin Hanxuan, were all gathered in this room. At first, they were chatting casually. When they heard this shout, though, they immediately turned in that direction. The staff member clicked on his computer and sent the image on his screen to the wall so that everyone could see it clearly. He even replayed the scene just now. Haha, indeed. It's that person, Director. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the young man standing in front of the giant lizard on the screen. Director He, do you know this guy? The principal of the Donghai branch, Lading Martial House, Jiang Hong, asked. This young man is not bad. His battle awareness is really strong. The principal of the Donghai branch, Balian Martial House, Gu Heifei, complimented Wang Teng. This examinee is the only extreme martial disciple from our Donghai this year. Director He smiled. He secretly glanced at the valiant-looking man sitting properly at the host seat. Qin Hanxuan and Fu Tiandao exchanged glances with each other. They didn't speak. The valiant-looking man calmly glanced at the screen. He didn't express too many emotions. However, when he heard that this was an extreme martial disciple, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Extreme martial disciple? Not bad. Let's continue watching, the man said in a composed manner. Director? He was elated. This sentence was enough to prove that Governor Jiang had developed an interest in Wang Teng. This man was the Governor-General of Donghai. The last time Qin Hanxuan and Fu Tiandao had said that he was on the brink of his breakthrough. Now he had appeared at the martial arts exam. No one else said anything. After all, the exam had just started. However, they couldn't help but pay more attention to Wang Teng. Time passed slowly. Gruesome battles were happening in many different corners of the forest. These examinees didn't have an easy time like Wang Teng. After all, this was their first time facing a mutated beast. Some people couldn't even release 1/5 of their true power. For an intermediate stage martial disciple to kill a low-level mutated beast, he needed to use a lot of strength and brain. In theory, they knew that they had to target the weak spots, but in an actual battle, everything was thrown to the back of their minds. Some people even cowered right at the start. Before they started fighting, they had already run away in a flurry. Within 2 to 3 hours, close to half of the examinees were eliminated. Penan, on an empty area in the forest, 2 black figures were engaged in a fight. After a cold flash of light, the 2 figures separated from each other. Wang Teng landed on the ground stably. The battle sword in his hand was pointing diagonally at the ground. A trace of blood dripped down the tip of the sword and landed on the leaves-covered earth. The other black figure slammed hard on the ground. Its head flew up high before falling back. A large amount of blood spurted out like a fountain. They are both high-level mutated beasts, but this green python was harder to deal with than that forest giant lizard. Wang Teng lamented to himself. Then he went forward. Speed 15. Blank attribute 6. As expected, blank attributes were dropped again. Wang Teng was cheering secretly in his heart. He picked them up. Instant he finished picking up the attribute bubbles, the python head at the side suddenly leaped up and opened its mouth wide, baring its fangs. It wanted to bite Wang Teng. "I've been waiting for you," Wang Teng sneered. He slashed his battle sword sideways and cut the python head into 2. In the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers, it was mentioned that mutated snakes had a strong vitality. Even if their heads were chopped off, their central nervous systems would still be functioning for a short period. It would produce certain instinctive reactions. If one wasn't careful enough, they might be attacked by it when it was at the brink of death. It didn't mean that the larger mutated beasts were poisonous. If a mutated beast was poisonous before it mutated, not only would its size grow bigger, its poison would become even more deadly. If a person was bitten by it, he might die on the spot. Hence, they needed to be extremely careful. Wang Teng turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, The sound of something cutting through the air was heard behind him. Swoosh! The sound was shrill and loud, and one could guess how fast the speed was from the wind. A stinging pain was felt on his leg. Wang Tang reacted almost instantly. His speed increased exponentially, and he executed his footwork with full power. His body moved away slightly from his original position. Boom! A sharp arrow cut through the air beside his leg. It pierced into a huge tree and formed a large hole in it. Examinees weren't allowed to endanger each other's lives, but they were able to defeat one another. That way, the mutated beasts that the other party killed would be counted as the winners. Just now, that arrow wasn't aimed at Wang Tang's vital point. Still, if it had hit his thigh, his battle ability would have decreased greatly. Wang Tang looked at the examinee on the tree far away who had released this arrow. He immediately dashed into the bushes and executed his footwork. The snake walk. The other party wasn't able to get a lock on him. Then, Wang Tang moved in the direction where his opponent was at. Are you looking for death? Chapter 77, Your father is ultimately your father. Expression of the examinee who had tried to sneak an attack on Wang Tang underwent a change when he noticed how fast Wang Tang's reaction and how decisive he was. The moment he evaded his attack, Wang Tang snuck into the bushes and ran towards him using the bushes as his cover. Retreat! The examinee turned and ran away without any hesitation. The basic battle technique he practiced was basic arrow skill. It was suitable for long-range attacks and not close combats. Just now, when he saw the way Wang Tang fought with the high-level mutated beast, he knew that he would lose if he got caught by the young man. Wang Tang shuttled back and forth in the forest. He executed his footwork, and his figure kept shifting like the clouds. The other party wasn't able to aim at him. How dare you sneak an attack on me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Wang Tang's expression was cold as he increased his speed with every step. He dashed towards the other examinee. Damn it! The other examinee got a fright when he saw Wang Tang rushing over. How could he be so fast? The distance between the two of them got closer and closer. As the guy ran away, he continued shooting arrows behind him. He hoped that he would be able to stall Wang Tang for some time, even if it was just to lower his speed of chasing him. However, even though the arrows he shot caused some obstruction to Wang Tang, the distance between the two of them didn't get longer. It continued shortening. Wang Tang's speed was much faster than his, and his arrows were almost finished. After a few seconds, the distance between the two of them was less than 30 meters. Die. Wang Tang stepped on the ground, and the earth below him cracked. His entire body shot out like a raging bear. His sword formed an arc in the air as he flung it down on the examinee. The examinee was flabbergasted. He raised his bow above his head to block this attack. Clang! When the bow and the sword collided, a metallic tremble rang out. The examinee's expression changed. He could feel a powerful force boring down on him. He couldn't control himself and flew backward. Bang! He slammed heavily on the ground. Fresh blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He shouted towards the forest beside him. Why aren't you all moving? How long are you going to watch the show? Wang Tang scoffed. He furiously charged at the examinee. Don't come over! Other party's expression changed for the umpteenth time. He quickly crawled up from the ground and retreated. Wang Tang punched him without saying anything. Stop! A loud shout suddenly came from the forest behind him. A strong gust of wind assaulted Wang Tang's back. Wang Tang evaded the attack as though he had eyes on his back. His hard and sturdy iron fist still smashed into the examinee's face. Crack! The other party's nose bridge collapsed. It was quite obvious. Blood splattered everywhere from his nose, and the guy kept screaming in pain. Wang Tang swept his legs this time. The examinee was already dizzy from the punch. Now his vision turned black, and he wasn't able to withstand the attack at all. In an instant, he flew away because of the kick basic arrow skill 10. Beginner stage arrow talent 3. Huh? Wang Tang's eyes lit up. They are talent attributes. The attributes this examinee dropped were quite impressive. He picked them up. The two examinees that had just walked out of the forest didn't protect their companion when they saw what happened. Instead, they watched Wang Tang injure him without doing anything. Their expressions turned ugly. Wang Tang, you're too ruthless. We are all examinees. How can you land such a heavy blow? One of the examinees pointed at Wang Tang and shouted. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, young Master Li. Wang Tang turned around and looked at the people who had just appeared. One of them was a complete stranger to him. He didn't recognize the man. However, the other was an old friend, Li Rongcheng. Why, are you planning to get some of your egos back because you were tortured by me too many times? Wang Tang smiled at him ambiguously. Where did you get these two dumb boys? How did you trick them into seeking death together with you? Li Rongcheng's expression turned even worse when Wang Teng exposed his true thoughts. A hint of anxiousness flashed past his eyes. Indeed, he was the one who found these two people. Wang Teng had opposed him many times and caused him to lose his face. Also, he already knew he was beaten up for no reason at that time because of Wang Teng's framing. He was the one who caused him to carry that blame. This bastard was so sinister. Also, during the level inspection, Wang Teng displayed the ability of an extreme martial disciple. He had amazed the crowd with a single feat and made him exceptionally jealous. Thus, he tricked these two advanced stage martial disciples from other schools and planned to kick Wang Teng out of the actual combat assessment. Of course, Li Rongcheng was able to convince these two advanced stage martial disciples because he knew them before. He also promised them certain benefits. Unfortunately, a boss was still a boss. Your father was still your father. The examinee who tried to sneak attack Wang Teng didn't succeed. Instead, he was beaten up like a dog. He laid on the floor, not able to get up anymore. These guys were already frightened of Wang Teng's ability. Now, with one person down, only Li Rongcheng and the other advanced stage youngster were left. Their chances of winning were even less. When he heard Wang Teng's words, the other advanced stage martial disciple glanced at Li Rongcheng. That gaze caused Li Rongcheng's heart to drop. Since it has already reached this state, there's no point in saying anything anymore. Let's just fight. Surprisingly, the advanced stage martial disciple was extremely decisive. He knew Li Rongcheng's intention, but they had already formed a grudge with Wang Teng. Hence, there was probably no point in begging for mercy. They should just work together and get rid of Wang Teng. All right? Li Rongcheng gritted his teeth and didn't say much. He held his battle blade in his hand and charged towards Wang Teng first. The seed of suspicion was already planted in them. However, they had no choice but to work together now. He must show enough sincerity. As expected, when the advanced stage martial disciple saw him attacking first, his vigilant expression softened a little. Then he joined the assault on Wang Teng. He held a huge and heavy battle mace in his hand. As he waved it around, the sound of air braking could be heard. He smashed it viciously at Wang Teng. Li Rongcheng executed his presence enlightenment stage basic blade skill. His blade moved as fast as lightning and covered Wang Teng up entirely. The attack of two advanced stage martial disciples was troublesome and tough to handle, even for an extreme martial disciple. However, Wang Teng's true ability wasn't that of an extreme martial disciple. He was a martial warrior. Not only that, all his battle techniques were at a higher stage than the other two martial disciples. Even if he didn't release his martial warrior ability, he was still able to beat the two people up. He executed his presence enlightenment stage basic footwork to its fullest potential. His body spun and turned in the smallest area possible. It was as if he wasn't moving at all. However, Li Rongcheng's blade couldn't even touch the edge of his clothes. Presence enlightenment stage footwork. Li Rongcheng was stunned. At this time, the other advanced stage martial disciple's metal mace had arrived in front of him. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Wang Teng's lips. He pushed his fists out and took the attack of the mace head-on. Clang! Wang Teng was wearing boxing gloves, so his hands weren't injured at all. On the other hand, his opponent took a few steps back. His hands that were holding the mace kept trembling. The battle mace almost slipped out of his hands. Wang Teng continued his victorious pursuit and appeared in front of Li Rongcheng in a blink of an eye. Under his astounded gaze, he pushed his fists out. Li Rongcheng wanted to dodge, but he realized that his body couldn't catch up with his thoughts. He was defeated in one move. Why is it the same as before? His heart was filled with unwillingness. He remembered the previous duel they had in the school stadium, and intense bitterness overflowed him. When that advanced stage martial disciple saw that Li Rongcheng couldn't even handle a single attack from Wang Teng, his pupils constricted. He gritted his teeth and forcefully controlled his trembling hands. Just when he was about to raise his battle mace, a pair of iron fists welcomed him. Boom! The fist landed on his chest, and the overwhelming force threw him back. How is this possible? In the instant he flew out, an inconceivable thought appeared in his heart. Chapter 78, Wang Teng. I suggest you leave some room for yourself. The examinee that got flung back by Wang Teng's punch was a strength-type advanced stage martial disciple, but at this moment, even he was amazed by Wang Teng's strength. A moment ago, Wang Teng had received the attack of his battle mace forcefully with his fists. This time, when Wang Teng punched him, he was unable to retaliate at all. Was this the ability of an extreme martial disciple? The difference was too huge. At first, he was very decisive and felt that since they had already formed a grudge, they should just kick Wang Teng out of the martial arts exam. However, now he regretted his decision. At the same time, he hated Li Rongcheng terribly. This bastard, How did he provoke such a powerful figure? He wasn't the only one. At this moment, Li Rongcheng also felt puzzled the last time he was defeated in a single blow. Now, the same thing had repeated itself. However, he felt that Wang Teng's ability had gotten stronger. His chest was hurting so much. The gap was getting bigger and bigger. How was he supposed to fight with Wang Teng? Wang Teng glanced at the duo. There were a few attribute bubbles dropped around them. Speed 5, Strength 12, Basic Mace Skill 5. Wang Teng shook his head. These were all very ordinary. As for the basic mace skill, well, he tried to imagine himself waving the huge mace around. Forget it. This weapon wasn't suitable for him. Wang Teng was too lazy to pick up the attributes. Am I getting arrogant, or are they too weak? They must be too weak. Wang Teng questioned himself for a second. His gaze then landed on the examinee who had dropped the beginner stage arrow skill talent unconsciously. This was the first time someone dropped a weapon-type talent. This fellow must have some ability. Wickedness slowly filled up his gaze. On the other side, although the examinee was unconscious, he suddenly shivered. Wang Teng walked over and hit the examinee without waking him up. He especially took care of his head and hit it a few times. Spirit 0.2, Beginner. Stage Arrow Talent 1. Basic Arrow Skill 2, Basic Arrow Skill 1, Beginner Stage Arrow Talent 1, Spirit 0.1. Wang Teng only left the guy alone when the attribute bubbles stopped dropping. The examinee woke up from the pain. He felt as though he had a dream. In his dream, someone tortured and tormented him terribly. He was really pitiful. But the moment he woke up, he felt pain all over his body. He couldn't help but groan in agony. Li Rongcheng and the other examinee had witnessed this brutal act firsthand. The muscles on their faces twitched uncontrollably, and a chill crept up to their hearts. Oh my God, he must be a devil. He doesn't even let go of an unconscious guy. How can he bear to be so cruel, scary? If they weren't heavily injured, they would have run away like their lives depended on it. Wang Teng suddenly turned his head and glanced at the two examinees. They shuddered in fright, and their expressions warped, especially when they saw him walking towards them. A sense of uneasiness rose from the depth of their hearts. This devil, Wang Teng, what do you want to do? Wang Teng didn't say anything. We have already lost. What else do you want to do? Stop when you should.
Don't be too outrageous.
When he heard Wang Teng laughing in disdain, Li Rongcheng's face turned green. He looked at Wang Teng as he stood right in front of him and shouted in panic. Wang Teng, don't cut off all your routes of retreat. I suggest you leave some room for yourself. Wang Teng clicked his tongue. He didn't expect Li Rongcheng to be so good at talking. The guy sure had a glib tongue. He raised his big fist and aimed it at Li Rongcheng's head. One punch and Li Rongcheng's vision turned black, Spirit 0.5. Oh? Not bad. Continue. Bang, bang, bang. Spirit 0.1. Spirit 0.1. Unfortunately, after dropping 2 more spirit attributes, he stopped. Li Rongcheng grabbed the opportunity during the interval and hurriedly pressed the emergency button. He would give up the assessment. He didn't want to make this decision, but if he remained here any longer, he might be beaten half to death. This devil. Wang Teng wanted to turn to the other examinee, but he realized that the examinee had already pressed the emergency button a long time ago. Now hurried footsteps were heard not far away from them. The examinee who had sneak attacked Wang Teng finally understood what had happened. He pressed the emergency button too. The 3 of them were forced to give up. Wang Teng shook his head and ignored them. He turned around and left. When the staff of the exam venue arrived and saw the sad plight of the 3 students, they were stunned. What happened here? This fellow is a little vicious. In the central control room, everyone looked at the scene on the screen with trembling eyelids. Did you notice that his basic footwork has reached the presence enlightenment stage? The principal of Bailey and Marshall House, Gu Heifei, suddenly asked. You're right. This Wang Teng is a genius. The principal of Lading Marshall House, Jiang Hong, nodded. Our Bailey and Marshall House wants this examinee. No one is going to snatch him from me, Gu Heifei said. We haven't even opened our mouth. Why are you in such a hurry? Jiang Hong complained. Ha ha ha, there's no need to fight. Wang Teng is already a member of our Jixin Marshall House. Fu Tiandao couldn't help but laugh happily. You, Gu Heifei and Jiang Hong felt disappointed. At the same time, they glared furiously at Fu Tiandao. They had finally managed to find such a good seedling, but he already belonged to Jixin Marshall House. Time passed by. The massacre in the forest became more and more intense. Many examinees got injured during their first fight with the mutated beasts. Those suffering severe injuries pressed the emergency button and left the exam helplessly. Those that only had light injuries gritted their teeth and persevered. They had experienced the fight already, so they were gradually getting used to it. For many of the candidates, this was their first time facing the mutated beasts. They were strong enough, so even though they felt a little uncomfortable killing mutated beasts, they started to familiarize themselves with the sensation after killing a few of them. Most people chose low-level mutated beasts as their first prey. After getting used to the situation, they would look for middle-level and high-level mutated beasts, especially those advanced stage martial disciples. These students wanted to enter top universities, so they needed to achieve good results. That was the only way to get the attention of the top universities. Night dawned on the forest. After the fights in the day, most of the students were exhausted and hungry. However, they needed to find their own food and water to fill up their stomachs. Also needed to find a place to rest for the night. At night, the forest was even more dangerous. All kinds of mutated beasts came out to search for prey. The number of mutated beasts seemed to have increased suddenly. Wang Tang stood on a huge tree and looked into the distance. The shadows of many mutated beasts could be seen in the dense forest. He wasn't the only one who noticed the anomaly. Other examinees had observed this point too. That's good, I can get more blank attributes. Wang Tang smiled slightly. In the day, he had already killed 6 high-level mutated beasts. He had also finished off 9 middle-level mutated beasts, collecting a total of 43 blank attributes. Let's find some food first. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a wild mutated boar suddenly appeared in his vision. Well, it looks edible. Wang Tang jumped down, and the glint from his sword formed an arc in the air. Swoosh! Blood splattered, and this wild boar with thick skin was directly beheaded. In the beginning, Wang Tang had purposely suppressed his ability because he wanted to train with mutated beasts. But in the end, he changed his opinion. What was more important than collecting attributes? Thus, he decided to let himself go and kill as many mutated beasts as he could. With his ability, this middle-level mutated beast would be finished off in one blow. Wang Tang chopped off a large piece of thigh meat and held it in his hand. He then found a mountain cave and drilled wood to make fire in the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. This was basic knowledge. He twirled the wood twice and a small flame appeared. Wang Tang barbecued the wild boar thigh and filled up his stomach. After resting for some time, he walked out of the cave and continued his hunt for mutated beasts. This was a sleepless night. It was already midnight. In the central control room, the hunting result of the examinees was projected on the wall through the projector. All the leaders were looking at the results silently. Yan Peng from Qin High School has already killed 13 mutated beasts, 3 high-level ones, 4 middle-level ones, and 6 low-level beasts. This result is really good, Gu Heifei said. Zhou Wu from Noble 1 High School isn't bad either. He has also killed 13 mutated beasts, 3 high-level, 3 middle-level, and 7 low-level. He's just 1 step behind, Jiang Hong said. There's also Dong Fei from Shirian High School. He killed 14 mutated beasts, 4 high-level, 5 middle-level, and 5 low-level. The bosses mentioned all the outstanding students from the different schools, but most of their attention was placed on the number 1 examinee, Wang Tang. They would glance at his results occasionally. It rose again. The same thought appeared in the leaders' minds almost simultaneously. He had killed a total of 28 mutated beasts. Wait, it was 29 mutated beasts now. Another high-level mutated beast had lost its life under his sword. Among them, 18 were high-level mutated beasts. There were even lesser middle-level beasts, only 10. The leaders didn't know how to describe Wang Tang anymore. It seemed so easy for him to kill the mutated beasts. Most of the time, he would finish them with a single wave of his sword. The most he would do was to add another punch. Of course, they had forgotten about the 2 mutated beasts Wang Tang killed right at the start. Based on the ability he displayed afterward, he must be fooling around back then. When we were young, were we able to do this? All the leaders started asking themselves. The answer was a resounding no. If they really were to fight with the mutated beasts, they might be tormented like crazy. Even Governor Jiang felt the corners of his eyes twitching. The potential this fellow displayed was almost on par with the top figures in society, but it was just his potential. Growth had its consequences. It was impossible to predict what would happen in the future. Another 2 hours passed. The forest was dark and silent. Occasionally, the roar of a wild animal would shatter the peaceful illusion. No one knew what that was. Although this environment was daunting and taking a toll on their bodies, the examinees gritted their teeth and persevered. Some examinees had already killed 5 mutated beasts, so they were qualified for the martial arts course. To be safe, they hid in a secluded spot and stopped going out. On the other hand, Wang Tang continued hunting. He was having one hell of a time in this exam. He had already collated 85 blank attributes. It was a huge gain. Currently, multiple agile black figures were surrounding him. They appeared from all different directions. The furs of these mutated beasts were grayish-black. They were able to hide very well under the night sky. Their eyes gave off an eerie green glow, and a low groan could be heard from their mouths. A disgusting stench wafted into his nose. Wang Tang's figure shuttled around like a butterfly dancing among the flowers. This bunch of jackals and wolves kept missing him. Every time his sword slashed through the air, a life would be lost. After a few minutes, the ground was filled with the corpses of jackals and wolves. Only a few beasts had survived this nightmare. The bedraggled survivors ran away in a flurry. Wang Tang was too lazy to chase after them, though. He collected another 8 middle-level mutated beasts. Blank attribute plus 16. Wang Tang was about to turn and leave when suddenly the ground started shaking violently. Small cracks began appearing on the ground. Chapter 79. Volcano Eruption. The ground was quaking, and many thin cracks were starting to appear. The entire mountain below his feet seemed to be vibrating. What is happening? Wang Tang's expression changed. He glanced around him and noticed that the trees were all shaking too. The leaves rustled and fell. The other examinees felt the vibration too. Those further away didn't feel the shaking as much, so they continued hunting for mutated beasts after a moment of astonishment. However, the examinees in the same mountain as Wang Tang felt the vibration vividly. Their expressions underwent a slight change. The examinees hesitated and wondered if they should leave immediately. However, there were many mutated beasts on this mountain. Those examinees that wanted to achieve good results found it difficult to give up. Also, there were many safe spots on this mountain. The examinees who had hidden inside after meeting the minimum requirements walked out in a daze. They didn't know what was happening. A few minutes later, the quaking stopped. It seemed as though it had never appeared in the central control room. Governor Jiang sat in the host's seat and asked calmly, "What happened just now?" "There's an extinct volcano on this island." Some strange movements might have occurred inside the volcano. The staff below reported in a hurry. "Extinct volcano?" Governor Jiang looked at him. The staff felt cold sweat pouring down his forehead as the governor stared at him. "Go and investigate immediately. The safety of the examinees is crucial," Governor Jiang said. Yes, I will arrange someone to investigate it at once." The staff trembled in fear and replied. The assessment continued. Boom, another huge earthquake. This time it was even more severe. Roar, howl. Suddenly, the mutated beasts in the mountains roared and howled. You could almost sense the fear in their voices. Many examinees were fighting with mutated beasts. They exchanged blows with the beasts and were having a ball of a time. When the ground vibrated, the examinees were stunned on the spot. The mutated beasts, though, had already fled in a hurry. They weren't escaping up the mountains. Instead, they were furiously dashing down. Boom! The examinees soon realized that it wasn't just one or two beasts escaping. All the mutated beasts were running away from the mountain. The scene was appalling. The peak of the mountain swayed and the ground vibrated occasionally. In this second, all the examinees finally realized that something frightening was happening. Is this an earthquake? Many examinees took a wild guess. In the central control room, Governor Jiang stood up with a stern expression. End the actual combat assessment. The people below carried out the order without any delays. The siren blared around the island. The ear-shattering sound of the broadcast system spread through the entire primary forest. All examinees. A strange activity is detected in the extinct volcano at the exam venue. The actual combat assessment will end early. Please hurry towards the nearest exit at the fastest speed and leave the exam venue. Repeat, all examinees, the announcement kept repeating to ensure that all the examinees heard it. Extinct volcano. Damn it! Why didn't they mention it earlier? The expressions of the examinees who heard the broadcast changed slightly. They sprinted towards the entrance of the forest at their maximum speeds. Wang Tang's expression wasn't any different from the rest. He turned and charged down the mountain without any hesitation. However, he was deep inside the forest, so there was a huge distance between him and the bottom of the mountain. The mutated beasts in the mountain had gone entirely crazy. They surged down the mountain in many different waves. The examinees that couldn't retreat in time could only make way for the beasts. However, that meant that they would be stuck in the mountain. Some examinees decided to take the risk. They wanted to make use of the chaos to get down the mountain since the mutated beasts wouldn't bother about them now. Their thoughts were good, but the reality was cruel. The frantic mutated beasts attacked anyone and anything without any difference. Anything that was in their way. Whether it was trees, other beasts, or humans, they would smash them away. One examinee got hit by a mutated beast and fell to the ground. Instantly, he was stamped into a pile of minced meat. He didn't even have the time to scream. The examinees that saw this scene shuddered in fright. They didn't dare to act rashly anymore. However, this was a picture in one corner of the exam venue. At the moment, tragedies were happening in all corners of the mountain. The number of deaths this year was increasing exponentially. The staff in the exam venue were helpless in the face of this situation, wanted to help, but there was nothing they could do in front of the waves of mutated beasts. Everyone, it's up to us now. Governor Jiang's voice was emotionless as he walked out of the central control room in large strides. His legs weren't touching the ground. Gotta stretch our legs once in a while. The other leaders quickly answered. They walked out of the central control room and leaped out of the camp. Turning into black figures, the bigwigs disappeared into the night sky. At this moment, Wang Tang was standing on the crown of a huge tree. He was looking at the peak of the mountain in the far distance, spiritual sight. He saw fire force raging at the peak of the mountain. Balls of red lights were spurting out of the crater. Is it going to erupt, or did something else happen? Wang Tang silently wondered to himself. He looked down at the frantic, mutated beasts and frowned uncontrollably. I wonder how Lin Chuhan is. Who are they? Suddenly he saw three figures engulfed entirely in three different color rays. They were actually dashing up the mountain. Three martial warriors. Under his spiritual sight, he could see their elements clearly. Yellow, green, and blue, they were earth element, wood element, and water element. The color of the water element was different from the ice element. The ice element was dark blue, while the water element was light blue. These three must be the martial warriors protecting the examinees. Are they planning to go up the mountain to understand the situation? Wang Tang pondered for a moment and guessed their intention. The three martial warriors charged into the beast's tide as though there was no resistance. They forcefully cleared a bloody trail. Strength, 3. Speed, 2. Blank attribute 1. Blank attribute 3. Speed, 2. Blank attribute 1. Many attribute bubbles were dropped amidst the beast tide. Wang Tang thought for a moment, why don't I pick them up, hence? He secretly followed the three martial warriors and picked up the attributes dropped along the way. Impressive, impressive. The destructive ability of three martial warriors is indeed amazing. Wang Tang made a comparison silently. He realized that if he were to fight against these three, the chances of winning were minimal. The three martial warriors fought all the way up to the peak of the mountain. Wang Tang followed them behind. When he saw the three martial warriors jumping into the crater, he hesitated. Should he go down with them? What if the volcano suddenly erupted? Forget it. My life is more important. Wang Tang contemplated for a moment and felt the value of his life. He turned and planned to go down the mountain. Suddenly he felt something under his feet. An examination identity card. He picked it up. Instantly he cursed uncontrollably. At that moment, Wang Tang's expression turned extremely ugly. Lin Chuhan? Why is her examination identity card here? Wang Tang's gaze landed on the crater unconsciously. Suddenly he had a bad feeling. Could she be so unlucky? Maybe she just dropped it in a moment of panic. She might have already escaped the mountain. He consoled himself and forced himself to hurry down the mountain. He took 2 steps before gritting his teeth. Why did you run all the way here? Aren't you creating trouble for me? Wang Tang felt a headache coming on. He leaped up and jumped down the crater. Chapter 80. Volcano Salamander. Wang Tang landed on a protruding rock on the rock wall. He scanned the environment inside the crater. Indeed, this looked like an extinct volcano. The walls around him had been eroded by the wind and were fragmented. But this was what gave him a place to land. Where are they? There was no one in sight. He frowned. Wang Tang could only continue going down. There were many broken layers and blind spots below, so it was tough to see. The three martial warriors that went down a moment ago were nowhere in sight. There must be something underneath. Crack. Suddenly, the protruding rock that Wang Tang was stepping on cracked without any warning. His entire center of gravity dropped and his body fell uncontrollably. Wang Tang stepped on a falling piece of rock in midair. Boom! Rock exploded into fragments. Wang Tang used the recoil to leap onto the nearest rock. Breathed just as he heaved a sigh of relief, his pupils suddenly constricted. There's a cave. On the right side of the place he landed on, he could see a concealed, long and narrow entrance of a cave. He wanted to go over, but he stopped abruptly. Spiritual sight. He executed his talent and saw huge amounts of fire force seeping out from the cave. Wang Tang scanned his surroundings again and noticed that this was the source of the force he saw spurting out of the crater. As expected, there's something wrong with this place. He pondered for a moment before putting his feet forward. He sneaked into the cave. The cave was narrow and long, barely wide enough for one person to walk. Wang Tang moved forward carefully. The vigilance in his heart kept rising. With the help of his spiritual sight, he could see the fire force getting thicker as he walked deeper into the cave. The situation inside must be tricky to handle. Once he entered the cave, he noticed that the temperature was much higher than outside. As he got deeper, the temperature kept rising. Wah! A strange sound suddenly came from the depth of the cave. What sound is that? Wang Tang stopped in his tracks. He hesitated for a second before hastening his pace and rushing towards the depth of the cave. The sound had probably come from some unknown mutated beast, considering the density of the fire force in this area. It might even be a star beast. With Lin Chuhan's ability, if she was inside, the odds were stacked like a mountain against her. What is wrong with the exam board? Why is an accident like this happening during the martial arts exam? They are so unreliable. Not long after, a light appeared in front of Wang Tang. He had reached the end of the tunnel. A red light shone in. The scorching heat overwhelmed him. As he got nearer, he felt the temperature rising exponentially. Wang Tang secretly moved the ice force around his body. That was the only way to prevent him from feeling like he was in a furnace. Wang Tang tilted his body and stood at the edge of the entrance. He allowed the protruding rock wall to block his body. Then he peeked inside. There was a massive space inside the cave. In the middle there was a pit where magma could be seen flowing below. This was the source of the scorching heat. As for the three martial warriors that entered before him, they were fighting with two star beasts. Star beasts. They must be star beasts. They had force in their bodies. The two star beasts looked a little like salamanders, however they were enormous and their entire body was red. They had scale armors covering them, with long horns decorating their heads. They kept giving off wah sounds that sounded like babies crying. It's a star beast. Wang Tang was dumbstruck. Didn't they say that there were only mutated beasts here? Where did star beasts come from? He hurriedly searched for Lin Chuhan's figure. Lin Chuhan would be helpless in front of these two star beasts. It was the same as serving herself to them on a platter. These two beasts might not even feel full after eating her. However, after searching for one round, he didn't discover any signs of her. Was she eaten? Or was she eaten? Or was she eaten? Or maybe she never came in. Wang Tang was extremely anxious as the same thought kept looping in his mind. At this moment, the fight between the two star beasts and the martial warriors intensified. Boom. The star beast blew force out of its mouth and formed a round magma ball. The ball flew towards the wood element martial warrior at high speed. Honestly, this wood element martial warrior was restrained by the fire element star beast. He was exhausted during the battle just now, so when the star beast released a powerful move, he was taken by surprise. Move! The earth element martial warrior at the side shouted. The wood martial warrior was guarding against the force attacks from the star beasts too. He was a little flustered, but he managed to evade the attack precariously. The ball of magma slammed into the rock wall behind him. Its destructive ability was astonishing, as evident from the collapsed rock wall. A huge piece of rock smashed into the back of the wood element martial warrior, bringing with it a frightening impact force. Splurt. The wood element martial warrior vomited a mouthful of blood. His body flew out and he almost fell into the magma pit in the middle. Ling Dong! Earth element martial warrior screamed in fear. I'm fine. The volcano salamander's magma burst is extremely powerful. Be careful. The wood element martial warrior, Ling Dong, wiped the traces of blood off the corner of his lips as he reminded his companions. He struggled to get up from the ground, but he seemed to be heavily injured. Wood Force 1, Fire Force 2. Oh my God, they dropped force attributes. Wang Tang's gaze was suddenly fixed on the ground. Impact just now had caused 2 force attributes to drop. Wah! The volcano salamander noticed that Ling Dong was seriously injured and wanted to kill him first. It moved its huge body and tumbled over. Ling Dong's expression changed. The earth element martial warrior dashed to Ling Dong's side. Earth force exuded out of his body, forming a shield in front of him. He forcefully blocked the volcano salamander's collision again and again. But the two of them still flew out because of the impact. Hurry up and leave. These 2 volcano salamanders are too difficult to deal with. We'll retreat first. The water element martial warrior, who was fighting with another volcano salamander alone, was stronger than the other 2. However, the situation was awful, so he rushed towards his comrades. Leave! The earth element martial warrior held Ling Dong up and retreated towards the entrance of the cave. However, do you think you can come whenever you want and leave when you feel like it? Have you asked me for my opinion? The volcano salamander's thinking was apparent. It blocked the entrance with its huge body, cutting off the only path of retreat for the 3 martial warriors. Wah! The other volcano salamander attacked them from the back. These two volcano salamanders actually knew how to cooperate with each other. Wang Tang was astounded when he saw this scene. He retracted the aura on his body to prevent the two star beasts from noticing him. At the same time, he felt worried for the three martial warriors. They were in extreme danger. Damn it! The water element martial warrior in the lead couldn't help but curse. He looked at the two volcano salamanders closing in on them with an ugly expression. "Ji Quan, what should we do?" The other two martial warriors looked at him. "What else can we do? We can only fight with our lives. I hope that the other people will arrive soon. If they come slightly later, they can only bury our corpses for us." Ji Quan's face turned cold as he said fiercely, "Let's do it, Ling Dong and the other earth element." Martial warrior gritted their teeth. As martial warriors, they had seen all kinds of dangers. They just had to give it their best and fight with their lives. "If we live, we live. If we don't, we don't." The three of them were already prepared to die. Remained alert and combat ready, seeking the right opportunity to attack. Howl! At this moment, the volcano salamander blocking the entrance suddenly let out a howl of pain. Chapter 81, Star Core. What is this? What just happened? Why did the frightening volcano behemoth cry in agony? The three martial warriors were confused. They stared at the volcano salamander that was howling in pain with stunned faces. The other volcano salamander also looked at its companion in astonishment.
"Brother, are you all right? Why are you staring into space? Attack!" A voice suddenly came from behind the wailing volcano salamander. The three martial warriors were elated when they heard the voice. It explained the painful expression on the volcano salamander's face. The reinforcements were here. The giant body of the volcano salamander was blocking the entrance, so they couldn't see Wang Teng's figure. That didn't prevent them from reacting, though. They quickly executed their battle techniques and teamed up to attack the other volcano salamander. The volcano salamander blocking the entrance twisted its body as if it was trying to break free from something. "Your spirit is quite strong." Wang Teng held a sharp ice spike in his hand and viciously stabbed it into the body of the volcano salamander. He didn't expect the volcano salamander to be able to struggle so violently. He was slightly surprised. "But I won't let you escape." He leaped up and landed on the body of the volcano salamander. He smashed his fist at the star beast below him. Phantom ice fist. Splurt. The bone-piercing chill on his fist felt like a sharp ice spike. It cracked the scale armor on the volcano salamander's body and penetrated right into the body. Howl! The volcano salamander howled in agony and started to struggle even more frantically. It swung its body as it attempted to throw Wang Teng off. It spurted magma balls out of its mouth and thrashed around the cave. But it wasn't able to hit Wang Teng at all. All its attacks landed on the cliff walls around it. Boom, 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 large rocks rolled down. The entire cave was shaking. The three martial warriors' expressions changed when they saw this astonishing destructive power. They evaded the falling stones and increased their attack on the volcano salamander in front of them. Wang Teng stood on the back of the volcano salamander. He was like a skiff in flood, getting tossed and turned all over. He grabbed the horn on the volcano salamander's head tightly to remain on the back. His other hand wasn't idle either. He pushed it into the body of the star beast and grabbed its heart, splat. With a forceful squeeze, the soft organ squashed like a watermelon. Then the salamander's body froze and it lost all its strength. Boom. Wang Teng jumped down from the body of the volcano salamander and allowed the huge corpse to smash into the ground. A loud thud shook the listeners. He had killed it. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, star beasts weren't easy to deal with. If he didn't rely on his ice element that had a natural advantage over the fire element and his sneak attack, he might not have been able to kill it so easily. He looked at his attribute panel and smiled bitterly. Blank attribute 27. He had managed to earn 81 points of blank attributes by killing mutated beasts in the combat assessment. Now, there were only 27 points left. At first, he planned to use the blank attributes on the attributes that were harder to earn, such as spirit, enlightenment, or spiritual sight. But in order to defeat the volcano salamander, he had to inject 54 blank attributes to his ice force, allowing it to jump directly from 16 to 70 points. 101 star soldier level martial warrior. Now his ice force exceeded his fire force by a huge gap. He hoped that he would have some gains from the killing. His gaze landed on the corpse of the volcano salamander. Fire Force 3, strength 15. When he saw Fire Force 3, his eyes lit up. Not bad. After picking them up, he looked at the battle circle of the three martial warriors. The trio worked together while the volcano salamander fought alone. It kept retreating, but very soon it met its doom.
With a loud bang, the huge body collapsed, stirring a cloud of dust. The three of them sighed in relief. They turned around and saw the volcano salamander that had already been killed by Wang Teng. They were stunned. That was fast. Then their gaze landed on Wang Teng. The three of them looked at each other. What was this? Where did this high school student come from? Where were the reinforcements? Are you an examinee? Ji Quan asked in shock. Did you kill the star beast? That's right. Wang Teng walked over and pretended to observe the volcano salamander. However, he was actually picking up the dropped attribute bubbles, Wood Force, Fire Force 2. These two were the ones that were dropped first. Wood Force 1, Water Force 1, Fire Force 1, Earth Force 2, Water Force 1, Water Force 1, Fire Force 1, Wood Force 1, Fire Force 1, Wood Force 1, Ply Force 1, Water Force 1, Fire Force 1, Wood Force. These attribute bubbles were dropped when the three martial warriors were in a heated battle with the volcano salamander. Wang Teng almost burst out laughing in glee. There were so many force attributes. Wood, water, fire, and earth, all four elements were present. Out of the four, he didn't have two elements before. Now he had 6 different elements of force on his attributes panel. They were fire, ice, wood, earth, water, and poison. He wondered if he would be able to summon the Chaos Dragon after he collected all the attributes and realized his dream. You really killed it. You're a martial warrior. The three of them looked at Wang Teng in disbelief. They couldn't believe their eyes. Wang Teng was too lazy to reply to them. He walked to the edge of the pit in the middle of the cave and looked down. Have you all seen a lady here? Lady? Nope. The three martial warriors were still in shock. When they heard Wang Teng's question, they exchanged glances with one another and shook their heads. Maybe she didn't come down. I was thinking too much. Based on her personality, she won't overestimate her ability, Wang Teng thought to himself. So the volcano wasn't erupting. Were these 2 star beasts up to mischief? He pointed at the 2 star beasts and asked. That's right. This extinct volcano shows no sign of reviving. These 2 star beasts probably stirred up the fire force at the bottom of this volcano, causing the ground to shake. Of course, if we hadn't stopped the star beasts in time, there was still a chance that the volcano would have erupted, Ji Quan explained. Wang Teng nodded. Since he didn't find Lin Chuhan, he wanted to leave. If there isn't anything else, I'll leave first. Wait.
Ji Quan shouted. Huh, what's the matter?
Wang Teng stopped unconsciously. You were the one who killed this volcano salamander. The skin on its body and its horns are good materials for making weapons. They are quite expensive. There's even a chance that there's a fire element star core in its body. If so, the price will shoot up. According to the rules between martial warriors, it's yours, Ji Quan said. Even if I killed it during my actual combat assessment, Wang Teng knew this rule. He also knew that the price of star beast was much higher than mutated beasts, but he was in the midst of his actual combat assessment, so he chose to give it up unwillingly. He didn't expect Ji Quan to raise it on his own. Star beast is not part of the examination. Also, if you hadn't helped us, the 3 of us would probably be dead by now. 1 star beast isn't much. Ji Quan smiled and replied. The other 2 martial warriors nodded. They agreed with his words. Also, there was one thing they didn't say out loud. The young man in front of them was an examinee. He became a martial warrior at such a young age. There was a bright and promising future in front of him. Using a star beast to exchange for his good impression, there was no loss, only gains. Wang Teng nodded. He didn't say anything and just stabbed the battle sword in his hand into the corpse of the volcano salamander. He lifted his sword slightly, and a fiery red round-shaped object full of bumps and hollows rolled out. Star core. The 3 martial warriors were instantly dumbstruck. Was he so lucky? Although there was a chance that there would be a star core inside, the probability wasn't high. Sometimes they might not be able to find 1 star core even after killing more than 10 star beasts, but look at Wang Teng. He killed 1 star beast and got 1 star core. This possibility was atrocious. Chapter 82, Snatch. When the 3 martial warriors saw Wang Teng digging up a star core from the corpse of this volcano salamander, they were flabbergasted. They hurriedly went to the one they killed and cut open its stomach. There was nothing. They searched for a long time, but they didn't find anything. Was this the difference between a lucky and an unlucky person? Wang Teng looked at the trio and suddenly felt that their faces were a bit black. Ji Quan took a deep breath and looked at the star core in Wang Teng's hands. He was slightly jealous as he said, Wang Teng, you're really lucky. There are only 2 star beasts and one of them actually had a star core. You even killed the one that had it. Maybe it's because I'm more handsome, Wang Teng replied casually. The 3 martial warriors, we're sorry that we're ugly. Three martial warriors felt as though a horde of horses had stampeded on their hearts and trampled on their small, weak souls. It looks like you have already resolved the issue. At this moment, a voice came from the entrance of the cave. A valiant-looking man walked out the next instant. Wang Teng turned around and met the man's gaze. A powerful aura surged towards him, leaving him dumbstruck. What a terrifying aura. Who is this person? The moment this thought appeared in Wang Teng's mind, the three martial warriors ran forward instantly and bowed in respect. "Governor! Governor!" Wang Teng was shocked senseless when he heard this address. A stunned expression was written all over his face. There was only one person in the entire Donghai who had the right to use this address, the governor of Donghai. The most powerful person in the entire Donghai. If Director He was a tycoon, the governor of Donghai was the tycoon among the tycoons. Wang Teng had lived twice. If he hadn't practiced martial arts the second time, based on his original status and identity, he would never be able to meet someone at this level. However, he met him now, and the person was just in front of his eyes. "I've seen your performance during the actual combat assessment." "Not bad," Governor Zhang suddenly spoke to Wang Teng. Wang Teng didn't expect the guy would compliment him. His heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly replied in a modest tone, "You're speaking too highly of me." Governor Zhang nodded. He didn't continue, and turned to look at the three martial warriors. "You killed these two star beasts in time and prevented the volcano from erupting. You will gain merit." The three martial warriors were elated. They exchanged glances with one another. Just as they were about to say something, hurried footsteps were heard outside the cave. Director He, Fu Tiandao, and Qin Hanxuan had arrived. "The examinees have all been sent to safe places. However, there are many deaths." Director He walked beside Governor Zhang and whispered to him. Governor Zhang nodded expressionlessly. Director He immediately felt pressured. Large beads of perspiration filled up his forehead. He bent down slightly and saw Wang Teng and the two-star beasts' corpses from the corner of his eyes. A glimmer appeared in his eyes. "Ji Quan, you killed these two-star beasts?" "Director," he suddenly asked the three martial warriors. Ji Quan smiled bitterly and replied, "Governor, Director He, we only killed one of the two-star beasts. The other star beast was killed by Wang Teng here. Without his help, we wouldn't have been able to complete this mission." The second he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Their gazes immediately landed on Wang Teng, who was standing at the side in unplanned unison. Director, he had somewhat predicted this situation. He had a clearer understanding of the three martial warriors' abilities, so he knew that it was difficult for them to tackle two-star beasts at once, much less kill them in such a short period. Thus, there was a high possibility that someone had lent them a hand. Besides this little young man, Wang Teng, who hid his true capabilities, he couldn't think of anyone else. However, he was still astounded and suspicious when he heard that Wang Teng had killed a star beast alone. He wasn't the only one. Even Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxuan, who already knew that Wang Teng was a martial warrior, found it surprising. Becoming a martial warrior at his age was impressive enough. If he also possessed the battle prowess to kill a star beast alone, this fellow must be a monster. The two principals of Balian Martial House and Lading Martial House were also in disbelief. They stared at the three martial warriors and asked, "Are you sure that this fellow killed the star beast alone?" "Are you sure?" Governor Zhang frowned and questioned them too. Martial warrior, and he was able to kill a star beast. Was there really such an amazing and extremely talented genius in this batch of examinees? "Ji Quan, you need to be responsible for your words. Don't compromise your own interest." "Director," he reminded him, although he wished that Wang Teng was able to make a stellar performance and gain Governor Zhang's attention, he didn't want the three martial warriors to lie to them. Ji Quan gave a bitter smile and replied, "Governor Zhang, Director, how can we lie to you about this? If you don't believe us, you can take a look at the wound on the volcano salamander's corpse. It died not long ago, so traces of force should still be left. The force on it is different from ours." Governor Jiang and the other leaders came beside the corpse they observed and felt the wound. Soon they made their judgment. Indeed, there's only one force, but this force is ice force. The next moment, Wang Teng felt the intense gazes of multiple powerful bosses landing on his body. An uncomfortable feeling engulfed his entire body, and he shuddered. Ice force was a special mutated force outside the five main element forces: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In summary, these five basic forces were more commonly seen, while the other mutated forces were harder to find. These mutated forces were powerful, and they also came with special effects. The ability to possess a mutated force was a sign of his talent. Other people could only be envious. Governor Zhang suddenly burst out laughing. He patted Wang Teng's shoulder heavily and said, You're good. You're very good. Our Donghai will definitely shine this year. Let's see who dares to look down on us." The other leaders were elated, too. All of them started chiming in. "The governor is right. Donghai will definitely make its mark this year." "That's right. We'll show the other large provinces that as a coastal special economic zone, our Donghai is an important city, too. We will not lose to them." "Good boy. Are you interested in joining my lady marshal house? You can make any request." "Jiang Hong, where's your face, Wang Tang? Why don't you come to my bailey and marshal house? Whatever lady marshal house can give you, we can give you more." "You two bastards, Wang Tang is a member of my Jixin marshal house. How can you be so shameless and snatch my man right in front of me?" Fu Tiandao was jumping around in anger. These two people were so shameless. How could they be so forthright? Were they looking down on him? "I've asked my men to check Wang Tang as just a martial disciple student at your Jixin marshal house. He isn't an official martial warrior member. He has the right to choose." Gu Hefei sneered. "That's right. He can choose the person who gives him the most benefits. That's absolutely normal." Jiang Hong crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly, "Oh, my temper, are you looking for a fight?" "Come, come, come," Chapter 83. The prettier, the lady, the more dangerous she was. A fight seemed imminent between the three principals. Everyone gave a wry smile. Even Governor Jiang felt his head hurt. "All right, you all are almost 40 years old. Why are you still acting like children, snatching a toy? Don't you find it embarrassing?" Only Governor Jiang was able to reprimand them. The three principals turned silent at once. However, they continued glaring at one another. They would probably fight after they went back to solve this matter. Wang Tang was in a daze right from the beginning. "Why are you snatching me without asking my opinion?" Of course, his motive was reached. He had displayed the ability of a martial warrior, and the effect was much better than predicted. Thinking about this, he winked at Director He. Director He remained stern and righteous, as if he didn't see anything. This was a drama king, too. Why did he say too? Since this issue is solved, let's go down the mountain. We need to inform the examinees' parents about what happened during the martial arts exam this time." Governor Jiang's tone was a little heavy. Director He's expression wasn't good either. As the head of the Ministry of Education, he could hardly escape the blame. Fortunately, there was Wang Tang, his lifesaver this year. If not, he wouldn't be able to keep his position. As for his promotion, there was probably no chance of it anymore. Director He wasn't in a good mood as he thought of all these. Everyone prepared to leave the mountain. Wang Tang, it's quite troublesome to deal with the other materials on the body of the star beast. If you trust us, we can help you to take care of them and sell them for you. After that, we will transfer the money to you." "What do you think?" asked Ji Quan. Three of them became even more enthusiastic towards Wang Tang after seeing the leader's attitude. As expected, this fellow had a huge potential. They could just do it conveniently, so why not? We are suck-ups. Are you kidding? We are martial warriors. Are we that kind of person? "All right. Sorry to trouble you," Wang Tang nodded. He didn't reject their help. It would save him the effort of looking for channels to sell the items. He wasn't worried that the three martial warriors would play small tricks. The Star Corps was already in his hands, and there were so many leaders watching, he felt that they wouldn't be that stupid to dupe him. Wang Tang told them his bank account number, then followed Governor Jiang and the other leaders down the mountain. Along the way, he saw many mutated beasts' corpses, as well as the bodies of examinees. The staff at the exam venue were dealing with the aftermath of the accident and carrying the bodies down the mountain. Wang Tang's heart felt heavy. He felt worried for Lin Chuhan once again. That pile of meat isn't her, right? Lin Chuhan was so weak. What if she fell into the beast tide? She won't have any chance of surviving. This is bad. This is very bad. He carried all sorts of bad thoughts in his mind as he returned to the camping ground. Examinees were all sitting on the ground, not caring about their image at all. Bloodstains could be seen on everyone's body, and they looked extremely disheveled. Some examinees were injured heavily, so there was medical staff attending to them. Sobs could be heard everywhere. The brutality of the martial arts exam this time had a great impact on the examinees. They suffered what they shouldn't be suffering at this age. Wang Tang attracted everyone's attention when he came back with Governor Jiang and the other leaders. But they didn't have the mood to care about him at this moment. They just glanced at him and then retracted their gazes. "Wang Tang," a voice filled with pleasant surprise, suddenly sounded amidst the crowd. Wang Tang turned around and saw Lin Chuhan waving at him. "Leaders, my friend is calling me. I will head over there," Wang Tang said to Governor Jiang and the others beside him.
"Go ahead."
These old foxes immediately gave him a knowing look as they smiled and replied to him. Wang Tang felt a headache coming on. He couldn't bear the gazes these big guns were throwing at him. Can you respect your identity as leaders? Do you have to be so gossipy? Wang Tang walked towards Lin Chuhan helplessly. Looking at the pretty face, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing terrible had happened. He couldn't even explain the feeling of relief he was experiencing now. Are you all right? Lin Chuhan asked him in a hurry the moment he came close. How can I not be all right? Wang Tang replied casually. Young Master Wang. Yang Jian was sitting beside them. His leg was injured and was bandaged, making it twice as thick as normal. He was unable to stand up. What happened to your leg? Asked Wang Tang. I was scratched by a mutated beast. Fortunately, the principal of Balian Martial House arrived in time. If not, I would have died there. Yang Jian still had lingering scares. Then he said with slight excitement, You didn't see how impressive Principal Gu of Balian Martial House was. He used one move, just one, and the mutated beasts around us were annihilated. There were more than 10 mutated beasts. Wang Tang knew that this fellow was fine when he saw his reaction. If he wasn't, he would be crying for his mom now. He turned and asked Lin Chuhan, Did you drop something? Did I drop something? I don't think so. Lin Chuhan shook her head. Check if your examination identity card is still there. Wang Tang was speechless. Lin Chuhan hadn't realized that she had lost her examination identity card even until now. Lin Chuhan hurriedly searched her body. Then she exclaimed frantically, Oh shit, my identity card is really gone. Take it. Wang Tang took out Lin Chuhan's examination identity card from his pocket and passed it to her. He shook his head and continued, You have my respect. You even lost your examination identity card. Thank you. Thank you so much. Lin Chuhan heaved a sigh of relief. Where did you find it? Yeah, about that. What were you doing at the top of the volcano? I found this identity card there. Don't you know that it's very dangerous? Wang Tang was furious. Who says that it's dangerous there? If the accident hadn't happened, it was just an extinct volcano. But for some reason, I noticed that there were no mutated beasts at the peak of the volcano. It was very safe. Lin Chuhan refuted with her own logic. There is no mutated beast there. It was Wang Tang's turn to be shocked now. That's right. After I killed 5 mutated beasts, I realized that it's very safe at the peak, so I planned to stay there until the exam ended. I didn't expect an accident to happen. Fortunately, I followed behind the beast tide. I managed to come back safely, said Lin Chuhan. The ordinary mutated beasts probably didn't dare to go to the peak because of the fire element star beasts. This was Wang Tang's guess. Wait, you killed 5 mutated beasts? He suddenly regained his senses and exclaimed in surprise. Why can't I kill mutated beasts? Lin Chuhan glared at Wang Tang, feeling that he was belittling her. That's not it. I was just a little stunned because you're so weak. Wang Tang teased her. Lin Chuhan scoffed. She said unhappily, I may not be as strong as you, but I'm smarter. All right, you're smart. So how did you kill the 5 mutated beasts? Smart Ms. Lin, please tell me your glorious deeds, Wang Tang asked with interest as he crossed his legs and sat down. What do you mean by smart Ms. Lin? Don't anyhow give me a nickname, Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes. But she still happily told him how she killed the mutated beasts. Wang Tang's mouth fell wide open after he heard her story. He felt that Lin Chuhan was the real master of being sly. He didn't expect this righteous person to use such terrifying and chilly means after Lin Chuhan entered the primary forest. She utilized what she learned in the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers, thoroughly and flexibly. For instance, she wiped her body with a pungent tree juice so that the mutated beasts wouldn't be able to smell her. Then she spent 3 hours looking for a dead mutated beast and hid the poisonous herbs she found in the forest in the mutated beast's body. She waited for the beast to be eaten. It was best not to forget that regular examinees weren't able to think of this method. Also, whether it was recognizing the useful herbs, looking for mutated beasts that died naturally, or waiting for mutated beasts to fall into the trap, all these required a huge amount of time. Without ample patience, one would not be able to do it. Of course, there was an element of luck involved. However, without prior knowledge, strong patience, and the preparations beforehand, luck wouldn't befall her. Her patience and calculation were impressive. His mother was right. Prettier a lady, the more dangerous she was. Chapter 84, Examination ended. At first glance, Lin Chuhan's operation didn't seem like much, but if you thought about it carefully, it was awe-inspiring. Among all the examinees here, even counting generously, not more than 5 people could come up with this method. This was a safe estimate. It could even be said that Lin Chuhan was the only person who thought of this idea. But the things she did to win, tisk, it feels a little creepy. Lin Chuhan was stunned when she noticed Wang Teng's gaze turning strange as he looked at her. A second later, she understood what he was thinking. This bastard is always laughing at me. All I wanted was to pass the exam. Don't you know how smelly the tree juice was when I wiped it on my body? When I was waiting for the mutated beast to fall into the trap, I got stung by bugs again and again. She felt sad just thinking about it. She glared at Wang Teng furiously. No matter what, you will definitely pass the martial arts exam this time. Let me congratulate you first. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and said. A hint of happiness appeared on Lin Chuhan's face, but she still felt worried. I still hope that I can get selected by top universities. However, my actual combat assessment result isn't good. I hope that my papers will be better. Some top universities emphasized a lot on the result of the written exams. They would admit outstanding students especially, even if their actual combat assessment result was a little lacking. It shouldn't be a problem, Wang Teng consoled her. Hey, do you think that the results this year will be counted after the accident? Yang Jian suddenly asked. Wang Teng and Lin Chuhan were stunned for a moment when they heard this. Wang Teng looked at the sky. It was almost dawn. The sky was already turning white, and the first ray of sunlight could be seen on the horizon. When the beast tide appeared, it should be less than an hour until the end of the exam. Its impact on the results shouldn't be too great. Most likely, they won't cancel the results. Also, have you forgotten what the purpose of the actual combat assessment is? Wang Teng asked in a meaningful tone. In actual combat, any accidents or assessments? Lin Chuhan and Yang Jian said simultaneously. That's right, Wang Teng nodded. I think the performance of the students during the beast tide would also be considered. Thus, those examinees that didn't kill 5 mutated beasts but performed well might have a chance. That would be great. I only killed 4 mutated beasts. When the beast tide happened, I was fighting with my 5th mutated beast. Just as I was about to kill it, it ran away. However, I saved an examinee after that and even got praised by the principal of Balian Martial House. Yang Jian was still worried. After all, these were just their guesses. What if the examiners were fixated on the numbers? That would be unlucky for them. There was nothing Yang Jian and the other unfortunate examinees could do. Wang Teng and Lin Chuhan stood in silent tribute for a few seconds to express their pity. Oh, right. How did they take care of the beast tide? Asked Wang Teng. What else can they do? They used the cannons and fired at the mutated beasts until the ones behind got so frightened that they didn't dare to come down anymore, Lin Chuhan explained. There's a limited number of mutated beasts on the island, so this was just a small-sized beast tide. Once the cannons are put into action, all demons and devils have to retreat. Yang Jian smiled and said. Wang Teng chatted casually with his friends. On the other side, Governor Zhang and the other leaders went to the central control room and held a meeting for an entire hour. After that, they walked out and came to the platform in the center of the camping ground. Governor Zhang placed his hand behind his back and looked at the depressed examinees below. He opened his mouth and said, Everyone, I'm the governor of Donghai. The governor of Donghai. Everyone looked up when his voice rang out. They stared at him absent-mindedly. Then an uproar occurred. Oh my God, it's the governor of Donghai. Our governor came personally? Did he come to see our actual combat assessment? Governor, how will the result be calculated? Many of us missed the criteria to pass by just a little. Governor, many of our classmates died in the beast tide. It's really sad. The examinees started shouting continuously as though they had found a pillar of support. Governor Jiang didn't stop them and allowed them to vent their emotions. He only continued speaking after the voices died down. It's our responsibility and fault that such an accident happened. We will compensate all the examinees that died in this unfortunate incident. However, you have to remember one thing. The martial warrior path is 1,000 times harder and tougher than this. You might have only seen the glamorous and powerful side of martial warriors, but you don't know the amount of blood and sweat they had to pay. The world of martial warriors is cruel and bloody. Your performance during the beast tide will be calculated in your results. People who performed well will have additional points, and those that performed badly can only rely on the number of mutated beasts killed for their final result. Now, let me announce the official ending of the actual combat assessment. The instant he finished speaking, a commotion exploded among the examinees. Was the world of martial warriors really so brutal before the exam? They had heard of the brutality and viciousness of the martial warriors' world. After experiencing the beast tide, they realized that what they heard didn't hold a candle to the real thing. And this was just the start thinking about this. The expressions on many examinees' faces changed slightly. Some of them had decided to take part in the martial arts exam because they were dazzled by the fame and glamour. They hoped to have good prospects in the future. Now, the dangers of the martial warrior world changed their perception entirely. They were considering whether they wanted to continue walking on this path. There was no free lunch in the world. If you were given a certain position, you needed to bear the relevant responsibility and risk. Of course, to the examinees that were firm and resolute in becoming martial warriors, Governor Zhang's speech instilled them with even more confidence. Truly powerful people wouldn't perform badly during the beast tide. Thus, including the performance during the beast tide was beneficial to them. People like Yang Jian, who were on the brink of getting accepted, were happy with this announcement. At least they would be able to get into the martial arts course. As for danger, looking at how happy Yang Jian was even after getting injured, it was easy to tell that he didn't take it to heart. All examinees, please prepare to return. A voice came from the platform. It was the officer in charge of the exam. Governor Zhang had already left. The examinees were all covered in blood. Some of it was their own, while some belonged to the mutated beasts. They queued up and boarded the force-floating airship parked on the empty field at the side. A few examinees were in a coma, so they were carried on board. Others walked up with the help of their friends. The dead examinees. An examinee suddenly pointed to the stretchers covered with white clothes in front of them. They were carried into the back of the force-floating airship. Normally that was where the luggage would go. Examinees instantly stood up straight and saluted with their gazes. They looked at the blood-stained white clothes. A dark and oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air around them. They were peers, but these people had reached the end of their lives. The same thought appeared in the examinees' hearts. They felt complicated. Chapter 85, Are y'all getting arrogant, or am I too weak to hold a blade? Atmosphere on the force-floating airship was a little heavy, but gradually everyone started to discuss the examination result. There were many examinees gathered around the advanced stage martial disciples. They asked them how many mutated beasts they had killed and then gasped in exclamation and admiration. Yan Peng, you actually killed 13 mutated beasts, including 3 high-level and 4 middle-level. One of the female students looked at the cold and cool-looking young man in a worshipping manner. The young man's features were well-defined, and he was very handsome. However, he exuded a cold and distant aura, yet it was even more fatal to the ladies. His ability complemented his looks, so he was highly popular among the ladies. In Huiying High School, Yan Peng had almost been a male idol among the students, as compared to Wang Teng, who was a bottom feeder, cocky and playful. The distance between them was equivalent to the distance between the earth and the sky. Tisk, that bunch of bootlickers? Yang Jian pouted in disdain. Then he smiled and leaned towards Wang Teng. Young Master Wang, tell me your results and let me flatter you too. Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes. She felt so disgusted that goosebumps appeared all over her body. Yang Jian was so shameless. Get off. Wang Teng glared at Yang Jian speechlessly. Honestly, young Master Wang, how many mutated beasts did you kill? You must have killed more than Yan Peng. Yan Peng sniggered. He was afraid Wang Teng wouldn't tell him, so he dragged Lin Chuhan onto his boat. Class Monitor Lin probably wants to hear it too. Class Monitor, am I right? I didn't say that. Lin Chuhan tilted her head and gave a look of contempt. Wang Teng shook his head. He felt that it was nothing worth hiding, so he said directly, 29. 19 of them are high-level mutated beasts, and 10 are middle-level. Yang Jian's jaws dropped. He stammered, young Master Wang, are you kidding me? Lin Chuhan was stunned for a few seconds before she said, Wang Teng, don't boast all the time. We know that you're strong, but you aren't that strong. That's right, Yang Jian agreed and nodded. That was 29 mutated beasts, including 19 high-level mutated beasts. How was that possible? They couldn't believe that Wang Teng was so frighteningly powerful, even if they cracked their heads. Lately, I feel that no matter how much truth I say, there are always people who don't believe me, Wang Teng said bitterly. Seriously, the two still refused to believe him. Wang Teng didn't explain himself. His result wouldn't change, and that was all that mattered. Also, if they knew that he even killed a star beast along with all the high-level mutated beasts, they might explode on the spot. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, a peal of laughter sounded suddenly beside them. A young man wearing the Huiying High School uniform was laughing until he bent his back. When he saw everyone shifting their attention to him, he barely restrained his laughter and said, Did you know what I heard just now? This Wang Teng from Note 1 High School says that he actually killed 29 mutated beasts, including 19 high-level ones. Don't you think that this is funny? Even if you want to boast, this isn't how you do it. The other examinees started laughing when they heard his words. Ha ha, this is just too much. Although Wang Tang is an extreme martial disciple, it's impossible for him to kill 29 mutated beasts. Don't even talk about high-level mutated beasts. Killing 19 middle-level mutated beasts is tough enough. Wang Tang was stunned. He was just chatting casually with Lin Chuhan and Yang Jian. Why did this stupid fellow come out to proclaim his presence? Had he been too kind recently, so anyone dared to bully him? Are you Wang Tang? Yan Peng walked over at this instant. I heard that you are an extreme martial disciple and have almost wanted to have a duel with you. However, looking at how nonsensical you are, your true ability must not be as strong as what they said. I have no interest in dueling with you anymore. I didn't expect the extreme martial disciple to be like this. Another ordinary-looking young man walked over. He had a birthmark on his face, so he was easily recognized. He was the advanced stage martial disciple Dong Fei from Xi'an High School. Wang Tang, we represent No One High School when we come out. I hope that you can conduct yourself with dignity. Zhou Wu and Dong Fei from No One High School came forward together. They seemed to know each other. Zhou Wu said to Dong Fei, "Please excuse our schoolmate." The other advanced stage martial disciples also huddled together. Some people didn't intend to interfere, so they just stood at the side and watched the show with interest. Manrong, frowned and said, "Zhou Wu, what you said is too much." "Manrong, how can you say that? We are all students from Donghai, No One. We must pay attention to the reputation of our school also. I'm just reminding Wang Tang." Zhou Wu turned and looked at Wang Tang as he spoke. "Wang Tang, am I right? This is ridiculous. We are just chatting casually. What does it have to do with you?" Lin Chuhan stood up and said coldly. Flames of anger burned in her heart. "That's right. We were just talking among ourselves and didn't boast to anyone else. Why are you all so anxious? I think that you're just jealous that someone is more powerful than you, so you're finding trouble out of nothing." Yang Jian despised these people. Li Rongcheng was standing among the crowd. There was hidden enmity in his eyes, but there was also a tinge of fear. When he saw Yan Peng, Zhou Wu, and the other students provoking Wang Tang for no reason, he scoffed in his heart. "You must have never seen a devil before. Look at how happy you are. You must think that you can bully this extreme martial disciple, right? Yet you don't know that you're digging your own grave. You will cry later. Ha ha. Things are getting more and more interesting." Li Rongcheng laughed crazily in his heart. He could see the other people getting tortured by Wang Tang just like him. This was a happy thing. Yan Peng and Dong Fei's eyes lit up when they saw Lin Chuhan's beautiful face. For a moment they were a bit senseless. "Miss Lin Chuhan, you misunderstood me. I'm thinking from our school's perspective. We are all students from Donghai No. 1. We can't ruin the reputation of our school. We are not envious of Wang Tang." Zhou Wu gave a righteous look as though he really cared about the school and was thinking of it only. He knew Lin Chuhan, but they didn't have any interaction in the past. Now, when he saw her, he started to get a little restless. The university entrance exam had ended. If he was able to get this beautiful lady to be his girlfriend, it would be great. "You're Lin Chuhan, right? I'm Yan Peng from Huiying High School. I'm an advanced stage martial disciple. Nice to meet you. I have no other intention regarding Wang Tang's issue. I just hope that he can restrain himself. After all, words can cause trouble." Yan Peng pretended that he was doing everything for Wang Tang's sake. "That's right. I didn't purposely offend Wang Tang. I just heard that there was an extreme martial disciple in Donghai No. 1, so I had high expectations for this person. I was a little disappointed when I heard him bragging just now."
"All right, I'm Dong Fei from Xi'an High School. Ms. Lin Chuhan, can we exchange WeChat?"
Dong Fei was unwilling to back down. Lin Chuhan looked at these people and suddenly felt extremely disgusted by their faces. Pfft! Wang Tang couldn't help but laugh out loud. He stood up and said, "Are you all getting arrogant, or am I too weak to hold a blade?" Chapter 86. Ugh, lie, ugly. After Wang Tang stood up, a terrifying aura surged out from his body and engulfed the three male students. Boom! His presence surged like the roaring waves in the sea. The three people's expressions changed immediately. They bent down and their faces turned as white as paper. How? How can he be so strong? They were struck dumb from the shock. Astonishment and disbelief filled up their faces. They thought that this was the aura of an extreme martial disciple, but they didn't know that Wang Tang had already released the power of a martial warrior in his fit of anger. Tap, tap, tap. Wang Tang walked towards them step by step. Every step he took, his aura increased a little. The pressure it caused on the three people increased correspondingly. Wang Tang stopped in front of Yan Peng. "Did you say that you want to have a duel with me?" Who gave you the confidence to say that? Have I ever agreed? The series of questions caused Yan Peng to throw away his active disguise. He was extremely furious, and his face turned red like a ripe peach. I didn't say anything, but you have already finished your solo performance. Who gave you the face to do it? The last question infuriated Yan Peng so much that he almost vomited blood. Ever since he was a child, he had always been complimented and flattered by others. He had never been humiliated so blatantly by someone before. He wished he could find a hole on the ground and bury himself. Wang Tang ignored him. He walked directly in front of Dong Fei. Did you say that you were disappointed in me? What does your disappointment have to do with me? Why are you putting on a show in front of me? Also, you're so ugly. Where did you get the guts to ask the lady for her WeChat? Did you bring a mirror when you came out? Don't you know how good-looking you are? Are you as handsome as me? Do you know that looks can earn you money? If we stand beside each other, I'll definitely be the one getting chosen by sugar mummies. You can only stay at the side. You're so ugly. Come, say it along with me. Ugly, 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 ugly. Do you understand it now? Wang Tang got more furious as he spoke. How dare these bastards lay their eyes on Lin Chuhan? This was something he couldn't put up with. The students around them ran far away when they saw his aggressive posture. However, when they heard this sentence, they burst out laughing. On the other hand, Dong Fei's face had already turned green with anger. Birthmark on his face was his biggest pain. Normally, because of his ability, his classmates and friends didn't dare to say anything. However, they would judge him behind his back. Now, he got humiliated right in front of everyone. His lungs were almost going to explode in anger. He panted heavily. If he wasn't suppressed by Wang Tang's aura and he couldn't move, he would have pounced on Wang Tang and fought with him right then and there. Wang Tang continued to walk to Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu's expression changed. He instantly felt regretful. Why did he have to run off his darn mouth in front of Wang Tang? However, he didn't expect the strength of an extreme martial disciple to be so powerful. Was the difference between an extreme martial disciple and an advanced stage martial disciple so huge? Zhou Wu, you have such a strong sense of righteousness. Wang Tang, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Let's talk properly, Zhou Wu said with difficulty. Talk properly? As Wang Tang looked at him, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Then his expression turned cold, and he continued, But I don't want to talk properly with you. Immediately, he lifted his leg and swept it in front of him. Zhou Wu's body flew out like a sandbag in a straight line. He remained in the air for around 6 meters before slamming heavily on the ground. The examinees at the side dodged in surprise. Cough, cough. Blood dripped down the corners of Zhou Wu's lips. He struggled and realized that he couldn't get up. He was dumbstruck. He's so powerful. How can he be so powerful? His heart was filled with doubts. Wang Tang's strength was beyond his wildest imagination. As an advanced stage martial disciple, he was nothing in front of Wang Tang. Wang Tang shifted his gaze away from Zhou Wu and scanned the crowd. He saw the figure hiding secretly at the back. That person come out. Yes, I'm talking about you. Stop hiding. I saw you. Weren't you laughing really loudly a moment ago? Why are you being a coward now? The examinees around the area where Wang Tang was pointing moved away. They were afraid of getting implicated. The examinee had nowhere to hide, so he could only walk forward. Wang Tang, bang. The moment he spoke, Wang Tang slapped his face. Get out! Wang Tang glared at him coldly. This was the examinee that had started everything. If not, none of this would have happened. The young man covered his red face. He didn't dare to say anything and just ran into the crowd while looking at the ground. No one knew which corner he went to hide. Wang Tang looked around him in an instant. No one dared to exchange glances with him. For the rest of the journey, the 3 advanced martial disciples remained quiet. They had seen the difference between them and Wang Tang. So even if they were humiliated, they didn't dare to seek trouble with him. They could only hide their hatred towards him deep inside their hearts. They would take revenge if there was a chance in the future. The other examinees looked at Wang Tang from afar as they discussed in low tones. There was admiration as well as a hint of fear, but they were full of respect for this young man. 3 advanced stage martial disciples always acted arrogantly in front of them. They had offended many people. Just now, Wang Tang had suppressed the 3 of them alone. They didn't even dare to make a peep. It felt so good. There was only one word they could use to describe Wang Tang: impressive. The force-floating airship flew towards Donghai. The journey was peaceful throughout, and no commotion arose again. Not long after, the force-floating airship finally floated down gradually over the military district. It stopped on the vast plaza. The examinees disembarked the force-floating airship. Liu Wenshi stood in front of everyone and opened his mouth. Your exam results will be out in 2 days. You can use your examination identity number to search for your results on the internet. Then you can make your application. It's up to you what university you want to apply to. You can also check the cutoff point for the previous year as a reference. I hope that all of you can get into the university you want. All right, get into the bus. The examinees got onto the bus again. Lu Wenxi came to look for Wang Teng and brought him to a secluded corner. Wang Teng smiled when he saw Director He. Director He, I thought that you forgot our agreement. Little brat, who do you think I am? Director He glared at Wang Teng. Then he said with lingering fears, Speaking about it, I really have to thank you for this time. If not, I would have suffered badly. Take this. You deserve it. He passed the box containing the star bone to Wang Teng. Wang Teng opened it directly and looked at the contents. He only kept it after confirming that there was nothing wrong with the item. Don't you trust me, Director? He asked helplessly. It's better to ensure that everything is fine in the beginning to prevent trouble in the future. Wang Teng smiled nonchalantly. Makes sense, Director, he nodded. He was satisfied with Wang Teng's performance. Director He, if there's nothing else, I will leave first. The other students must be waiting anxiously, Wang Teng said. Go ahead, Director. He waved his hand. After Wang Teng parted with Director He boarded the bus with the rest of the examinees. The examinees were all eager to go home. At Liu Wenxi's command, the bus fleet headed towards the city. They were going home. Chapter 87, something happened. When Wang Teng reached home, he noticed that his house was locked. He had no choice but to take out his keys and open the door. He took off his shoes and shouted towards his second floor. Mom, I'm back. However, the villa was empty. It was extremely quiet. No one was present. No one's home? Wang Teng walked up the stairs and noticed that the house was empty. Instantly, he found it strange. Have they gone out to play? Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. He felt that his parents were really carefree. He went back to his room and put down his luggage. Then he took his clothes and walked into the bathroom. He had a good bath. As the sweat and blood stains on his body got washed away, Wang Teng immediately felt invigorated. The tiredness he was feeling significantly subsided. There was no one at home, so he laid on his bed and counted his gains this time. Enlightenment, 97. Spirit, 92. Talent, beginner stage fire talent, 11,300. Beginner stage ice talent, 13,300. Beginner stage earth talent, 12,300. Spiritual sight, beginner stage 1. For 10th, demon lotus poison body, 31,000. Beginner stage arrow talent, 5,100. Force, 75,100 fire, 1-star soldier level, martial warrior, 100 wood, 1-star soldier level, martial warrior, 7,100 earth. 1-star soldier level, martial warrior, 100 wood, 1-star soldier level, martial warrior, 100 wood, 1-star soldier level, martial warrior, 1-star soldier level, martial warrior, 610.20 poison, 1-star soldier level, martial warrior, scripture, red flame scripture, foundation 32,100, deep ice scripture, foundation 23,100, earth lowest skill, earth element shield, foundation 26,100, battle techniques, basic battle techniques, presence enlightenment for fist, sword, blade, footwork, stick, basic arrow skill, foundation, gun kung fu, foundation 210th, fire Kirin sword skill, foundation 56,100, phantom ice fist, foundation 28,100. Knowledge, basic subjects, full marks, 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers, full marks. Overall battle power, 271. Blank attribute, 36. Wang Teng scanned his attributes and saw an additional beginner stage arrow talent in his talent row. At the same time, he got a foundation stage basic arrow skill battle technique. These two new attributes came from the same person. As a long-range attack, the arrow was a pretty good choice. He could upgrade it when he had the chance in the future. As for his force, he had 2 additional elements now, wood and water. But the corresponding skill scriptures and battle techniques gave Wang Teng a headache. It wasn't a bad thing to have more force elements. However, finding the corresponding force skill scriptures and battle techniques required much effort and money, but he was delighted that his ice force and fire force had both crossed 70. The power of these two forces was impressive. They were able to increase his overall battle power greatly. It had reached 271 now. He was slowly moving towards the top standard of a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. He was also left with 36 blank attributes. At first, after increasing his ice force, he was left with 27 points. But when he was climbing down the mountain, he picked up a few attribute bubbles dropped by the dead mutated beasts along the way. There was a vast number of mutated beasts that had died. Unfortunately, he was with Governor Jiang and the other leaders, so he couldn't collect all the attribute bubbles. If not, he would have gotten more blank attributes. When he killed the star beast, no blank attributes were dropped. He found this a little frustrating. Shouldn't star beasts have a higher probability of dropping blank attributes? Maybe it's just a probability problem. Sometimes there is, and sometimes there isn't, but it still gave me a star core. Wang Tang took out the star core and observed it with his spiritual sight. A ball of thick fire force was concentrated in this small star core. The amount of force inside was quite astonishing. He could use this star core to make Dan medicines and refined weapons. It could also be used as a force core. There was a wide range of applications. No wonder the price of the star core was so high. He didn't make a loss since he had gained this star core. A smile appeared at the corner of Wang Tang's lips. He took out the box director he gave him thereafter. There was a star bone inside. Every time he saw this star bone, he couldn't help but feel amazed. It was entirely blackish green and was glittering and translucent. It also gave off a metallic luster. Thin line patterns covered its whole surface, so perfect that it looked like a piece of art. Based on what director he said, this star bone came from a star beast known as the Spirit Shadow Scorpion. It possessed the special ability, Spiritual Shadow. Wang Tang touched his chin, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. There was a piece of paper in the box describing this talent ability of the Spirit Shadow Starbone. Wang Tang was dumbfounded when he read the information on the paper. Spiritual Shadow meant being able to move quickly in the dark, as elusive as a ghost or spirit. It was an outstanding ability to catch people off their guards. It would definitely give its opponent unexpected surprises during a battle if it was made into a special weapon. What kind of weapon can it make? For a moment, Wang Tang had no idea. Star bones were extremely rare and precious. He didn't want to rush into this whole thing. It would be a waste of this treasured item. He kept the star core and the star bone properly. Wang Tang went back to his bed. He hadn't slept for an entire night, so exhaustion was washing over his body in waves. His body had its limits. Soon he fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already 9 a.m. the following day. The moment he woke up and looked at the time, he got a shock. He had slept for 1 day and 1 night. I'm so hungry. He could hear his stomach rumbling. Wang Tang climbed up from his bed and washed up. When he went down the stairs, he saw the helper, Aunt Chen, working in the kitchen instead. He asked in surprise, "Aunt Chen, where's my mother? I came back 2 days ago, but I didn't see her." "Young master, you're awake." "Madam went out early in the morning," said Aunt Chen. "She went out early in the morning? Where did she go?" Wang Tang asked curiously. Something seemed to have happened in the company. "I'm not sure about it. Madam didn't tell me the details," Aunt Chen replied. "Something at the company?" Wang Tang felt even more puzzled. Suddenly he got an awful feeling in his heart. "Mr. Wang hasn't come back ever since he went on the business trip." Aunt Chen hesitated, but she still said it in the end. "What?" Wang Tang's expression turned ugly. He was almost certain that something terrible had happened. He turned and ran upstairs. After a while he came down carrying his weapon carrier casket and rushed out of the house in a hurry. "Young master, you haven't eaten in 2 days. I heated some buns and soy milk. Bring them along with you." Aunt Chen chased after him and passed the food in her hands. Wang Tang was indeed hungry. He took the breakfast and thanked Aunt Chen. Then he drove his car out of the garage and sped towards their company building. Half an hour later, Wang Tang arrived at a business district in his car. He drove the car into the office building's parking lot. He took the lift and came to the receptionist. The pretty lady at the front desk stood up and asked, "Hello? How can I help you?" "I want to look for Li Xiumei," Wang Tang replied. The pretty lady at the front desk was stunned. "Who is Li Xiumei?" Wang Tang was speechless. She didn't even know her boss's wife. He looked at the lady's chest. Was this the legendary large chest but no brain? At this moment, a security guard ran over and shouted hurriedly, "Young Master Wang, why are you here?" "You are!" Wang Tang looked at the security guard who dashed over. He pondered for a moment, but he couldn't remember the person's name. "Ha ha, young Master Wang, a man of your eminence has a short memory. I'm Old Sun," the security guard laughed awkwardly. "Oh, I remember." Old Sun, the director of the security department. Wang Tang finally remembered the man. "That's me." Old Sun grinned from ear to ear and nodded. Then he said to the pretty lady at the front desk, "Little May, this is our little boss Wang. Hurry up and greet him." "Young Master Wang." The pretty lady at the front desk was alarmed. She continued in a flurry, "I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you just now." "It's all right. It's not a huge matter." Wang Tang waved his hand. He asked Old Sun, "Old Sun, did my mom come to the office? Where is she now?" "Madam should be in the meeting room. Boss Bao from the office opposite just came in with a bunch of people. I think that the deputy general manager Jia from our company is planning to change jobs. Old Son lowered his voice and answered, Bao Ziqing, Wang Teng squinted. After the Wang family collapsed in his past life, this bastard came out and divided his father's company. In this lifetime, he didn't expect the fellow to jump out before his family met a crisis. It looked like many things had changed. Chapter 88, Rise in Revolt. That stupid Bao Ziqing actually came out in advance to cause trouble. No problem, he would take revenge for the old and new grudges today. A cold glimpse appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. He walked towards the conference room without any expressions on his face. Young Master Wang, wait for me. That Bao Ziqing brought quite a few people. Let me accompany you there. I can call some people along to add to our number. Old Son chased after him in a hurry. At the same time, he took off the intercom on his body and shouted, Hello, Qin Ergu, can you hear me? Yes, I'm here. Boss, what orders do you have? A rough voice appeared on the other end of the intercom. The person seemed to be flattering Old Son. Hurry up and assemble on the 8th floor. Our enemy has already arrived at our doorstep, but you didn't notice? Old Son shouted angrily. Which bastard is so bold and dares to create trouble in our Sintang? I'll come immediately. A loud commotion could be heard on the other end of the intercom. They caught Qin Ergu shouting, Time to work to someone! Then the line disconnected. Old Son laughed awkwardly. Young Master Wang, this is my nephew. He's not very educated, but he's daring and hardworking. You can watch his performance later. Wang Teng didn't reply. He walked into the lift with Old Son and went up to the 8th floor. He looked at the familiar but unfamiliar structures around him and headed to the meeting room based on the memory deep inside his mind. The instant he reached the meeting room entrance, he heard Li Shumei's angry voice inside. Jia Guiran, my husband treated you very well. How can you collude with outsiders to seize the company's shares when he's in trouble? Mrs. Wang, you don't have to make it sound so bad. Boss Wang indeed treats me well, and I'm grateful to him. However, it is in man's nature to strive for better. Boss Bao is a man of great talent and bold vision. His company has more potential, so understandably I'm more willing to work with him. A man's voice could be heard after that. He sounded so hypocritical that Wang Teng frowned uncontrollably. His expression turned colder. That Deputy Jia seemed like a good person. I didn't expect him to be a rotten egg, Old Son said with disgust. Wang Teng didn't say anything, just pushing the door of the meeting room. In an instant, everyone looked at him. Little Teng, why are you here? Li Shumei asked in surprise when she saw Wang Teng. She looked exhausted. I heard that something happened, so I came to take a look. Wang Teng walked into the meeting room. He glanced at the men who looked like successful people. They were wearing suits and sitting calmly on the chairs. Little Boss Wang, this is a matter between adults. There's no need for you to interfere. A man who looked around 40 years old said he was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Jia Guiran. Wang Teng smiled calmly and sat down beside Li Shumei. He pulled the chair for her. Mom, have a seat. Aren't you tired from standing? As he spoke, he noticed that there was a young lady around 20 years old sitting on Li Shumei's right. He exclaimed in surprise, Cousin, you're here too. Younger brother. Wang Yinan nodded at Wang Teng. Grandfather was worried when he heard about this, so he asked me to come and see if I can help. This lady was Wang Teng's uncle, Wang Shenghong's daughter. She graduated from a top university. After she completed her postgraduate study, she joined the Rongsheng group that Wang Teng's grandfather had founded. Her capabilities were outstanding, and she gained the approval of the higher authorities in the company within 2 years. She was able to undertake tasks alone now. It was obvious that his uncle sent her over to help because he trusted her ability. Jia Guiran frowned when he saw Wang Teng ignoring him. Anger appeared on his face. In the past, Wang Shengguo had told him about Wang Teng's playful acts frequently. He listened to them until he felt that callus was going to grow on his ears. This arrogant and useless person actually disregarded him. Little Boss Wang is still the same. You don't have any respect for an elder like me. A sinister glimpse flashed past Jia Guiran's eyes. He took the chance to influence the thoughts of the other higher-ups in the company. Look, this is the future heir of Jingten. He shows no respect to his elders and superiors. Are you still going to place your hopes in him? Many of the company's founding members frowned slightly. They had heard of Wang Teng a long time ago. It was all right if he was just arrogant and playful. He was still young, so it was understandable that he would be willful because of his parents' love. After he matured, everything would be fine. But if he showed no respect to his elders, that was a little disappointing. Li Xiaomei and Wang Yanan shook their heads secretly when they saw everyone's reaction. They exchanged glances and read the helplessness on each other's faces. Wang Tang's sudden arrival had caught them off guard. They were already at a disadvantage, but Jia Giran was now making an issue out of Wang Tang's character. Any minor problems could be amplified and move the hearts of the company's founding members. They were in a passive position. "Little boss Wang, we are having a meeting. If you have nothing, you can leave first," a founding member said unhappily. He seemed to think that Wang Tang was kicking up a fuss and embarrassing them. "Why should I leave?" Wang Tang placed his weapon carrier casket on the ground and put his right hand on it as he said indifferently, Mrs. Wang, it looks like your family's education is really bad. Our little boss Wang doesn't know his manners and shows no respect to his elders at all. Boss Wang's ability must be limited since he's unable to teach his child properly. Also, our little boss Wang isn't young anymore. It's time to educate him. If not, he will definitely cause trouble in the future." The fat middle-aged man sitting beside Jia Giran laughed as he said, "If you can't bear to do it, let me educate him properly for you." Jia Giran suddenly burst out laughing as though he had heard a funny joke. The other founding members of the company watched the scene indifferently. A few of them wanted to say something, but the situation was still uncertain. They didn't want to stand out. Bao Zeking might target them in the future. This time, Bao Zeking came well prepared. Wang Shengguo was in trouble, and there was no news of him even until now. The company was in danger. No one knew if the company would be able to survive. If it was really bought over by Bao Zeking, they would need to work under him. It wasn't a wise move to stand out now. However, at this moment, a short, middle-aged man suddenly stood up and pointed at Bao Zeking furiously. "Bao Zeking, you are a reputable businessman. Yet, you are attempting to take over Xintang when our boss Wang isn't around. You even bully and humiliate his wife and son. What is this?" Bao Siqing looked at him mockingly. Before he could speak, Jia Giran opened his mouth first. "Ha ha, old Guo. I didn't know that you were such a loyal dog. You Guo Mingda was so angry he didn't know what to say. Even a refined lady like Li Ximei was trembling in anger. Her face was covered with soot. Just as she was about to blow her fuse, Wang Tang held her hand and patted it softly to comfort her. Then he stood up slowly. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. He pressed his palm on the marble meeting table in front of him. Force seeped out of his body and his strength exploded. Boom! Cracks appeared on the entire marble table. Immediately after that, it shattered and smashed on the ground in front of everyone. Chapter 89. Martial warriors are superior. Marble table shattered into pieces and dropped to the ground. Everyone retreated in shock. They were all caught off guard because everything happened so quickly. Some people fell from their chairs, looking extremely bedraggled. Jia Giran's foot got smashed by the broken marble table. He screamed in pain, sounding like a pig. Li Xiaomei and Wang Yanan were sitting beside Wang Tang. So all the marble pieces were forced away by Wang Tang. They weren't hurt at all. Even so, they were given a huge scare. They looked at Wang Tang absent-mindedly. Bao Ziqing and the rest of the people were pale in the face. They crawled up from the ground in a disorderly manner. Their suits were dirty from the dust, but they didn't have the time to clean themselves. They were all staring at Wang Tang in astonishment. "Oh my God! Uncle, look at our young master Wang's ability. He doesn't need us." Chen Ergu had also hurried over with the rest of the security guards. They were standing outside the door with old Sun. When they saw this scene, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Wang Tang walked in front of Bao Ziqing and looked at him. "What right do you have to educate me? Brat, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some capability." Bao Ziqing swallowed his saliva and took a step back unconsciously. He shouted, "Zhu Lei!" A muscular young man rushed out from the corner and aimed his huge fist at Wang Tang. "Be careful!"
"Son, be careful!"
Li Xiaomei and Wang Yanan's expressions changed. They shouted at the same time. Wang Tang snorted. He also raised his fist and welcomed his punch like a man crack. The sound of bones cracking spooked everyone at the scene. Li Xiaomei and Wang Yanan's faces turned white. They thought that Wang Tang was hurt, but the next moment, a scream of agony came out from the muscular young man's mouth. His entire body flew out like a golf ball and slammed heavily into the wall. His arm was completely distorted. The fats on Bao Ziking's face started to tremble uncontrollably when he saw this gruesome sight. Cold sweat kept dripping down his forehead. Wang Tang glanced at the man. Then he looked out of the window. There was a tall building right opposite. "Is that your company?" Wang Tang asked. "So what if it is?" Bao Zeking's legs were getting weak. but he still forced himself to remain calm. Wang Tang said, "Someone told me that we can't keep a low profile forever. When the time comes to display our abilities, we should display them. If not, other people would step on you." In the past, I didn't agree with what he said. Now, I think his words make sense. After he finished speaking, he patted the weapon carrier casket beside him lightly. He took a battle sword out from the casket.
What are you planning to do?
Bao Ziqing shouted in fear and astonishment as he retreated continuously. Wang Tang glanced at him without any expression. He walked in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Suddenly, a red force exploded out of his body. It seemed as though he was wearing a red gown. The red force raged in the air. Slash! He waved the sword light cut the air in half. The window instantly exploded. Red sword glow cut through the walls of the building opposite them, leaving a long and burnt black sword mark. Everyone was flabbergasted. No one spoke for a long time. Martial warrior, Bao Ziqing's face had turned completely white. He kept stuttering and spent a long time before he spat out these two words. "How is that possible?" Jia Giran looked at Wang Tang in a daze. His mind was filled with Wang Tang's back view when he was executing his move just now. He was utterly shocked. How could this playful and cocky child be a martial warrior? He wasn't able to accept that the useless son Wang Shangguo always mentioned was actually a martial warrior. This was so sarcastic. If this was useless, what was useful? A general rank. All the founding members of the company had the same expression on their faces. None of them could accept the fact that Wang Tang was a martial warrior. This was nonsense. Wang Tang was still so young. How could he become a martial warrior? Li Shumei and Wang Yinan felt dumbfounded at first. Then, immediately after that, happiness gushed out of their hearts like eternal springs. They understood clearly what it meant to become a martial warrior. Now, as long as Wang Tang was around, their company would never collapse. A martial warrior could suppress his opponent with his abilities if anyone wanted to seize his assets with evil intentions. He could even sue the other person in court. Winner would definitely be the martial warrior. A martial warrior could even kill someone for a valid reason. They could kill first and inform later. This was the rank of martial warriors in society. Martial warriors were superior. Look at the cut of the sword clearly. If you dare to play any more tricks, this sword wouldn't be cutting your building the next time. It will be your body. I don't know if you're able to withstand one of my attacks." Wang Tang looked at Bao Ziqing and said indifferently, then he glanced around him. His gaze landed on Jia Giran for a second before he looked at other people. However, no one dared to look back at him. "No matter what your thoughts are, keep a low profile and remain humble until my father comes back. Once he returns, those that want to leave can do so. You can follow whoever you want to follow. I will not stop you." The entire meeting room was dead silent. The people that had thoughts of leaving were overwhelmed with regrets. This was a martial warrior. With a martial warrior guarding the Wang family, there was no need to worry about the company's growth. At that time, as the founding members of the company, their assets would definitely increase exponentially, but now, after Wang Shangguo came back, there would probably be a massive cleanup. Anyone that harmed them by taking advantage of the situation, and those that didn't have a firm mentality, would not be able to stay. No matter how good the prospects were, it had nothing to do with them. How many millions did they lose? Their hearts, it hurt so much. The most important thing was they didn't dare to act rashly now. If not, they would face the revenge of a martial warrior. Their ending would be even worse than the reformation that would happen after Wang Shangguo came back. Jia Giran's face turned green. He was the person who had offended the Wang family the most. Bao Ziqing had promised to give him 10% of the company shares. That was why he agreed to make the shares of the company drop so that it was easier for a merger to happen. Looking at the situation now, everything he did was for nothing. He wouldn't have any shares of the new company, and his journey in Xintang had come to an end. Very soon he would get kicked out by Wang Shangguo, and he might even seek revenge. He probably wouldn't be able to survive in Donghai anymore. Wang Tang disregarded these people who had different thoughts. He brought Li Shumei out of the room and asked, "Mom, what happened to Dad?" "Your dad went to the neighboring province to discuss a project. There was an issue with the interest of both sides, so he wasn't able to reach an agreement. However, the other party broke the rules and detained your father with the help of a local tyrant. They won't release him unless he agrees to sign the contract." Li Shumei explained with a worried expression. Wang Tang had already displayed the ability of a martial warrior, so she no longer treated him as a child. "Grandfather has already sent people over to help, but there haven't been any results." Wang Yinan added at the side, "What project is it? Why is Dad so stupid?" He can just agree to them. We might lose some money, but life is more important, Wang Tang frowned and said. It's not that simple. There's something wrong with this project. It has huge implications. They want to use your father as the scapegoat. Li Shumei knew some things, but she didn't know the exact details. Huh? Wang Tang sensed that there was something strange. Was this a scheme by those people inside? However, in his past life, they only attacked the Wang family after he attended university. Chapter 90. The boss's privacy. I will make a trip personally. Wang Tang's mind worked at full cylinders. It didn't matter if it was a scheme by those people inside. His father was detained, and he must fetch his back. Will there be a problem? Li Shumei was still a little worried. Don't worry, Mom. You have seen your son's ability. I didn't even release 1/10 of my potential just now. Wang Tang comforted her. In that case, be careful. Don't get hurt. One was her son, while the other was her husband. She was worried about both, but she could only rely on her son now. Fortunately, her son had already grown up. When the pillar of the house collapsed, he was able to support the family. Wang Tang nodded. He turned and prepared to leave. I will go with you. It will be more convenient for me to contact grandfather's men. Wang Yanan suddenly said, That's right, you can go together. You can take care of each other too. Li Shumei nodded. Since Li Shumei had already agreed, Wang Tang had nothing to say. The two of them got in the car and left Donghai City. They entered the expressway and headed towards Jiang City in the neighboring province. Along the way, Wang Yanan glanced at the rearview mirror with the corner of her eyes while driving to size up Wang Tang. Wang Tang was sitting in the back seat at this moment. He had his eyes closed and was holding the rectangular casket with one hand. He wasn't moving at all. He was extremely quiet, and there were no emotions on his face. He really felt like a different person now. Whether it was his aura or his way of doing things, they were worlds apart from the past Wang Tang. In the past, everyone just felt that he was playful, ignorant, bossy, arrogant. But today, when she saw him again, his performance surprised her. The most important thing was her younger cousin was actually a powerful martial warrior. If grandfather knew that her young cousin Wang Tang was a martial warrior, he would be so happy that he wouldn't be able to sleep. Honestly speaking, when you suddenly realized that someone whom you were familiar with, someone you thought was ordinary, was actually extremely powerful, the feeling was indescribable. At this moment, she recalled the scene when Wang Tang had swung his sword. Everyone was dumbstruck at that second. All the schemes and tricks were useless in front of true power. In the future, their Wang family would have a martial warrior guarding them. Wang family would definitely climb to a higher position. Also, if Wang Tang continued to become more powerful, the future of the Wang family, Wang Yanan shook her head. She shouldn't be thinking so far ahead. She should save her second uncle first. It shouldn't be a problem since her martial warrior cousin had come personally. They drove for 5 hours and finally reached Jian City. Along the way, Wang Yanan didn't interrupt Wang Tang. She drove for the entire journey, so she seemed a little tired now. Have we reached? Wang Tang felt the car stop. He opened his eyes and asked, Yes? Let's find the person whom grandfather sent to negotiate first to understand the whole situation. Wang Yanan parked the car outside a hotel and brought Wang Tang into a room. A man around 30 years old greeted them. Manager, Wang? Tell me about the situation. Wang Yanan went directly to the point. The man nodded and said, It's not working. No matter what conditions we promised them, the other party is unwilling to let him go. They seem to have other motives. What is the background of the other party? Wang Tang frowned and asked. Iron Fist clan. They have more than 10 advanced stage martial disciples. No one dares to provoke them, the man replied with a solemn expression. In that case, there shouldn't be a problem if we uproot them completely. Right. Wang Tang asked nonchalantly. That's right, the man nodded and replied. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly realized what he had said. What did this young man mean? He looked at Wang Tang with a puzzled and shocked gaze. Wang Yanan was looking at Wang Tang in astonishment, too. Uproot them completely? Was this what her cousin was thinking? If those people know that they had offended a martial warrior, they would probably be overwhelmed with regret. There are too many people in the day. Let's act at night. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. They could only wait slowly. Although he wanted to save Wang Shengguo as soon as possible, Wang Tang knew that he mustn't act rashly. Also, based on Wang Yanan's guess, the other party wouldn't hurt Wang Shengguo since they wanted to use him as their scapegoat. Hence, he was temporarily safe. There was no need to worry. Wang Yanan was tired after driving for a long time. She booked a room and took a rest in the evening. The 3 of them had dinner, and waited until 10 p.m. before heading to the headquarters of the Iron Fist clan. Wang Shengguo was locked up there all this while. The headquarters of the Iron Fist clan was not far away. A black sedan stopped in the dark, and Wang Tang got out of the car. "Wait for me here. I will be back soon." He spoke to Wang Yanan and then carried his weapon carrier casket, heading towards the entrance of the Iron Fist clan. "Manager Wang, is young Master Wang planning to save his father all alone?" The man that came along didn't understand the situation. He found Wang Tang a little daring as he looked at his back view. Would he be all right? The other party was the Iron Fist clan. They had more than 10 advanced stage martial disciples. This young Master Wang seemed like an ordinary person. How was he able to deal with those powerful advanced stage martial disciples? Watch and see. Wang Yanan was also worried, but she felt proud for some reason. This was her younger cousin. What will he do? A question popped up in her mind. Wang Yanan couldn't help but look at the entrance of the Iron Fist clan, which was enshrouded in darkness. Wang Tang walked to the entrance and knocked on the metal door outside. "Who is it?" A vigilant voice came from inside. "Delivery man." Wang Tang's figure was hidden in the dark. "Who are you kidding? What delivery can you make at this time of the night? Say, what is your intention?" The person behind the door obviously didn't believe him. "Brother, this is something your boss ordered?" "Something the boss ordered? What is it?" The person was suspicious, but he still asked. What if it was really something their boss ordered and he didn't open the door? If the item wasn't delivered, his boss would look for him for answers. "I can't tell you. It's private," Wang Tang replied. "You're still trying to fool me. Tell me what it is. If you can't, you must have been sent by the other factions to create trouble for our Iron Fist clan," the person sneered. "Are you sure you want me to say it? Say it. All right. Since you asked so sincerely, I will show mercy and tell you," he ordered. "I love a matchstick, an aphrodisiac that got its name from a novel." "What?" The person didn't manage to react in time. "I love a matchstick," Wang Tang shouted. "I love a matchstick. Oh my God." The person remembered something and gasped in shock. Their boss's fetish was indescribable. "You're afraid now, right? This is your boss's privacy. It's not good if you know too much," Wang Tang said slowly. "Wait, brother, listen to me." The man hurriedly opened the door and dashed in front of Wang Tang. He was agitated. "I didn't ask anything just now, and you didn't say anything." "No, you asked, and I answered," Wang Tang said honestly. The young man who came out of the door turned green in anger. "Damn it, can you speak properly?" Chapter 91. I don't mind falling to hell. "Brother, let's talk at the side." The young man held Wang Tang's arm and seemed very enthusiastic. "Oh, right. What is inside the rectangular box you're carrying?" He couldn't help but ask when he saw the weapon carrier casket behind Wang Tang's back. "Oh, this is the delivery box. Do you want to look at the contents?" asked Wang Tang calmly. "No, no." The young man shook his head like a rattle drum. He pulled Wang Tang to a corner and took out a few $100s from his pockets. "Brother, it must be difficult for you to run around in the middle of the night to support yourself. This is my sincerity. I didn't ask you anything just now, right?" Wang Tang rubbed the $100 notes in his hand and pretended to be a money lover. He nodded and said, "I think that you didn't ask me anything." "That's right. I didn't ask, and you didn't answer. Let's live harmoniously in peace." The young man nodded his head in satisfaction. "Can I enter now?" Wang Tang asked. Go ahead, go ahead." The young man waved his hand. Then he asked again, "Oh, right. Do you know where our boss lives?" "I don't." Wang Tang shook his head. "He lives at, never mind, I'll bring you there." The young man seemed a little worried, so he turned around and locked the door. Then he personally led Wang Tang into the headquarters. It was late at night. There was no one walking around the place. The young man took the lead, and soon they arrived outside a door. "Our boss lives here, remember? I didn't ask anything." The young man still felt disturbed, so he reminded Wang Tang again like a nagging mother. "Don't worry, your boss won't know anything." Wang Tang gave a mysterious expression and nodded. Knock, knock, knock. Young man finally knocked on the door. A sound was heard from inside the room. "Who is it?" "Boss, it's me, Little Wu. There's a delivery here for you." "Little Wu, oh, the one guarding the door? What is it?" The voice inside turned suspicious. The footsteps came closer and reached the door. Then the doorknob turned. The door was about to open, however, suddenly, boom, a huge force surged out from inside. The door burst into pieces, and a figure holding a battle blade dashed out. Wang Tang was slightly shocked, But he reacted in time. He activated the runes on his weapon carrier casket. Clang! The battle sword jumped out and landed in his hand. Wang Teng turned around and blocked the battle blade that was aimed at him. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The two of them separated instantly. The muscular man who flew out of the room glared at Wang Teng. "There's indeed a problem. Who sent you?" On the other side, the young man called Little Wu was shocked, looking at the two people in a daze. He didn't know what was happening. Wasn't he here to send, "I love a matchstick"? "What are you doing? This rectangular box isn't the delivery item. Why did a weapon jump out of it? Are you bullying me because I didn't study well?" Little Wu wanted to cry. At the moment, he had turned into a curious little baby with 1,000 questions in his heart. "Idiot, how dare you let outsiders in so easily?" "I will take care of you later," the muscular man shouted at Little Wu. Little Wu shrunk his neck in fear. "I'm dead. I angered the boss. What should I do? I'm so nervous. Please help." At the same time, loud footsteps were heard from different directions. The other members of the Iron Fist clan had obviously received the news and were rushing over. Within a few seconds, the place was packed with people. "I didn't expect the boss of the Iron Fist clan to be an extreme martial disciple," Wang Teng said in surprise. "If I didn't have the ability, how could I sit in this position? You amazed me too. You're so young, but you're already so powerful. You should have a bright future ahead. What a pity you will die here today." The boss of the Iron Fist clan was quite self-absorbed. He started shaking his head in pity. He looked at Wang Teng and wanted to catch any hints of fear or panic on his face. Unfortunately, there was nothing. In such a situation, the young man opposite him remained calm and composed. There was no uneasiness in his gaze. "Are all your men here?" asked Wang Teng in a soft voice. The boss of the Iron Fist clan could sense the contempt in his nonchalant voice. He was so angry that he smiled. "These people are enough to chop you into a pile of meat?" Then his face turned cold and his expression became sinister. "Kill him." The clan members swarmed towards Wang Teng. They were all holding weapons in their hands, and they smashed them on Wang Teng's body. Boom! Wang Teng's gaze turned cold as the force inside his body exploded. It dispersed around him like shockwaves, throwing off the people charging at the front. Wang Teng held the battle sword in his hand and charged into the crowd. At this moment, his heart was exceptionally cold and hard. Every slash of his sword was a life lost. Every fist he punched broke his opponent's bones. Blood splattered everywhere, and the scene was extremely tragic. He didn't want to kill anyone, but since they wanted to kill him, he decided to have a good time killing them. He would kill until these people were fearful of him. Martial Warrior, the boss of the Iron Fist clan, was struck dumb with astonishment and shock. His voice was shrill as he shouted in terror. He looked as though he had seen a ghost. The other members of the clan finally knew what kind of opponent they were facing. They turned pale with fright. "Run! He's a martial warrior. We can't beat him. Damn it, how did we provoke this powerful figure?" In the end, some people started escaping in a flurry. They didn't even have the courage to face Wang Teng. However, Wang Teng was immersed in the killing. He was like a raging bear charging into a pack of wolves. He didn't care who he killed, wherever he went. Cries of pain followed on the other side. The boss of the Iron Fist clan knew that he couldn't defeat Wang Teng, so he attempted to run away amidst the chaos. Wang Teng stepped on the ground and his entire body shot into the air like a cannonball. He landed heavily in front of the boss of the Iron Fist clan and swung his sword at him. "Die!" The boss of the Iron Fist clan was panic-stricken. He raised his blade to block the attack. The next instant, a massive force like the weight of a mountain bore down on him. His battle blade cracked and broke on the spot. Splurt! He vomited a mouthful of blood. The boss of the Iron Fist clan couldn't control his body and kept stepping back. He had to take 6 to 7 steps to get his footing. Wang Teng had shown mercy this time. "Who asked you to catch Wang Shengguo?" Wang Teng asked.
Wang Shengguo?
The boss of the Iron Fist clan finally knew the source of the disaster. Afraid that he would infuriate Wang Teng if he spoke a second too late, he hurriedly said, "I don't know either. I think they come from Capital Sia. The leader of the group is a martial warrior too. I have no ability to resist. That's why I laid my hands on Wang Shengguo. Capital Sia, martial warrior." Wang Teng squinted. "I had no other choice." "Please spare my life," the boss of the Iron Fist clan pleaded. "Sigh." Wang Teng heaved a breath. "I want to spare your life, but my heart doesn't allow me to." The next moment, fire force spurted out. The terrifying flames engulfed the boss of the Iron Fist clan, shouted in fear, but soon his shouts were replaced by screams of agony. "Ah, please show mercy." Wang Teng's expression remained indifferent. He displayed no emotions on his face as he watched the boss getting engulfed by the flames. At this instant, his heartlessness was displayed blatantly. He was never soft-hearted towards his enemies. Boss is dead. The bunch of clan members that wanted to fight with Wang Tang until death swallowed their salivas when they saw this scene. They felt their lips turning dry. A chill ran through their entire body. Wang Tang turned and scanned the crowd. In an instant, he charged between them and started his massacre. Leave no chance for revival. "Ah! Hurry up and run! This person is crazy! He wants to kill us all!" someone cried shrilly. The terrified voice echoed throughout the Iron Fist clan headquarters. "Devil! You are a devil! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I just joined the clan! I have never killed anyone! Devil, you will go to hell sooner or later! We will be waiting for you below." At this moment, Wang Tang turned into a demon and destroyed everything in its path. He would kill anyone that posed a threat to his family. Normally, he could laugh and fool around, but he wouldn't be soft-hearted at this moment in order to allow my family to live under the sun. I don't mind falling to hell. Chapter 92. Dad, Mom is asking you to go home for dinner. What is happening? Wang Shengguo was tied in a room. He could faintly hear the commotion outside, but he couldn't figure out the exact details. Sigh? I wonder how they are doing. He couldn't help but think of Li Xiumei and Wang Tang. They must be worried sick. How did those people find me? There are no grudges between us, so it's impossible that they will make me their scapegoat for no reason. Wang Shengguo pondered about the cause and the consequences, but he couldn't find any reason. He had seen the document. If he signed his name on it, the entire Xintang group, including their Wang family, would suffer terribly. Wait, the Wang family? Is their target the Wang family? A chill ran through his body when he thought of this possibility. They are cutting the ground under our foot. They want to destroy the entire Wang family. At first, he didn't want to implicate his wife and son. However, after straightening his thoughts, there was even more reason for him not to sign the document. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly heard the door opening. His eyes were covered with a black cloth, so he couldn't see the person walking in. He could only raise his head and turn in the direction of the door. "Dad, Mom is asking you to go home for dinner." A familiar voice entered Wang Shengguo's ears. "Little Tang." Wang Shengguo thought that his hearing was going wild. However, this playful tone really sounded like his son. A second later, the black cloth was removed. He finally saw the person who came. It really was Wang Tang. "Son, what are you doing here?" Wang Shengguo was stunned. "If I hadn't come, you might have been locked here for God knows how long." Wang Tang replied helplessly. He cut the ropes binding Wang Shengguo and helped him up. "All right, let's go home. Mom must be worried." When Wang Shengguo stood up and tried to walk, he staggered. He had been tied up for a long time, so his legs were numb. Wang Tang hurriedly held him. At the same time, he didn't forget to tease his father. "Dad, you haven't reached 50, but your legs are already out of shape." "Bullshit. Your dad is very healthy. I won't pant even if I climb 10 flights of stairs." Wang Shengguo refuted furiously. "You're really free. Why are you climbing the stairs when you can take the lift?" Wang Tang complained. Wang Shengguo was speechless. He felt that his intelligence would drop drastically whenever he talked to this brat. "You haven't told me how you came in. Did they agree to let me go? Did you promise them something?" Wang Shengguo immediately got anxious when he thought of the document. "Did they ask you to sign a document? You must never sign it. That's a huge trap. If we drop inside, our Wang family will be doomed. Don't worry, I'm not so stupid. The people from the Iron Fist clan are very easy to talk to. I shared the truth and reasoned with them. I also chatted with them about life and ambitions. It took so much effort before they finally recognized their mistakes and agreed to let you go." Wang Tang spouted nonsense. "Are you kidding me?" Wang Shengguo's expression turned strange. "Share the truth. Reasoned with them. Talking about life and ambitions. Can you reason with the Iron Fist clan? Are they so free that they will chat about life and ambition with you?" Wang Shengguo suddenly felt like hitting him. "Are you trying to fool me? Do you think I'm stupid?" "Why do you think they let you go?" Wang Tang retorted. Then he walked out of the room with Wang Shengguo. He purposely evaded the areas with corpses. He had even changed into clean clothes before he met Wang Shengguo. Soon he brought Wang Shengguo out of the Iron Fist clan. Wang Shengguo couldn't get anything out of Wang Tang's mouth. In the end, he turned around and curiously glanced at the Iron Fist clan. It was so quiet he felt uneasy. The two of them met Wang Yanan. "Uncle." Wang Yanan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw them. At the same time, she had a new understanding of Wang Tang's capability. He had gone in the tiger's den, the Iron Fist clan, alone and came out unscathed. He even brought his father out safely. This wasn't something ordinary people could achieve. "Yanan, Sorry to trouble you to make a trip here. Wang Shengguo thanked Wang Yanan. Uncle, there's no need to be polite with me. We are family, Wang Yanan smiled and said. The man who came along with them was still in shock. Mr. Wang's son is a diamond in the rough. Glancing at the abnormally silent Iron Fist clan, his head turned numb. Wang Tang had gone in for merely less than half an hour. How could those people agree to let Wang Shengguo go in such a short period? Could it be? He thought of a possibility. He secretly glanced at Wang Tang with his hair standing on the ends. Gasp. Mr. Wang, should we rest in Jiang City for the night or go back to Donghai? The man asked. Let's go back to Donghai. Wang Shengguo was eager to go back, so he replied without hesitation. The other party nodded. He drove the car to the highway and sped their way back to Donghai. They only returned to Donghai at 6 in the morning. The car stopped outside the Fuhua Villa district. Wang Tang and Wang Shengguo got off the car. Uncle, I will be going back first. I can inform grandfather too in case he's worried. Wang Yanan lowered the car window and said, All right, I won't keep you anymore. You had a long day. Go back and have a good rest. Wang Shengguo nodded. Wang Yanan also nodded in return. She then waved at Wang Tang. Cousin, I'll be leaving first. Let's meet up when we're free. Our families should get to know each other better. Okay, elder sister, have a safe journey. Wang Tang smiled and nodded. Wang Yanan was right about one thing. They were relatives. Blood was thicker than water. In his past life, their relatives would argue with one another. But in times of crisis, for instance, when the Wang family collapsed, they still helped each other out. This was something outsiders couldn't do. Wang Shengguo was stunned by Wang Yanan's attitude towards Wang Tang. In the past, Wang Yanan treated Wang Tang with disdain. After all, she was the favored child of God, outstanding in all areas. Wang Tang was different. He was useless and playful, so he couldn't merge into their small circle at all. But now, Wang Yanan was exceptionally gentle towards Wang Tang. This attitude made Wang Shengguo relieved and gratified. After Wang Yanan left, Wang Shengguo and Wang Tang went home. Li Xiumei didn't sleep the entire night. She was waiting on the sofa in the living room, her face rife with worry and agitation. Aunt Li didn't go home either. She kept Li Xiumei company in case she felt alone. She instantly noticed Wang Tang and his father when they opened the door and walked in. She cried happily, Madam, Mr. Wang, and young Master Wang are back. What? Li Xiumei raised her head. The instant she saw Wang Shengguo, tears almost gushed out of her eyes. Wang Shengguo walked forward and hugged Li Xiumei. He patted her back gently. I'm back. I'm sorry for making you worry. Ha! Mom, Dad, stop this PDA. My goosebumps are dropping all over the floor. Wang Tang yawned and rolled his eyes. Li Xiumei struggled out of Wang Shengguo's arms with a red face. Stupid brat. Wang Shengguo glared at Wang Tang. Mr. Wang, have a seat. I will make some food. Aunt Chen smiled as she said, Chapter 93, I'm gifted. At home, Aunt Chen finished cooking breakfast. Wang Tang and his family sat down and had breakfast together. What? Our son is a martial warrior? Wang Shengguo almost spat out the food in his mouth, as though he had heard some shocking news. He stared at Li Xiumei in astonishment. If you don't believe me, you can ask your son yourself, said Li Xiumei. Son, your mom is lying to me, right? Wang Shengguo stared at Wang Tang without blinking. Wang Tang didn't say anything. He just stuck out his finger and a strand of fire force appeared at the tip. The flame silently burned in the air, a spectacle for the three. Wang Shengguo was shocked. Force? You really are a martial warrior. But how did you become a martial warrior? It's been only days since you started practicing martial arts. He was still in disbelief. The main thing was Wang Tang's short training time. Everyone knew that martial arts was an arduous path. It was still manageable at the martial disciple stages. But many people were unable to step over the threshold to become martial warriors. Now, Wang Tang had already taken that step. This jump was a little too fast, though. Are you telling us that the obstacles are fake? Wang Shengguo suddenly remembered the dead, silent Iron Fist clan. Did this child? Never mind. He has already become a martial warrior, so I can't judge his actions like that of a normal person. Also, those people were bad too. Will you believe me if I tell you that I met an old man who reluctantly took me in as his disciple because he noticed that I'm extremely talented in martial arts? He imparted a formidable skill to me. That's how I improved so quickly. Wang Tang ate and smoked at the same time. This child is spouting nonsense again. Li Xiumei rolled her eyes at him. Wang Shengguo was speechless too. He obviously didn't believe his son. There's only one explanation then. I'm extremely gifted, said Wang Tang helplessly. Indeed, my son is a genius, as expected of my son. Wang Shengguo nodded with a proud expression. What do you mean by your son? Didn't he come out of my womb? Li Xiumei refused to admit defeat. She glared at her husband and continued, without my outstanding bloodline, how can the Wang family have such a gifted child? Wang Teng looked at the couple as they boasted about their outstanding bloodlines. They even pulled out their ancestors as examples. One said that their Li family had groomed a powerful official in the past, while the other reasoned that their Wang family had an amazing general ancestor. No one knew if they were speaking the truth, but Wang Teng felt that the system would definitely be unhappy. You take all the credit. What am I? The breakfast was lively. Li Xiumei took the chance to tell Wang Shengguo what happened in the company in the past few days. Bao Ziqing, that coward, he doesn't even dare to make a sound in front of me, yet the moment something happened to me, he sprung out like a toad and caused trouble. It looks like I have to settle the accounts with him once and for all. Wang Shengguo wasn't easy to bully. This time he was really angered by those people. So some upheaval in the company was to be expected. Jia Giran, too. I treated him so well. I promoted him and gave him shares. But he was helping others under the table to destroy our company, that ungrateful fellow. When he talked about Jia Giran, Wang Shengguo felt even more furious. Feeling of getting betrayed was stifling and uncomfortable. It was as if something was pressing down on his heart. Forget it. Don't get too angry. At least our son managed to salvage the situation. You don't know how frightened everyone was at that time. They didn't even dare to let out a peep. Also, this time, there are gains for us, too. We were able to see their true natures and know who's trustworthy and who's not, Li Xiumei said. You're right. This is a good chance to clean up the people in the company. They have pulled many of their relatives over throughout the years, so the employees are diverse and jumbled. We can kick out useless people and get some fresh blood in. Wang Shengguo nodded in agreement. They chatted casually for some time before going back to rest. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei hadn't slept properly for many days, so they were spent. If they didn't rest soon, their bodies would collapse. In the noon, Wang Teng woke up. He laid on his bed and felt a little absent-minded. Sigh. He couldn't help but heave a long sigh. So many things had happened recently, one after another. He couldn't even have the time to rest and experience the joy of carefreely picking up attributes. He climbed down from his bed and pulled the curtains open. Sunlight shone into the room. It was a little glaring. He squinted his eyes unconsciously. Speaking of attributes, when he killed the members of the Iron Fist clan, he had picked up quite a lot of attributes. Spirit, 3. Enlightenment, 1-5. Now his enlightenment had reached 98.5, and his spirit was at 95. They were both close to 100. Wang Teng suddenly felt excited. What changes would occur when these two attributes hit 100? As for the rest, they were mostly strength and speed attributes. After all, those people were just martial disciples. Most of them used blade skills, sword skills, fist skills, and other basic battle techniques. Wang Teng had already reached the peak for these skills, so no related attributes would drop anymore. But there was one thing that surprised Wang Teng. Killing people would give blank attributes too, blank attribute 8. These were the blank attributes the members of the Iron Fist clan had contributed with their deaths. It was little, but Wang Teng still appreciated it. They are all good people. He had 35 blank attributes now. He contemplated for a moment and decided to save them. Ever since I was young, my teachers taught us the good habit of saving. As for his spirit and enlightenment, he could go to the mental hospital and the martial arts academy to gather them. He only needed a few points to reach 100. It wasn't that difficult. He scanned the attributes panel again before going downstairs. Li Xiumei and Wang Shengguo had already woken up. Dad, Mom, why are you awake? Why don't you sleep more? Asked Wang Teng. We're getting old, so we can't sleep too long, Wang Shengguo replied. Old people? Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and teased them. Get off. That's right, your mom is still young, Li Xiumei said as she walked out of the kitchen with the dishes. I'm talking about Dad. Mom, you're forever 18, Wang Teng flattered her. You use the word old so smoothly, I don't believe you. Li Xiumei glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Wang Teng was speechless. He was used to calling them this way, but his mother still found faults in his words. As expected, women were all narrow-minded. They couldn't afford to provoke them. Wang Shengguo laughed secretly. Oh, right, your martial arts exam results should be out, right? He suddenly remembered this and asked Wang Teng. At first he didn't have any hope, but Wang Teng had suddenly become a martial warrior. In that case, the martial arts exam was a piece of cake for him. If he didn't top the assessment, he couldn't explain his martial warrior's ability. The top student, no matter how successful he was as a businessman, achieving the first position of the cohort was still something that would bring glory to their family and ancestors. It should be out today. Wang Tang almost forgot about it. What do you mean by should? If you aren't certain, hurry up and call your head teacher. Wang Shengguo was speechless. All right, I'll call and ask my classmate. He called Lin Chuhan and asked her for the time. He confirmed that the results would be out at noon. He looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It was 11:48 a.m. There were still 12 minutes left. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei could only wait anxiously, and in Chinese, a way of calling mother is old woman. This is how Wang Tang calls his mom. Chapter 94, Caught and Cut into Pieces for Research, in the living room. Son, the time is here. Hurry up and enter your examination identity number. Wang Shengguo kept staring at the clock for a long time. The instant the second hand jumped to 12 o'clock, he urged Wang Tang, Dad, is there a need to be so anxious? Wang Tang didn't know what to say. There was a laptop placed in front of him, and the login page was already opened on the screen. All that was left was to enter the examination identity number. Hey, move to the side, I'll do it. Li Xiumei was even more impatient than Wang Shengguo. She pushed Wang Tang away and took his identity card to enter the number. After verifying the information, she clicked the Submit button. Language, 136. Math, 141. English, 143. Level Inspection, Extreme Martial Disciple, 1-star Soldier, Level Martial Warrior, Actual Martial Arts, written, 145 out of 150. Actual Combat Assessment, 100 plus 20 out of 100. When they saw the information on the screen, Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei weren't able to speak for a long time. Then Li Xiumei logged out and logged in again. This time, she rechecked Wang Tang's identity number and made sure that it was the same before she clicked the Submit button. The results didn't change. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei exchanged glances with each other. In the end, Wang Shengguo said, Log in again. I'll do it this time. Li Xiumei passed the identity card to him and moved away from the seat. She allowed Wang Shengguo to operate the laptop. Wang Tang. The two of them logged in 3 times, but Wang Tang's result didn't change at all. The numbers were still the same as before. This is enough. Am I even your biological son? I just scored a little better, but you don't believe me at all. Wang Tang rolled his eyes when he saw that they were still at it. He looked at them with an I'm extremely hurt expression. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei smiled awkwardly. They suddenly felt that they had indeed gone a little overboard there. Son, you can't blame us. Your results are hard to decipher, Wang Shengguo exclaimed. Also, how did you manage to score so well? I never saw you studying. Tell me, did you see the exam questions beforehand? Li Xiumei leaned forward and asked him mysteriously. Seriously? Will I be able to know the questions for the university entrance exams so easily? Wang Tang felt helpless. He had predicted this, though, so he could only explain patiently. After I started practicing martial arts, especially after I became a martial warrior, I felt that my brain started to work better and better and my memory increased. I'm able to memorize any information after reading it a few times. My brain spins furiously now. This is one of my secrets. Don't tell anyone about it. If I get caught and get cut into pieces for research, you will lose a genius son. He purposely sounded more serious because he hoped that his parents would cooperate with him and help him lie to outsiders. What do you mean by getting cut for research? You love to talk nonsense, Li Xiumei said angrily. I think I've heard of a situation like yours before your brain started getting clearer, probably due to the increase in spiritual power.
Oh, right.
Someone's daughter participated in the martial arts exam 2 years ago and astounded the crowd with her unexpected results. Wang Shengguo thought for a moment before touching his chin and opening his mouth. Spiritual power? Wang Tang repeated the words. He wondered if spiritual power had anything to do with spirit. This thing sounds a little unreliable and magical. I'm not clear on the details, but I heard that there are very few people who are born with spiritual power. They are all special talents, Wang Shengguo said confidently. It seemed that he had only heard of rumors regarding this thing. That means that our son's condition isn't a huge secret. He might even be the special talent you mentioned. Li Xiumei heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, however. Before we ascertain the facts, let's not announce it to everyone. Let little Tang take care of his matter himself, Wang Shengguo said. Li Xiumei nodded. She looked at the results on the screen and smiled uncontrollably. Our son's ability will probably scare a lot of people. Ha ha, they should be scared. I will show everyone that my son isn't worse than anyone. He is even more outstanding than the self-proclaimed geniuses out there. Wang Shengguo felt relieved and exceptionally proud, however. He didn't lose his cool. He continued, but we must tell other people that our little Tang is very hard-working at home. That way it won't sound so astonishing. That's right. If he's too outstanding, he might be caught and cut into pieces for research. His brain has finally started spinning faster. It'd be a waste if it was cut. Li Shumei nodded in agreement as she rubbed Wang Tang's head. Wang Tang! This feeling wasn't good. However, his parents ignored him and continued complimenting the results on the laptop screen. They couldn't get enough of it. Son, what's wrong with the result of your level inspection and your actual combat assessment? Wang Shengguo asked curiously. During the level inspection, I only displayed the power of an extreme martial disciple, but during the actual combat assessment, I released my true ability as a martial warrior. Governor Jiang saw it, so that might be why they added a bracket behind the result, Wang Tang explained. You even met Governor Jiang? Wang Shengguo was flabbergasted. That's right.
Oh my God, your face is even bigger than your dad's.
I have never seen Governor Jiang before, Wang Shengguo lamented in envy. Old Wang, yours is too low. Let me bring you out to see the world when I'm free. Wang Tang patted Wang Shengguo's shoulder like an elder.
Get off me, you little brat.
Why are you laughing at your dad? Wang Shengguo slapped his hand away angrily. Then he continued asking, why about your actual combat assessment result? Total score is 100, but you got an additional 20 points. Wang Tang touched his chin. He guessed maybe they added additional points because I killed a star beast. Actually, he wasn't sure either. Star beast? Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei exclaimed. Why is there a star beast during the actual combat assessment? An accident. Wang Tang smiled awkwardly and told the whole story. Oh my God, it looks like many examinees were killed. I didn't expect the actual combat assessment to be so dangerous. Are you hurt? Li Shumei was filled with worry when she finished listening to Wang Tang. I'm fine, look at me. That was just an accident. In the past few years, the examinees only got injured. No one died. Wang Tang hurriedly consoled his mother. That's good. Wang Shengguo chimed in from the side. At this moment, Wang Tang's phone rang. It was a call from Lin Chuhan. He picked up the call. Hello, class monitor.
How was your result?
Wang Tang, I passed. I actually got 80 for my actual combat assessment. 80 points. Do you know that I scored 80? Lin Chuhan's voice on the other end was filled with excitement. This was the first time Wang Tang saw her losing her composure. Wang Tang was stunned too. Lin Chuhan had only managed to kill 5 mutated beasts, and 4 of them were even low level. Only 1 was a middle-level mutated beast. Also, she didn't rely on her ability to kill them. Her method could be considered a little scheming, but she managed to achieve good results. It seemed that this result wasn't just based on the number of mutated beasts one killed. There were also other elements involved. Chapter 95, Shameless. Wang Tang felt happy for Lin Chuhan too. Getting into the martial arts course was her goal. With her points, she would surely enter a good university. What about your other subjects? Asked Wang Tang. Language 138, Math 143, English 146, Martial Arts written 148. Oh my God, you must be cheating. Wang Tang was sincerely astounded. Lin Chuhan's results were even higher than his. He didn't put in his entire effort, but he did cheat. However, Lin Chuhan could be on par with a cheater like him. If she wasn't a bug, what was she? On the other side, Lin Chuhan instantly felt speechless, but she could tell that Wang Tang was amazed by her results. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. Although you are powerful, the results of my general papers are much higher than yours. She asked, how about you? How much did you score? Language 136, Math 141, English 143, Martial Arts written 145. Lin Chuhan's jaws dropped as Wang Tang told her the results of his exam one by one. After some time, she finally said, you are the cheater. At first, she thought she would be able to beat him with her general paper results since the gap between their abilities was too huge. That way, she could gain back some standing ground. In the end, she was the one who thought too much. This result didn't make any sense. Wang Tang could imagine Lin Chuhan's flabbergasted expression. He laughed uncontrollably. How did you do your papers? No, I'm not suspecting you. I just feel that you never study normally. So how can you score so well during the exam? Lin Chuhan asked. That's simple. I'm a genius. Wang Tang replied shamelessly. Genius is not enough to describe you.
You are a monster, Lin Chuhan complained. I'll take that as a compliment. Oh, right. What's the score for your actual combat assessment? It must be very high, right? Lin Chuhan asked again curiously. Full marks? Indeed, you are a monster. You were able to score full marks in the actual combat assessment. Wang Tang, you amaze me, Lin Chuhan exclaimed.
With an additional 20 points, Wang Tang continued. Lin Chuhan didn't know what to say anymore.
Her words were stuck in her throat for a long time before they came out of her mouth. She asked, "What the hell are additional points and you got 20? Sigh, it can't be helped. I can't hide how outstanding I am. The examiner just had to give me 20 additional points," Wang Tang said in a helpless tone. Lin Chuhan was full of respect for Wang Tang's shamelessness. Normal people's skin couldn't be so thick. "Pfft, you're so thick-skinned?" Lin Chuhan hung up the call in frustration. When she saw her results, she wanted to share her joy with Wang Tang for some reason. However, after sharing her joy, all she got back was a basket of frustration and stimulation. This fellow was infuriating. The moment Wang Tang put down his phone, it rang again. This time it was Yang Jian. "Ha, ha, 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 Wang Tang, guess how much I scored for my actual combat assessment?" The moment he picked up the call, Yang Jian's duck-like laughter came from the other side of the phone. 65. Wang Tang picked a number casually. How did you know?" Yang Jian's laughter stopped abruptly. He sounded as though he had seen a ghost. Wang Tang didn't expect to hit the jackpot either. He was just making a casual guess. What's so good about scoring 65 points? Why do you have to laugh so happily? Wang Tang pretended to look down on him. Fuck. Wang Tang, the wearer knows best where the shoe pinches. I'm delighted with my marks. At least I'm able to get into the martial arts course. Yang Jian was pretty satisfied with his score. He continued, "How's your assessment?" When Wang Tang listed out his score, the other party turned silent. "Boss, you were impressive. I should get going. Beep, beep, beep." He directly hung up the call. Yang Jian was very satisfied with his results, but comparisons were always scary. Whenever there was a comparison, someone would be hurt. Harm that Wang Tang's result had on him could be calculated by the tons. Was the first caller a female student? The moment Wang Tang hung up, Li Xiumei, who was sitting on the sofa, leaned over and asked ambiguously. Wang Tang got a fright. He patted his chest and said guiltily, "It's my table buddy." "Is it the one that your dad asked Mr. Fan to arrange for you?" "What's her name?" Lin something. She's very pretty and outstanding." Li Xiumei's eyes lit up instantly. Wang Shengguo looked over too. The expression on his face was the same as Li Xiumei's. Wang Tang knew that something bad was about to happen. He forgot that his parents knew about Lin Chuhan being his table buddy. In the end, he could only summon up his courage and reply, "Her name is Lin Chuhan." "Oh, right, Lin Chuhan. Her name sounds pretty, too," Li Xiumei complimented. Then she chuckled and said, "Son, it looks like your relationship with her is not bad. Mom, what are you thinking?" "We have been table buddies for so long. It's normal for us to have a good relationship," Wang Tang explained. I understand. It's good that your relationship with her is good. Ask her to come to our house to play someday. Mom will make good food for y'all." Li Xiumei didn't continue probing. However, the expression on her face made Wang Tang feel numb. He felt that his mother was hatching a plot. Wang Tang immediately turned on his vigilance. At this moment, his phone rang again. After that, Bai Wei, Xu Jie, and his other friends called him to ask about his results one after another. When they knew that he was able to get into a top martial arts university, they congratulated him. They decided to find a time to come out and celebrate. Wang Tang agreed readily. After a few calls, Wang Tang let out a huge sigh. "Your exam is ended, so you should go out and meet your friends adequately. But the most important thing you have to do is to consider which university you want to apply to. With your results, you will be able to get into the first university if you apply for it," said Wang Shengguo. "I haven't thought of the university I want to go to. Actually, our Donghai University is the No. 3 university in the country. It's a good choice too, and it's closer to home," Wang Tang said. "Have you considered military academies?" Wang Shengguo nodded and continued asking. "There are many restrictions in the military academies. I don't know if it's suitable for me." Wang Tang was a little hesitant. As the two of them were speaking, the doorbell rang. "I'll open the door." Li Xiumei stood up and walked to the main door. When she opened the door, she was surprised by the visitors. "Principal Yu, Mr. Fan, why are you here?" "Ha ha ha, the top scholar of the martial arts exam is from our school, so I'm here to congratulate you." Principal Yu smiled and said, "Top scholar for the martial arts exam? Our little Tang is the top scholar for the martial arts exam." Li Xiumei was astounded and elated when she heard this news. Wang Shengguo hurriedly got up and welcomed them. "Principal Yu, Mr. Fan, come in. Please come in." "Ha ha, we came without informing you. Sorry to disturb you." Principal Yu and Mr. Fan walked in. There was a whole bunch of school leaders behind them. The scale was so large that people might think they were here to cause a ruckus. Principal Yu, Mr. Fan, Wang Tang got up and greeted them. Little Tang, go and take out my tea leaves from the third layer of the cabinet in the kitchen, Wang Shengguo said to Wang Tang as he called the leaders to take a seat. Mr. Wang, you have a good son. Principal Yu praised Wang Tang, who was going to the kitchen to take the tea leaves with a huge smile on his face. Chapter 96, Dark Ice Stone, the tea was soon served. Wang Shengguo and the school leaders chatted casually with one another while Wang Tang sat at the side with a bored expression. The atmosphere was very lively. Principal Yu and the other leaders didn't put on their stern and fierce expressions this time. Instead, they were all smiling amiably and throwing all kinds of praises on Wang Tang as though they were free, which they were incomparably talented, dignified-looking, promising future. They were commending him in all kinds of ways. It was amazing how they could come up with so many phrases. They were indeed well educated. After chatting about unrelated things for some time, Principal Yu turned and said to Wang Tang, Wang Tang, have you decided which university you want to apply to? We were just discussing this a moment ago. Wang Shengguo smiled and said, I haven't made my decision yet. Wang Tang shook his head. You can slowly think about it. With your results, you can choose any school in the country anyway. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the teachers in school. They have been in the education industry for many years, so they are experienced in applying for universities, Principal Yu said kindly. Okay, I will, thank you, Principal, Wang Tang replied. Oh, right. Do you still remember the rewards I mentioned the other time? Principal Yu smiled and asked. Wang Tang immediately got excited. He sniggered and replied, Of course. You little brat? Principal Yu pointed at him and laughed. Then he took out a few items and placed them on the table. Take a look at it. These are all for you. The items were laid out in a single row on the table. There was a small black string pouch, a small jade bottle, and finally a box that was slightly smaller than a palm. Wang Tang studied all three of them. Principal Yu smiled and said, Open them and take a look. Wang Tang didn't act polite anymore. He opened the black pouch first. There were 10 small crystals the size of a thumb inside, all glittering brightly. These crystals were ice blue, and they looked as if they were made by congregating natural ice crystals. They shone brightly under the lamp. These are energy stones, Principal Yu said. I heard that you are an ice element martial warrior. I especially asked someone to find 10 ice element yellow rank low-class energy stones for you. You can use them for your personal cultivation and other things. Ice element martial warrior, Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei exchanged glances when they heard this. They were puzzled. Wasn't Wang Tang a fire element martial warrior? But this wasn't the time to probe further. They could only suppress their curiosity in their hearts. Principal, you're so thoughtful, Wang Tang exclaimed uncontrollably. Then he opened the small jade bottle. 3 dark blue pills rolled out from the bottle. When these small pills landed on his palm, a cool and refreshing fragrance wafted into his nose and made him feel invigorated. This is Ice Spiritual Dan. It's an ice element spiritual Dan, and it's first-class low rank. It can help with your cultivation. Principal Yu introduced the spiritual Dan to him. Another ice element. Wang Tang felt that Principal Yu was an interesting guy. Once he knew that he was an ice element martial warrior, he immediately prepared all these ice element items useful for ice element martial warriors. Although they were rewards, he more or less owed him a favor. Principal Yu opened his mouth again. If you're not in a hurry to use them, you can keep them in the jade bottle to prevent their effects from dissipating. Wang Tang nodded. He placed the 3 pills back into the small jade bottle. The last one was the black box. This must be the mysterious gift Principal Yu was talking about. He wondered what was inside. He was already satisfied with the first 2 rewards, so he couldn't help but look forward to the 3rd reward. This box was around the size of his palm. Wang Tang opened the box and noticed a pitch-black stone sitting in the middle. A bone-piercing chill was exuding from the stone. What is this? Wang Tang asked curiously. Dark Ice Stone. Principal Yu slowly said these 3 words, as if the dark ice stone was some precious treasure. A faint boastful aura could be felt from his expression. Unfortunately, no one present had heard of this before. Wang Tang was also looking at him in a daze. He was boasting to a bunch of people who didn't understand him at all. Principal Yu smiled awkwardly and said, This dark ice stone is an ice element heavenly treasure. I accidentally got hold of it. It can be used to forge weapons. Speaking about it, it's a real coincidence. You're an ice element martial warrior, so this is just right for you. It's too small. Wang Tang didn't know how precious the dark ice stone was, so he complained softly when he saw its small size. Cough, cough. Principal Yu coughed awkwardly. I only have this small dark ice stone. It's indeed a little small, but you can supplement it with other materials. I'm sure that the quality of the weapon forged will increase exponentially. If this dark ice stone wasn't so small that it couldn't forge a complete weapon, it would be impossible to evaluate its value. Principal Yu wouldn't have given it to other people either. Wang Tang furrowed his brows. He felt that this item was quite useless. Based on Principal Yu's statement, this stone was very precious, but since it was small, its value was heavily discounted. It couldn't be used to forge a complete weapon, and it might not be suitable to act as a supplement material. After all, forging weapons wasn't just combining a bunch of different materials casually. You needed to melt the materials that complemented one another. There might be conflicts between some materials, or their compatibility might not be high. Especially for a rare material like the dark ice stone, finding highly compatible material with it was going to be a hassle. When Principal Yu noticed Wang Tang's lack of reaction for a long time, he knew that he might not have liked the reward. Hence, he said, "If you don't want this dark ice stone, I can change it for you." Wang Tang smiled calmly. "I like it. I'll take this. There's no need to change." As he spoke, he kept the dark ice stone. Looking at the two rewards, he could tell that Principal Yu had put much effort into this. For a top scholar of the martial arts exam, the principal of Donghai No. 1 High School had personally put in the effort to prepare these rewards that were suitable for him. Wang Tang was very grateful. Principal Yu immediately smiled happily when he saw Wang Tang accepting the gifts. The rewards weren't just encouragement for the outstanding students. It was an investment, too. An investment in their future. Thus, if they achieved good results when they grew up, they would naturally repay their old school. He had high hopes for Wang Tang. If Wang Tang didn't like the dark ice stone, the effects of these rewards would be heavily discounted. You couldn't say that he was flattering a student even though he was the principal of Donghai. No, he just knew that if he missed such an outstanding student, he would regret it. Wang Tang was already a martial warrior. His achievements in the future were unimaginable. When the time came, if he was willing to give back to his old school, the repayment would exceed his rewards greatly. "It's good that you like it. I have given my rewards. I will not be disturbing you anymore." Principal Yu got up and prepared to leave. "Principal Yu, fellow teachers, why don't you sit for a while longer?" Wang Shengguo urged them to stay. "It's all right. Many things are waiting for me to settle in school," Principal Yu said tactfully. Thus, Wang Shengguo sent Principal Yu and the other leaders of the school, who came along, to the entrance. He watched as they drove their cars and left. His expression was a little complicated as he stood at the door. Chapter 97. Was the game not fun anymore, or was the alcohol not nice? After seeing Principal Yu and the school leaders off, Wang Shengguo stood at the door, a lot of emotions brewing inside him. "Why are you standing here in a daze looking as though you can die without any regrets?" Lixiumei popped her head out from his back and looked at him curiously. The atmosphere was destroyed in an instant. Wang Shengguo took a deep breath. In the end, he didn't say anything. He just walked into the living room in frustration. He saw Wang Tang examining the rewards on the table. He exclaimed, "These are not ordinary items at all. It looks like your principal put in a lot of effort this time. If our son was not outstanding enough, why would they gift him these precious items?" Li Shumei said proudly. Wang Tang ignored his parents' boasting. As their son, he felt that he shouldn't cruelly deprive them of the only joy left in their lives. He looked at the three items in front of him, especially the dark ice stone in the box. Principal Yu said that it was extremely precious, but he didn't have an exact idea of its value. "It looks like I have to find some time to research it or ask someone who knows about it." Wang Tang kept the black stone. The family of three could finally sit down and have their meal. At the same time in Jiang City, the news that the Iron Fist clan was annihilated couldn't stay hidden anymore. Members of the Iron Fist clan who were out to do business had gotten lucky and managed to escape the ordeal. When they returned to their headquarters, they noticed that the main entrance was wide open and the entire building was dead silent. Then they saw the scene that they would never be able to remove from their memory. Gruesome. Corpses covered the entire floor with a fearful expression on their faces. They didn't die peacefully. Fortunate survivors were scared out of their wits. Some people wanted to look at the surveillance footage to find out what happened, but all the cameras were destroyed. No evidence was left behind. All the cash and expensive items had disappeared. The Iron Fist clan was left with an empty shell. That hostage was saved by someone. Could it be someone from his side? A person suddenly said, "Whether it is or not, all the advanced stage martial disciples in the headquarters have been killed. Do you think we can regain our previous standing just by ourselves?" Another person trembled with fear and said, Also, the news that the Iron Fist clan has been annihilated will spread soon. Our enemies won't let us go so easily. Where are those people from capital Xia? They have a martial warrior among them. If it's really done by the hostages' men, the plight of our Iron Fist clan is all caused by them. Are you planning to find them for revenge? Someone sneered. Let's disperse. The Iron Fist clan no longer exists, someone said weakly. Everyone's gazes landed on that guy. He laughed awkwardly and said, I'm just making a casual suggestion. Don't look at me. Let's disperse. Right, let's disperse. Goodbye, everyone. I hope that I won't see any of you again in the future. Everyone scattered in an instant. They left without showing any signs of hesitation. Only the person who came up with the suggestion was left standing on the spot in a daze. The Iron Fist clan is gone. In a hotel's luxurious presidential suite in Jiang City, a man spoke. In front of this middle-aged man, a 20-year-old young man with short hair was sitting on a chair. He was wearing a bathrobe and swirling the wine glass in his hand. The red wine in the glass spun lightly. The young man said calmly, Oh, I made a trip personally. Almost everyone was killed with a single blow, including the advanced stage martial disciples. The boss of the Iron Fist clan is also gone. However, there are burnt marks found at the scene, the middle-aged man continued. Martial warrior? Fire element, martial warrior. The young man raised his eyebrows. He finished the red wine in his hand in a single gulp. That is my guess, too, the middle-aged man nodded and replied. Let's go back to capital Xia. Let other people take care of these miscellaneous things. I'm irritated. The young man stretched his back and scoffed. Aren't you going to act? The middle-aged man asked. I said that I'm going back to capital Xia, the young man said coldly. Yes. Wang Tang didn't know the scenes going on in Jiang City. Regarding Wang Shengguo's predicament, he knew from the boss of the Iron Fist clan that the other party was from capital Xia. In his previous life, the people that had wiped the Wang family were from capital Xia too. Although the timing wasn't right, it was most likely the same people. This was the martial arts era, and there was a martial warrior on the opposite side that made sense. Based on how powerful they were, they would definitely have a martial warrior. In front of them, the Wang family was as weak as an ant, but he was the variable. Now, Wang Tang was the top scholar of the martial arts exam. Even Governor Jiang knew who he was. The other party wouldn't dare to touch the Wang family easily. The Wang family wouldn't have any life-threatening danger in Donghai. If not, the headlines the next day would be, the top scholar of the martial arts exam in Donghai got exterminated. This wasn't just a slap to Donghai's face. It was a challenge to the authority of China's law. No matter how powerful the other party was, they couldn't act without any fear. Hence, the Wang family was temporarily safe. However, he still needed to guard against the other party's secret acts. As long as it was within the rules, these acts were allowed. The Wang family wasn't able to evade it. Wang Shengguo and Wang Tang's grandfather were all wily old foxes in the business world. Naturally, they wouldn't sit and wait for their enemies to look for them without making any preparations. Wang Tang didn't have to worry about the company. Now what he needed to do was to increase his capabilities as fast as possible. If he was powerful enough, he could kill all his enemies with a single slash of his sword. The only thing that Wang Tang couldn't understand was how the Wang family managed to provoke those people. After all, the other party had a huge and powerful background. He asked Wang Shengguo the same question before, but his father didn't know the answer. He was kidnapped for no reason, so he was utterly confused too. At this moment, Wang Tang met Xu Jie and his other friends in a quiet bar. There were beers, fruit juices, and all kinds of snacks on the table. They were all chatting and laughing. Top scholar for the martial arts exam, suddenly Xu Jie shouted in surprise. The three of them stared at Wang Tang in astonishment. Before this, they had heard that his result was not bad, but they only knew that he was the top scholar now. This, for a moment, they just stared at each other, not knowing what to say. Wang Tang was already used to this kind of reaction. Everyone who heard the piece of news for the first time would be dumbstruck. Sigh. He was a failure. Fortunately, the system didn't abandon him. Wang Tang sighed in his heart. He started eating snacks all alone and let the trio continue their astonishment. After they regained their senses, they would continue the conversation. A few minutes later, the three people finally snapped back to their senses. Congratulations, Brother Wang Tang, Xu Jie said in a complicated tone. In the past, they were all useless and cocky-rich second generations in other people's eyes. But now Wang Tang had soared up into the sky with one leap. Xu Jie felt hurt. Wasn't it good to stay together like a loving family and fail the exam together? Was the game not fun anymore, or was the wine not nice? Why did he need to immerse himself in his studies? Why did he become the star student that he always hated? Jay started doubting his life. The lonely feeling of being abandoned engulfed his entire body, and a dark gray aura spread around him. Wang Teng, Bai Wei, Yu Hao, Chapter 98. Life isn't just about resigning to circumstance now. Stimulation to Xu Jie wasn't light. For some time, he felt poor in spirit. He had already decided to repeat his year 3 and practice his martial arts properly. He must take the martial arts exam next year. He wasn't unhappy that Wang Teng managed to pass. He was just a little envious. Actually, he had predicted this result beforehand. After all, Wang Teng had already displayed the ability of an advanced stage martial disciple in front of him. But this time, Wang Teng scored a little too well, so well that he started doubting his life. Their results used to be equal. Now one had to repeat his year, while the other managed to get into a university. Even so, he still had the hope that he would catch up with him and not lag too far behind. However, if Wang Teng got into a university like the first university, he knew that no matter how hard he worked, he would never be able to catch up. The distance caused him to feel despair. Brother Wang Teng, you're really a monster. I don't dare to compare myself to you. Xu Jie sighed and took a huge swig of beer. Don't think like that. If you don't compare, how do you know that you won't be able to beat me? Wang Teng said. Xu Jie thought that Wang Teng was consoling him and felt a little happy. But, unexpectedly, Wang Teng continued, you will only know that you can't win after you have compared. Xu Jie, you don't have to console me, but why are you hurting me? Can we still be good friends? Only friends will tell you the truth. Trust me, life isn't just about resigning to circumstances now. There's also resignation to fate in the future, Wang Teng said. Pfft. Bai Wei spat out a mouth of fruit juice when she heard this sentence. Yu Hao choked and coughed without stopping. Brother Wang Teng, the saying goes like this. Life isn't just about resigning to circumstance now. There's also poetry and the future. Bai Wei rolled her eyes at Wang Teng. Why didn't she notice how cheeky he was in the past? I'm comforting Xu Jie. After all, there are many stimulations in life. He needs to get used to them earlier. After a few shocks, you will get used to them, Wang Teng said. There was a ball of air stuck in Xu Jie's chest. He felt extremely frustrated. His pupils moved, and he suddenly said, my sister is coming back soon. What? This time, it was Wang Teng's turn to put on an ugly expression. His face changed immediately. It was quite interesting to watch. Zhu Ji smiled naughtily. Sister Xu Hui is back? Bai Wei was pleasantly surprised. That female devil? Wang Teng gritted his teeth. Zhu Hui was Xu Ji's older sister. They had known each other since they were children, but the memories weren't very good. Anyone who got their pants taken off and their little bird flicked when they were a child wouldn't have any fond memory about it. No, he must stay as far away from her as possible. He mustn't let the devil see him. If not, he couldn't predict what she might do. Brother Wang Teng, my sister has always been talking about you. She even said that after she returns, she must drag you out for a meetup, Xu Jie said. Bai Wei and Yu Hao sniggered at the side. They never had this kind of treatment before. Xu Wei always treated Wang Teng exceptionally well. In reality, she always tormented him. Wang Teng's face turned green.
I'm not free. Tell her that I'm not free. Don't look for me if there's nothing important. I can't make the decision. If she goes to your house to look for you, I can't help you. Xu Jie shrugged. Oh shit, Wang Teng said in frustration. I don't have shit, but I have an older sister. Xu Jie smiled evilly. He felt that he had finally gained some of his ego back. He felt comfortable for some reason. He had no pressure betraying his older sister. Bai Wei and Yu Hao burst out laughing. It was hard to make Wang Teng suffer a setback. This kind of interesting scene rarely occurred. After fooling around for some time, Bai Wei asked, I heard that Sister Xu Hui has already reached the peak of an advanced stage martial disciple. Is she at her breakthrough now? She successfully advanced to martial warrior half a month ago? Xu Jie was a little proud. He said enthusiastically, after she comes back this time, I plan to ask her to train me properly. I don't have much hope of becoming an advanced stage martial disciple, but I must become an intermediate stage martial disciple. Martial warrior. Wang Teng was a little surprised. His memory of Xu Hui stopped at his past life. He didn't expect the female devil to be a martial warrior in this life. Damn it, she would be harder to deal with. This was what he was thinking, but he said, with a martial warrior guiding you and the resources your family is putting on you, there's a high chance that you will become an intermediate stage martial disciple within a year. I hope so. When my dad heard that I wanted to practice martial arts, he was so happy that he couldn't sleep for an entire night. He even decided to take out his private savings to sponsor me.
Xu Jie smiled and said, Wang Tang gave him a thumbs up. Uncle Xu is amazing. He's able to have a private stash under the eyes of your mom. Cough, cough. Zhu Ji was caught between laughter and tears. Your point of concern is a little off. Zhu Ji, we can practice together. After Sister Xu Hui comes back. Can you ask her to teach me too? Yu Hao said in anticipation. This is a small matter. You can just come to my house in the future, Xu Ji said generously. Bai Wei listened to them discussing martial arts at the side. Suddenly, she felt a little depressed. Even Xu Jie had a target. What about her? Wang Tang would be entering university soon as the top scholar of the martial arts exam. He would definitely soar higher in the future. Would she only be able to watch him fly? Bai Wei questioned her own heart. For a second, she was speechless. They chatted until late at night. Wang Tang only returned home past 11 p.m. He took a bath and directly hit the bed. His spirit was close to 100. Wang Tang planned to go to the mental hospital and collect another round of attributes. However, it was hard to sneak into the mental hospital in the day, so he could only secretly enter after midnight. But his university entrance exam had just ended. It was a rare relaxing moment for him, so he decided to wait for a few days first. The mental hospital wouldn't run away. A silent night. The next day, Wang Tang went to the house he had rented in the university town. Crow eggs still looked the same. There were no signs of hatching at all. He sent a WeChat message to the beautiful shop owner, Lu Ziqing, whom he met at the pet shop. Lu Ziqing, it's normal. Don't worry. The oviparous animals now have a more complicated hatching process after being influenced by force. Their developmental cycle is longer. Wang Tang pondered for a moment. Normal animals were already like this, much less the egg of a star beast. It was reasonable that its hatching process would be longer. He decided to let it take its time. Wang Tang, all right, thank you. Wang Tang replied with a WeChat message to express his gratitude. Lu Ziqing, I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't saved me in the past, I would definitely have gotten hurt. Lu Ziqing hesitated for a moment before she sent the next message. Lu Ziqing, are you free? Let me treat you to a meal. Wang Tang, there's no need for that. Anyone else will do the same thing. Wang Tang felt embarrassed. If the other party knew that the giant crow came to Donghai because of him and everything that happened after that was his fault, how would she feel? Lu Ziqing, there's a need for it. If you don't let me treat you, this will always be on my mind. Lu Ziqing's tone seemed serious. Wang Tang, all right, you can tell me the address and the time. We'll meet and have a casual meal. There's no need to spend too much. Wang Tang felt helpless, but he still agreed. This beautiful sister was a little straightforward, but since she was a beauty, he could feast his eyes. It would be a waste if he didn't go for the meal. Lu Ziqing, all right, it's decided then. Lu Ziqing hurriedly sent the time and the address over. She seemed to have prepared it long ago, Yida Plaza. Wang Tang looked at the address and the time. It was good for him. He replied, okay, I will be on time. Chapter 99. The offer from the top 3 martial arts academies. In the afternoon, Wang Tang arrived at a seafood buffet restaurant as planned on the 4th floor of Yida Plaza. He scanned the restaurant and saw Lu Ziqing waving at him. He nodded at her and walked over. Wang Tang said, why are you so early? I'm the one treating, so I have to come early. Lu Ziqing pulled her hair back and smiled. You're too polite. Actually, there's no need to do this. You also answered my queries on the incubation of eggs. Actually, I'll still have to trouble you in the future. Let's stop thanking each other. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask me. Come, let's take a look at the food first. Lu Ziqing passed the menu to Wang Tang. The two of them ordered some dishes. The service of this restaurant was fast. The dishes they ordered came continuously. Wang Tang and Lu Ziqing chatted as they ate the seafood. Suddenly, Wang Tang heard something and asked in surprise, do you know about mutated beasts and star beasts too? Yes. It's hard to do pet business now. More and more people are raising mutated beasts. They want to appear high class, so I also have to focus on high-class products related to mutated beasts and star beasts, Lu Ziqing said. That's not easy. Mutated beasts and star beasts can be fatal. You're just a normal person. It will be hard for you to handle them. Wang Tang frowned. I know. That's why I don't plan to sell large-sized mutated beasts. I'll target the small ones, and they can only be cubs. Actually, mutated beasts are similar to normal animals. If you start training them when they are cubs, they won't normally harm their master, Lu Ziqing replied. Some are naturally ferocious. You need to be careful. Wang Tang didn't say much and just reminded her. Okay, I will take note of it. Lu Ziqing nodded and smiled. Both of them enjoyed the meal. Wang Tang and Lu Ziqing's relationship got slightly closer. In the past, they were just acquaintances, but now they could be considered friends. At least Wang Tang felt that he was able to look for Lu Ziqing and asked about incubation matters more comfortably now. "If you need any help in the future, you can look for me," Wang Tang said to Lu Ziqing before they parted. "All right, I won't be polite with you." Lu Ziqing smiled. She had already witnessed Wang Tang's ability, so she knew how important this connection was. After the two of them bade farewell, Wang Tang went back home. However, he didn't expect the atmosphere at home to be so strange. The three principals of the top 3 martial arts academies in Donghai were sitting in his living room right now, staring at each other awkwardly. Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei sat at the side, looking at each other in silence. Donghai was one of the top few important cities in China. The principals of the top 3 martial arts academies were not only powerful, but they also held great influence. You could say that they were part of the upper echelon of Donghai. You could even say that they had control over the city. The status of the Wang family was nothing compared to them. It was like the difference between an elephant and an ant. Hence, Wang Shengguo was in a dilemma. He couldn't afford to offend any one of them. When they saw Wang Tang coming home, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Shengguo said, "My son is back. Why don't you all look for him?" He pushed the burden smoothly without any hesitation. Wang Tang immediately felt the gazes of the principals landing on him. They were so intense that it felt as though they wanted to peel off his skin. Cough, cough. "Bosses, I'm not gay." "Wang Tang, let's not beat around the bush. Today the 3 of us have come for you. You can take a look at our conditions and make a decision." The principal of Lading Martial House was an impatient guy. He couldn't accept indecisive people, so he was very straightforward. "That's right. A martial warrior should be decisive. Look at our proposals and choose your academy." Fu Tiandao agreed and said he didn't mention that Wang Tang was already a martial disciple of Jixin Martial House. After all, martial disciples and martial warriors were different. He wouldn't use this to confuse Wang Tang. Also, even if he was a martial warrior of Jixin Martial House, he could still be snatched by other martial academies. Ultimately, it depended on everyone's conditions. The one who could give better conditions would be the winner. Wang Tang was the top scholar of the martial arts exam, and he had become a martial warrior at such a young age. 3 principals were determined to get him. Talents were rare in the martial warriors era. Incredible talents were even rarer. There were less than 10 people in China who were able to become martial warriors at his age. This was the sum of all the recent years combined. The most important thing was, most of these young people came from martial warrior families. They had ample resources with personal guidance from martial warriors. Wang Tang couldn't be compared with them. Also, he was able to kill a star beast not long after he became a martial warrior. Based on what they knew, only 1 or 2 of those talents were able to achieve this. Most of them just followed behind their seniors and gained experience. They didn't do much. This was why they had high hopes for Wang Tang's future. He had high potential and he was powerful. His background wasn't very complicated either. Who wouldn't like him? Thus, the 3 of them asked their superiors for the best conditions and benefits they could offer. Bargaining wouldn't work in this case. They immediately gave Wang Tang the best they could at the first meeting. It was a game of who was more daring. Wang Tang smiled when he saw them being so direct and giving the "we are very rich, you can ask for anything" expression. "Boss, have some tea." Wang Tang sat down in front of them and poured tea for them. Then he asked the question he had in his mind. "Will there be a conflict between the Martial Arts Academy and the school?" "Don't worry about this. The school is a public organization. It will not conflict with the interest of the Martial Arts Academy. Even if you apply for a military college where the rules are stringent, we will let you prioritize your college. All these can be written in the proposal. Many powerful warriors in colleges and even the military have their names under our academy," Fu Tiandao explained. "That's right." Zhang Hong and Gu Hefei nodded in agreement. Wang Tang nodded. He picked up the 3 proposals on the table and took a look. The names of the 3 martial arts academies were written on the top. He skipped the first proposal that Jixin Martial House prepared and looked at Lighting Martial House's proposal first. Principals of Lighting Martial House and Balian Martial House raised eyebrows immediately. This was unequal treatment. It was obvious that Wang Tang preferred Jixin Martial House. He read their proposals first and left the Jixin Martial House's proposal for the last. If the 3 proposals had similar content, Wang Tang would definitely choose Jixin Martial House. This was indeed the case. After all, Wang Tang had been training at Jixin Martial House for some time, so he was familiar with the environment there. Fu Tiandao saw Wang Tang picking up Jixin Martial House's proposal and reading it silently after he finished scrolling through the other 2 proposals. He raised his eyebrows at Jiang Hong and Gu Hefei. A confident and delighted smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Jiang Hong and Gu Hefei instantly had a bad feeling. Wang Tang finally finished reading all the proposals. He put down the proposals in his hand and sighed. Everyone's gaze landed on him. "How is it?" Wang Shengguo asked agitatedly. Actually, he really wanted to look at the content of the proposals. "Mr. Wang can take a look too." Fu Tiandao smiled and passed the proposals to him. After Wang Shengguo finished reading them, he knew that Wang Tang probably had already made his decision. If it was him, he would make the same decision too. "I choose Jixin Martial House." As expected, Wang Tang said his answer without any hesitation. Chapter 100, SSS Grade Proposal by Jixin Martial House. "I choose Jixin Martial House." The moment Wang Tang finished speaking, the principals of Lading Martial House and Balian Martial House turned silent. Fu Tiandao laughed loudly. "Guys, thank you. Can we take a look at your proposal?" Jiang Hong asked unwillingly. He needed to know why he lost. He Fei looked at Fu Tiandao with the same expression. The three martial arts academies were competitors. Any lost talents were their loss. "Please," Fu Tiandao said nonchalantly. The two principals instantly took Jixin Martial House's proposal and leaned together. They read the proposal quickly. "Fu Tiandao, you're insane." Jiang Hong's eyes turned wide with astonishment when he saw the proposal. "Do you know what this proposal means?" Gu Hefei couldn't help but ask. "I gave this proposal to the headquarters, and our president approved it, personally. That's how it got decided. What do you think? Do you accept defeat?" Fu Tiandao asked. "Your president approved it personally. You win. Impressive." The two of them exchanged glances. They could only show their respect. What was the difference? When they reported their proposal to the headquarters, they wasted much saliva before they finally managed to get this S-grade proposal. "What about Jixin Martial House?" They immediately gave the highest level SSS grade proposal. The difference only seemed to be 2 levels, but it was a chasm. In their memories, the top 3 martial arts academies had only approved 23 SS grade proposals in the past few years. Now, these people were all powerful characters. All of them had the potential to reach the general stage. Actually, the principals also wanted to apply for the SS grade proposal for Wang Tang. They felt that Wang Tang had this potential, but the people above had their doubts. They felt that the future was full of accidents and probabilities. They should invest in talent, but they mustn't invest too much at once. Hence, they suggested giving him the S-grade proposal first. After he entered their martial arts academy, they would observe him for some time. If his performance was outstanding, they would consider changing his proposal to SS grade. Most of the talents that signed an SS grade proposal went through this route. Very few of them were offered SS grade proposals right away. As for SSS grade proposals, there were less than 5 of them. Those 5 people were all general stage martial warriors now. All of them were younger than 35 years old, so they would definitely become important pillars of China in the future. This was the difference. Jixin Martial House gave Wang Tang an SSS grade proposal, while Lading Martial House and Balian Martial House could only give an S-grade proposal. They appeared a little stingy in comparison. Jiang Hong and Gu Hefei felt a little dejected. They had no mood to compare anymore. "That's vicious of you," but they still glared at Fu Tiandao. The two of them were a little embarrassed. They said to Wang Tang, "We're sorry for our proposals." They had witnessed Wang Tang's actual combat assessment personally and were confident about his future. Unfortunately, they couldn't make the decision alone. It was a pity that they missed this talent. "You're being too polite. I'm grateful that you think so highly of me," Wang Tang replied hurriedly. The two principals felt much better because of Wang Tang's modesty. Fu Tiandao nodded his head secretly when he saw this scene at the side, displaying his skills when he should and keeping humble at the right time. This was the indication of a good character. He was delighted with Wang Tang's performance. "Since you have already made your decision, we won't disturb you anymore." The two of them got up and left. After sending them off, Wang Tang came back to the living room. "Sign this proposal in case accidents happen?" Fu Tiandao said. "Principal Fu, do you have so much confidence in me?" Wang Tang wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he asked him back. "Ha ha, I'm not the only one who has confidence in you. Our president has high hopes for you too. You have been training in our martial arts academy. Don't think that you can hide it from me." Fu Tiandao smiled mysteriously. Wang Tang's heart skipped a beat. "But you don't have to worry. Everyone has their secrets, especially martial warriors. They have even more secrets." Fu Tiandao seemed to know what he was thinking, so he reassured him indifferently. Wang Tang didn't say much. He signed his name on the proposal. Fu Tiandao nodded in satisfaction. He passed a black wristwatch to Wang Teng. This is the force wristwatch invented by the martial warriors. It is made of a special material and won't get affected by water or fire. It can even withstand the attack from a martial warrior without breaking. Once you enter your personal information, you can log into our Martial Arts Academy's internal web, Jixin. The $1 billion worth of resources mentioned in the proposal will be transferred into your account batch by batch. You can buy the resources you want from our Martial Arts Academy's internal web, but you must consider carefully. Don't waste this huge amount of money. If you fully utilize it, you can significantly enhance your skills. Also, you have 3 chances to seek guidance from our president. This is a rare opportunity. Many talents aren't able to get this chance. You should take advantage of it. Finally, this is the right to purchase a house in Deer Garden. The people living there are all family members of martial warriors. The Deer Garden is under the name of the top 3 martial arts academies, so the security there is very high. So far, no one has dared to create trouble there. I know that your family met some trouble recently, so if you move there, you won't have to worry about their safety. Wang Teng listened with rapt attention. These were all written in the proposal, but Fu Tiandao's reminder was worth pondering over. The offers were all generous, especially the last one. It was just what he wanted. If his parents moved to Deer Garden, he would feel more at ease, too. Li Shumei hadn't looked at the proposal just now, so when she heard Fu Tiandao's explanation, she was flabbergasted. $1 billion worth of resources. Her son's assets had surpassed her husband's many years of hard work. It was hard not to be astounded. Were martial warriors all so wealthy? Wang Shengguo felt a little depressed. By right, getting surpassed by your son should be a happy thing, but this money was so easy to earn. It was so easy that it stimulated him greatly. However, the right to purchase a house at Deer Garden caused his eyes to light up too. A man was only able to move forward without worry if his family was safe. You will need to apply for your university tomorrow. Have you decided which one you want to go to? Fu Tiandao asked. Not yet. I looked at the cutoff point of the universities this year. I think I'll be able to get into all of them, said Wang Teng. After the result came out, all the schools had released their cutoff points immediately. The martial arts exam was different from the normal university entrance exam. For the normal university entrance exam, the cutoff points for the schools would only be released after the application process. Many students couldn't apply for the right universities and weren't able to get into the universities they wanted. It was a pity. As for the martial arts exam, the schools weren't the only ones choosing the students. The students were choosing the universities too, thus the cutoff points were released early. With your score, you won't have a problem entering any university. The problem is choosing the one that's most suitable for you. Your exam result has already been sent to all the top universities. As long as they are not blind, I believe that they will look for you soon. They might even look for you at your school tomorrow. Fu Tiandao smiled and said, That's so troublesome. Wang Teng gave a bitter smile. He suddenly thought of something and asked, Principal, do you have any suggestions? Fu Tiandao smiled and replied, The resources, atmosphere, and ability of the teachers of the top few universities are all around the same. Resources are earned through competition. The more outstanding a person is, the more resources the country would distribute to him. Hence, good students never lack resources. In recent years, the Donghai University and the Huanghai Military College are inching their way up. There's not much difference between them and the first university. They were even able to beat the other universities in the martial arts grand competition a few times and claimed the championship. Comparing the military college and normal universities, military colleges are stricter. They have more control over the students' freedom, but there's an advantage. Fu Tiandao paused for a moment at this point. He only continued when he saw Wang Teng looking over. The military college is a quick route to gain power. If you are outstanding enough and you earn military exploits, you might be able to take charge of an army in the future. You will have great influence, especially in the Xingwu continent. I don't mind telling you that we are currently forming large troops. We need to send fresh troops there urgently. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.